I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one chief rockin' Knicks universe. Your main man's Uncle Freezy. What's good? Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Yo, welcome. JJ in the building. Mega NYK is in the building. The son of the legend, Kerry Cox is in the building. David L, what's good, man? I see y'all. Welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. Welcome. I'm starting a little bit earlier, man. I'm just gonna try this out. I'm gonna try this space out real quick to see how it works. To see if y'all like it and see if I like it also. You know what I mean? So I got a topic that I want to talk to y'all about. I'm gonna get straight down to the nitty gritty. I ain't messing around, right? I ain't messing around. Let me get down to the nitty gritty. Boom. What you gonna hear over the next 5 months or so is that the Knicks desperately need a third star. What you are going to hear for the next 4 or 5 months or so is such and such is available. He not happy where he at, man. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the Knicks can scoop in. What you're going to hear over the summer is that, oh, man, our organization suck. We need to fire everybody because we won't do such and such thing that I want them to do. What you're going to hear is for the next few months is, well, Jalen Brunson's not a superstar. Damian Lillard is a superstar. What you're going to hear is, man, Julius Randle ain't a star. You can't depend on him in the playoffs and blah, blah, blah. This is what you're going to hear over the next few months. And so what I want to do is tune your ears to something else. Right? Give you an option, an alternative. Right? What I want to tune your ears to, just this option. Consider this. Hey, man, our team as is pretty doggone good. Our team as is pretty doggone good. Now, with that said, can we improve in certain areas? What NBA team does not have flaws? I want to tune you into this specifically, right? I want to tune you in specifically to a certain train of thought. Because what's going to happen is I'm not going to tell you that you're going to be brainwashed, right? I got too much respect for y'all than that. But what I am going to tell you is that over the next 4 or 5 months, People are going to be searching for so many topics to talk about. They're going to start trying to tug at your heartstring. Right? And what I'm going to tell you is that string that's attached to your heart can be attached to us in a different way. Right? This team right now is pretty doggone good. We are pretty doggone good. Right? So what I'm saying to you ultimately is sure, it's summertime, talk those summertime talks. Listen to some of that summertime rhetoric. But remember, this team at 47 wins is 4 or 5 injuries away and 2 or 3 shooting slumps away from being a 50-plus win team. It's only 3 games. Right? This team, built like it is, was 3 games away from winning 50 games. As is. There were some injuries that came about that were unfortunate. There were some shooting slumps that came about that were unfortunate. I'm here to tell you that this team that we have is pretty good. Right? And I know during summertime, people are going to say stuff like, yo, we need to package Randall and we need to package Randall and RJ and 5 first-round picks for OG Anunoby. I know that's going to be the rhetoric of the summer. Right? The rhetoric of the summer is going to be, man, yo, trade Mitch Hartenstein and Jericho Sims and 8 first-round picks for Miles Turner. Or even better, trade Mitch Hartenstein, Jericho Sims, and 4 first-round picks for Mo Bamba. Those are the weird conversations we're going to have this summer. But it's summertime, so it's okay. It's better to have those conversations during the summer than to have those conversations during the season. Right? We're going to have these conversations or you're going to hear these conversations like, hey, sign Josh Hart back 4 years, $100 million. Right? And what I'm going to do is offer you an alternative. I'm going to offer you an alternative. Think about this. Consider this just for a moment. What if we don't go that route? What if we don't go that route? What if we don't go that route, right? What if the Knicks do this? What if the Knicks get Jalen Brunson a supporting cast? Right? What if the Knicks, instead of throwing Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, Quentin Grimes, and 7 first-round picks to New Orleans for Zion Williamson, instead of doing that, how about we get complementary players that actually complement? How about we do that? How about what if, and I know it's going to sound strange because of the time of year it is. What if the Knicks just add complementary pieces? Right? What if the Knicks just add Torrey Craig, a 3-and-D wing off the bench? is interesting to consider, right? What if the Knicks just add Torrey Craig and Kelly Oubre, right? What if the Knicks bring in Torrey Craig and Kelly Oubre in off the bench, right? What if they bring in those type of guys? What if they bring in a veteran point guard? I don't care who. You name it. You name the veteran point guard that comes off the bench. You name them. A solid. What if the Knicks can get Chris Paul once the Phoenix Suns decline his team option? What if the Knicks can get Chris Paul for 1 year, $15 million to play behind Brunson? What if the Knicks can add Chris Paul for 1 year at 15? They add Kelly Oubre, add Torrey Craig, and then somehow pull off a move for Isaiah Stewart, the stretch big in Detroit. What if that happens? What if the Knicks do that? Now you have defense at point guard. You have your stretch 3-and-D wings, and you have a big that can stretch the floor and play with Randall. And he tough. And he from a place called a very underrated place in New York, Rochester, New York. What if the Knicks do something like that? Or, see, because the alternative is chase Jaylen Brown all summer. He winds up going to Houston, and now the stuff that you were going to trade for Jaylen Brown, you just traded for OG Anunoby. Does that make you better? I'm asking. Now, of course, the fans in us want us to make splashy moves, right? Because ultimately, for some fans, being entertained is more important than winning. Ivory 10 is in the building. What's good, man? For some in our fan base, being entertained is more important than winning. They like the star chasing thing. And if you're that fan that likes the star chasing thing, do your thing. Personally, I'd like to win championships. Personally, I'd like to win championships. JJ says we need a stretch 5. Hey, man, Isaiah Stewart is that guy. Isaiah, the dude that I mentioned from Rochester. I know a lot of us don't know who Isaiah Stewart is, but Isaiah Stewart is a tough guy. He's an enforcer. And he shoots the 3. And he rebounds at a high level. In today's NBA, where bigs can dribble and all that stuff, Isaiah Stewart doesn't do that. That's why he's not high on a lot of people's radar. Isaiah Stewart's from Rochester, New York. He legit is a monster, and he can play the 4 and 5. So he gives you lineup flexibility. He can shoot the 3. He's a good defender, and he rebounds. in a trade package for him, I can tell you what the trade package is for him right now. The trade package for him is Obi and Miles McBride. Obi and Miles McBride get you Isaiah Stewart. And I know that sounds like a trivial move, like, if he's this good, then why would he be that cheap? Because rebuilding teams are not looking for role players. Rebuilding teams are looking for stars. Teams that tank, they don't care nothing about role players. That's why they traded Sadiq Bey. They don't care nothing about role players. They need stars. They need high upside guys. They don't need lunch-pail guys. And in case I forgot, we love lunch-pail guys. Now, maybe I went to sleep and woke up and things changed. But the city, they want lunch-pail guys. They want nice Yankee fitteds and Timberland boots. That's what they want. I like Mets fitteds, personally, but I'm that Tim's guy, and Isaiah Stewart is that guy. Hard working, banger under the boards, tough guy, rarely gets injured, shoots the three. He ain't backing down from nobody. And for those that forget who he is or may not understand who Isaiah Stewart is the guy LeBron James elbowed above the eye and shrugged it off like, and I'm LeBron. And B. Stu lost it. He would have killed LeBron that night. LeBron James elbowed him and split his eyebrow open and was like, ain't nothing. I'm LeBron. Who are you? And Isaiah Stewart lost it. If he would have got his hands on LeBron that night, we'd have been talking about Rip LeBron. What I'm saying to you is every move doesn't have to be the flashy move. Some moves can just shore up certain stuff, right? Certain moves just shore up certain stuff. Like when Randall goes to the bench, we depend on a 6'4" guard to rebound. When Julius Randle goes to the bench, when Mitchell Robinson goes to the bench, we depend on a 6'4" guard to rebound. What are we doing out here? What are we doing? When our starting bigs go to the bench, we have to get rebounding from a 6'4" guard? Nah. Am I a fan of making splashy moves just to win a press conference? No, I am not. Some fans are, though. Some fans are. And you know who they are. They say stuff like, Uncle Freezy, we got to get Karl-Anthony Towns. We got to trade Randall and RJ and Grimes and 3 first-round picks for Karl-Anthony Towns. Really? Okay. We legit have to trade Randall, Mitch, RJ, 3 first-round picks, for Karl Anthony Towns? No, we don't. No, we don't. Ultimately, what are we doing? I'm just offering an alternative. Do you chase Jaylen Brown all summer only to see him go some other place, and then we are told that he was never even considering the Knicks? All summer, we're going to be told a lot of different things. As a matter of fact, the rumor mill has already started with Joel Embiid. You know Joel Embiid is not coming. Knicks fans, Joel Embiid is not coming, right? It's just what it is. Joel Embiid will not be a Knick. But we're going to be force-fed that narrative so that you can get your clicks. People are going to tell you, different sources of media are going to say stuff like, hey, Joel Embiid to the Knicks. And people are going to say, well, it's possible because the Knicks have the assets to do it, and blah, 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 blah. Or the Knicks can do what championship teams do, right? Or we could do what championship teams do. We can basically build from within first and then bring in the ancillary pieces. And then you have to consider what happens when these players get to New York. Because playing for the Knicks is easy. And the media is not really that hard to get along with in New York. Right? Knicks fans are diehard. They're gonna ride with you whether you score 0 points or 70 points. They're gonna ride with you. So if you have like a fragile ego or something like that, if you have a fragile mental, New York is definitely the place. If you're fragile like Joel Embiid, then New York is definitely the place for it. If you're fragile like Karl Anthony Towns, New York is definitely the place for you. Right? Right? Oh. If you're fragile like Miles Turner, if you get butt hurt real easily like Miles Turner, New York is definitely the place for you. Because the first night that you go 0 for 6 from 3 and we lose by 8, it don't matter if you had 11 rebounds and 3 blocks. It don't matter. They are going to talk about those 3-pointers you missed, Miles Turner. Right? Maybe. But New Yorkers are forgiving. So if you do go 0 for 6 and get 9 rebounds and 3 blocks, they'll forgive you easily. Right? If you're a Miles Turner and you're mad because you're not featured because they had Sabonis, if you have like a fragile ego, if you're mad that Indiana know you suck, Miles Turner, that's why they chased DeAndre Ayton. Coming to New York should be a walk in the park for you. Indiana legit was trying to replace Miles Turner for 3 or 4 seasons. And Miles Turner was butthurt by that. So come on to New York, Miles Turner, because Knicks fans will never let you have a bad game and not let you hear it. And you can have 5, 6, 7 bad games in a row. Knicks fans will cheer for you all night, Miles Turner. If you're Karl Anthony Towns and you only play on payday, you only play like every other Thursday, Knicks fans will love it. They will not get on your back, Karl Anthony Towns. Because New Yorkers are only tough sometimes. They're not going to ground you down. They're not going to boo you. New Yorkers ain't going to boo you. They would never do that. If you're a finesse big that stays hurt, New York is definitely the place for you. Because Knicks fans not even going to ride you. They're just going to let you collect your check every other Thursday. They ain't going to boo you. It don't matter. It won't even matter if you make 45% of the salary cap. It won't matter. Listen, it won't matter. Let me see what the chat's saying. Dave, oh snap. I ain't even okay. I clicked on David L. I saw David L was making comments. This is the first one I clicked on. David L says, Turner a sissy. He chasing palm trees. He said Cali mid-season sound like he was begging. He not for New York. Nah, he perfect for New York. You telling your team mid-season that you quit on them? Mid-season? He perfect for New York. Miles Turner, you perfect for the New Yorkers will love you. New Yorkers will love Miles Turner. Because Miles Turner has this reputation. And I'm not knocking Miles Turner. I don't have anything against him. I wish him much success. But he has a reputation of being one thing when he is clearly something else. And I'm just going to see if I can find it and put it up here. Miles Turner has a reputation of being one thing, but he is something else. Yeah, Miles Turner played 30 minutes a game and grabbed 7 boards. Miles Turner shot 54.8% from the floor. And this year, he shot more threes than ever, and he shot 37% from 3 this year. That's excellent for a big. And he averaged 2.3 blocks a game. Anthony D is in the building. What's good, Anthony D? Anthony D loves dudes like that. Like Miles Turner, a dude that always has 1 foot out of the door. Yeah. Yeah, man. That's AD's man. He says, yes, he wants Miles Turner. Miles Turner is excellent for New York. Miles Turner, who said emotions make you cry sometimes, when they were featuring Sabonis over him. He whined about his role. Hey, man, we can't coexist. I'd rather have my team lose and be in a lottery than accept this role and have my team be competitive. That's exactly what we need in New York. A dude that would rather lose with a bigger role than win with a lesser role. That's exactly what we need right here in New York. And listen, Knicks fans won't be mad at him to that. Right? Because Knicks fans want what they want. They get Miles Turner, and Miles Turner comes here jacking up threes, and yeah. The thing about Miles Turner, which is different from a Karl Anthony Towns, is when you say stretch five, you have to be realistic with what a stretch five is. Like Miles Turner is not really a stretch five; he's a spot up five. Miles Turner is a spot up five. Like he's not going to create a 3-pointer. Right? Yeah. I can see it now. Jalen Brunson on a heater. He looking for a screen, and Miles Turner takes the three. I can see it now. That's exactly what we need. Instead of getting something that Jalen Brunson needs, like a good screener, a big that can catch the ball in traffic and finish, we want to go get Miles Turner. I could see the look on Randall's face now. Randall, RJ, and Brunson are setting screens, right? For Miles Turner. Ivory 10 says, I can't take the Miles Turner talk. This is blasphemy. Miles Turner is a solid NBA player. Miles Turner is a solid NBA player. The last 4 seasons Miles Turner played, 62 games, 42 games, 47 games, 62 games. That's exactly what we need in New York. AD says Miles Turner can't finish. Is freezing? No, I know. What are you talking about? Am I drunk? No. Who said Miles Turner can't finish? AD, have you been sipping, sir? Just a reminder, just to remind everybody, Miles Turner, the past 4 seasons, 62 games, 42 games, 47 games, 62 games, 74 games, 65 games. Miles Turner hasn't played 80 games since 2017. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? I get it. I get it. He could shoot the 3. He's a shooter, right? But is Tom Thibodeau gonna let a 7-footer shoot threes in his offense? Is Tom Thibodeau gonna let a 7-footer shoot threes in his offense? I'm concerned. Yeah, y'all tell me something. Is Tibbs gonna do that? Is Tom Thibodeau gonna let a 7-footer shoot threes in his offense? I'm just asking. The idea of it makes sense. The idea of it makes sense, right? Stretch the floor out so that others can have room to operate. Tom Thibodeau don't care nothing about that. He don't. Tom Thibodeau's offense, he cares nothing about that. Sorry. I hate to break it to everybody, but Tibbs don't care nothing about no big standing around on the perimeter. Tom Thibodeau don't care nothing about that. Tom Thibodeau don't care nothing about that. Man, listen. And I know this is going to sound crazy. I know this is going to sound crazy. But Isaiah Hartenstein has some offensive stuff in his bag. And Mitch was like, nah, we ain't going to do all that fancy Euro stuff around here. We want our bigs to crash the glass. That's it. Crash the glass. That's it. That's it. Or if Miles Turner is not to your liking, then you can trade for Karl-Anthony Towns. What's the asking price for Karl-Anthony Towns? I'm here to tell you that the asking price for Karl-Anthony Towns right now is 3 of our starters and 3 draft picks off rip. And if you feel like Randall and Brunson are not going anywhere, then the other 3 starters are gone. And 3 draft picks. Right? Or we could go get Karl-Anthony Towns. Y'all like Cat? Justo11, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, where the Heat are, we could easily be as well, in my opinion. And I agree with you. I don't know if a wholesale change should be what we're looking to do. Maybe around the periphery. Maybe upgrade the shooting guard spot. Actually have a shooting guard that can shoot. How about start right there? How about live up to your job description? A shooting guard that takes shots and makes shots. How about that? We just happen to have shooting guards that play like power forwards. Now, mind you, I like Grimes over the other guys. Hey, Kerry Cox, Kerry Cox, listen, we got to do Cat. Because the Knicks fans are saying that we need an offensive center. There's no such thing nowadays as both. You're not going to get an offensive center that also is a high-level defender. It's just not going to happen. Either you're going to get all of one, like Rudy Gobert, or all of the other, like Nikola Jokic. But you're not going to get both. You're just not going to get both, man. Not at center. At center, you're not going to get both. The best you can do is this. Keep Mitch and go get an offensive center to go with him. But Tibbs ain't going to let that offensive center play no offense, bro. You see what he doing to Hartenstein. You see what he doing to Hartenstein. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Hey, and also, thank you to all the members of the channel that help support. And also thank you. What is this? Okay. Thank you. Who let the dogs out? Who? Oh boy. Y'all, guess who backstage, everybody? Oh, God dog it. All right, look who. Oh boy. All right, so I gotta step my game up. I can't be doing the trolling. See, right now I'm trolling, right? I'm trolling y'all about y'all stretch 5, right? But
Freezy, what's up? What's up to the chat, everybody? What's up? How's everybody doing?
Ain't that, man?
You got me riled up over here. Talking about a stretch 5. And it bothers me that so many people are talking about a stretch 5. It's not just you. It's not just JJ. It's not just the crew in the chat. It's terrible, man. It's terrible. I tell you what, nobody would be talking about a stretch 5 if our scorers had did the scoring like they were supposed to. Right?
Hello.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody was talking about a stretch 5 when we were taking out, Cleveland, right? Nobody was talking about that because our scorers did what they were supposed to do. And had they did that again versus the Heat, we wouldn't be talking about it now. But because all of a sudden we're watching Jokic and people are talking about some other center that's available, you know, and Embiid, we should be talking about a stretch 5. Give me a break. Center is not where we should be focused. We have our center position is good enough. I'm not saying it's the best. It's good enough. It's not a problem that needs to be fixed.
Right.
We have plenty of other areas that we could look. Plenty of other areas. But I don't want to go changing the subject, but I just wanted to add that little flavor to this. Because y'all got me upset. Y'all got me up late at night. You know what I mean? I'm used to listening to y'all when I'm closing my eyes, but that's it. You got me riled up.
The chat legit wants us to go out and get Rick Smits. The chat wants us to go out here and get I don't know, somebody.
Somebody needs to check those games that they were talking about Miles Turner and look at the games what Mitch did to him when we played them. See what Mitch did to Miles Turner when we played them. Check those games.
Right. And then you know what we also need to check with Miles Turner? When Miles Turner started being featured, look at the Indiana Pacers record. They're trash.
He's had plenty of players around him.
Right. And then Indiana signed DeAndre Ayton to a max offer sheet with Miles Turner still on the roster. And we're talking about go get Miles Turner.
The grass is always greener in New York. That's what it seems like sometimes, man. The grass is always greener.
Yeah, we stay doing that, right? And then a lot of y'all in the chat, y'all must have forgotten what life was like before Mitchell Robinson. We out here rolling out Willie Hernan Gomez. I know y'all love it. Y'all want Willie Hernan Gomez back? Oh, no, not Willie. They want Luke Cornett back.
It's worse than that, Freezy. It's worse than that. You know why? Because we saw Mitch come from, we saw Mitch as a child. We saw him literally as a child. I think he was 19 years old. We knew mentally he wasn't fully there, fully matured. We literally are watching him grow, right? We saw him have that little talk show on MSG where they wanted him to kind of loosen up a little bit more, and it was working. It's doing well. Right. We've seen Mitch give his blood, sweat, and tears for this team while making peanuts. He did it from day one. He did it in Summer League when he was making no money. He wasn't guaranteed any money. Right. He was doing it because that's who he is, and he still does not get the respect and love, I think, from the fans that everybody else seems to get easily. And Mitch he never seems to really get the love that I think he deserves.
No. It seems like every time we solve an issue, Knicks fans want to create another issue. Because we're in love with issues, bro. We're in love with issues.
But the drama. We want the drama.
We want the drama. We can't stand not having it. Right? And because here's my thing. This team won 47 games with up and down coaching all season. Right? At times, Tom Thibodeau looked like the best coach in the NBA. And at times, Tom Thibodeau looked like the worst coach in the NBA. Right? We can't dispute that. Even if we don't acknowledge it, when you hear it, you can't dispute it. At times, Tibbs looked like the GOAT. And at other times, he looked like trash. Right? And then every time one of our star players looked like they were going to take off into stardom, they got injured. Right? Randall came out of his shooting slump, looked like he was about to go on a tear, and then sprained his ankle. RJ looked like he was getting out of his shooting slump, and I think he was averaging like 24 points a game during the stretch, and then Luka Doncic tears his hand, right? Jalen Brunson goes on a 2-game tear, and then he gets hurt against the Chicago Bulls, right? So we had stunted growth all year. Basically, every time somebody was going to take off, something happened, right? We still managed to win 47 games.
Which is remarkable. Remarkable playing the way we play. It's just remarkable.
Right. But we go from a 37-win team to a 47-win team, and some Knicks fans are like, you know what? That still ain't good enough, boss. Now, mind you, Ivory, listen. I'm never afraid to state my opinion, right? You know why? Because it's my opinion.
Right.
I don't care what other people say. It's my opinion. Right? Here's my thing. In February, I said, hey, man, there's a path for the Knicks to make the Eastern Conference Finals. He always just says blah, blah, blah. And then the closer we get to the playoffs, I noticed that this bandwagon that I was on that was empty is starting to get crowded. and then we beat Cleveland, and all of a sudden, people are trying to push me off. Like, hey, ain't no room in here. Well, sometimes you guys chat. Sometimes y'all and people that are listening on replay, on the replay too. Sometimes we have to open ourselves up to another way of thinking, because I already know that I already understand the way New Yorkers think. You listen to Boomer in the mornings. You listen to Michael K, right? All these people, Mad Dog, and all these people that whoever's on the radio, whoever's on Kiss, whatever. And then I come along and say something like, hey, man, there's a pathway for us to make the Eastern Conference Finals. It's not that we are going to become elite, but others will knock themselves off, and all we have to do is stay in our lane, and we can get there, right? It's the 10-car pileup method, right? Where the 11th car doesn't have to be the fastest, but if the 10 cars in front of him crash, guess what? He's now the fastest car, right? That's what I'm saying about the Knicks this year, right? What I'm saying to you guys also is this. Well, before I even do that, hey, can I toot my own horn just a little bit?
Go for it. I do want to address a couple of things you just said, though. But go.
Yeah, I promise you, I'll move out of the way, and you can do your thing.
I gotta walk this dog in a minute.
Yeah, I got a dog who let the dog out. Who? But my thing is I mentioned Trey Murphy. I was like, hey, the Knicks should trade up in the draft for Trey Murphy. Knicks fans bashed me relentlessly every night. 150 people. Uncle Freezy, what are you talking about? We got to have Chris Duarte. Well, how does Chris Duarte look? And how does Trey Murphy look? Right? Last year, right? They bashed me relentlessly. Johnny Davis is going to be the GOAT. And I was like, nah, man, Ben Matherin's that dude. You got to go get Ben Matherin, bro. You got to go get him. He's got that dog in him. Bashed me all night. A dude wrote me a paragraph in the comment section. It basically was an essay about how I always dream these impossible dreams about these certain players. I was like, nah, just trade up for Matherin, bro. Matherin's a stud. And now I'm saying the Knicks don't have to go out and trade for Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown to go with Brunson and Randall to win. What I'm saying is this team is already 47 wins with all these flaws. If they just shore up their flaws, we can win a championship.
Yeah, I don't disagree that if we shore up those flaws, but it's such a big if, because those flaws are pretty big. Some of those flaws are not small flaws. Like, right. I think when I look at our offense, and I don't know if you agree with me, when I was watching the Knicks play towards the end, when I'm just hoping we pull out that last game, it was just ugly watching the Knicks just look ugly. That offense was ugly. It looked like we didn't deserve to win. It just didn't look like anything cohesive whatsoever. Watching one or two guys dribble around, I mean, that's a huge flaw that in the playoffs is not going to win it. I don't care what anyone says. People say, oh, it comes down to one-on-one ball. Yeah, right. You need a team to win. You need a team to win. And that one-on-one play is not going to get it done in the playoffs, I don't believe. But there's a couple of things I wanted to mention to you. You mentioned a moment ago about Tibbs. No, it wasn't Tibbs. It was what were you saying, Freezy? What we
about who?
No, it was about you were saying about some of your predictions and the players and so on and so forth. That's fine. There's always going to be, we're not always going to take that risk and do some of the things that we all think that we should do. I mean, I was a big Tyrese Halliburton guy. I mean, it didn't make any sense to me. Why not take a guard when we needed one and all that other nonsense? Even when he came up available again, it didn't make any sense. But what bothers me is when we try and fix things that are not broken. We don't need to even go there when it comes to building this team. We have spots that are good enough. Could we have a better this or a better that? Yes. When we look at the shooting guard and the wings on this team, I think, RJ had a great 12 games in the playoffs, but guess what? People think he's really good now. Well, you know what that means? It might be a damn good time to think about trading him, is what that tells me. Everybody says he's a 22-year-old youngster. I agree. I think he's going to be a solid player. But guess what? He comes out and flops for another month and a half, 2 months to start next season, and everyone is going to be throwing what at him because now he's making $100 million. Now he's on that contract where people are going to expect more from him. But anyway, I didn't want to go down a whole nother.
What kind of dog you got?
I got a Labradoodle, man. It just has a crazy big bark. You
you got a Labradoodle? Okay, okay.
It's about 50 pounds, 50-pound Labradoodle.
Yeah, I heard they're temperamental, bro.
Just smart dogs.
Oh, a smart dog. Okay. Yeah, my thing with what you're saying is this. If you're trading RJ, right? If you're trading RJ, and I know who you want to trade him for, because I heard the Chicago Bulls talk about this also.
No,
the Chicago Bulls fans constantly say, why will we trade DeMar DeRozan for RJ Barrett Obi Toppin, and 2 first-round picks. That's not
Yeah,
enough.
no, I don't think I wouldn't do that. The reason why I won't do that is because of RJ. I mean, and I wouldn't do it. It doesn't make sense at this point. I mean, with RJ still being so young, DeMar DeRozan being his age. Listen, I think DeMar DeRozan has a solid 2, 3, 4 years left in his body. I really do. I think he's going to be solid. I don't think that's the guy you trade him for. I think you trade him for a more long-term piece, more guy who's in the Jalen Brunson age bracket, not necessarily in the plus 33 age bracket. I don't think that's a good long-term move. If you're trading RJ, it's got to be for more of a younger star, younger core piece, not a guy that's going to be gone in a couple of years, in my opinion.
I would do it.
You mean getting rid of? You mean get rid of RJ?
No. I'm talking about the strategy that Ivory's talking about.
Oh.
If you're talking about getting a guy that helps you get to a championship right now that's in Jalen Brunson's window, that means, listen, you don't have just one shot at a championship. That means you have a whole window of championship contention that you can do with that guy and Jalen Brunson. I like RJ Barrett a lot. He's my favorite Knick, right? But if you're talking about, say, for instance, if you're talking about trading RJ Barrett and something for Devin Booker, and Devin Booker and Jalen Brunson are a thing now, Jalen Brunson, Devin Booker, and with the rest of this roster outside of RJ, I would, man, listen, I would sleep like a baby that night.
Yeah, I think most people would go for that for sure. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Someone like that you're going to grow with, not someone that's just going to be a quick fix for a couple of years, because we may not be good enough over the next couple of years. We might get close, but I look at what Miami did, and 3 out of 4 years in the Eastern Conference Finals, and didn't get past. I mean, that's tough.
My question. They say it's always the darkest before the dawn. Question is, with this team, for better or worse, when is that dawn ever going to come?
Well, we saw the darkness. Please tell me we've seen the darkness of any fan base in the world. We definitely have seen the darkness. My God. We've been to that side. I'm hoping we're coming out of it now. This is looking good. We're in a better place than I've ever seen us.
If you ask me if there's any one team that has seen the dawn right now, in this current state of time, it's Denver.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Justo, what's good?
I mean,
step away for a second, Phil.
In my opinion, we're basically repeating 1999. Number 1 seed in the West, possibly going to face the 8th seed team in the East.
Yeah.
The only difference is despite all the injuries with Miami, it's a well-oiled machine that's been there multiple times before instead of just 2 with the core it has on hand. And whereas with the Nuggets, this is a fresh group. There's going to be butterflies in their stomachs the size of eagles.
And yeah, that's the only thing I feel like too. You know, understand that, but generational talent and like Nikola Jokic he literally just passed Wilt Chamberlain today for triple doubles in a player, which is crazy to think. So it's like we don't have a guy we can look at yet who's like generational. We look and can tell he's above. I imagine a 2-time MVP at that, almost 3. So it's like we look at that. The Nuggets do have that as well. And also, I will say the one thing I love that team did was keep the main core together, like Jokic and Jamal. And once they saw the spark, they never let up. That's why I'm kind of upset with like a lot of Knicks fans saying trade Randall, trade RJ, and I'm like, it doesn't make sense. So we almost get there. Mind you,
who you trade them for though? That's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. And you want to trade Randall, who played almost every game this year, for a player going to play maybe 60 games, right, and maybe get hurt during the game here and there, and possibly miss the season. That's going to be tough. And then we're going to complain about players not playing. So it's like, I just feel like you guys, I feel like we keep the core together and we let them get, some sort of flow. I'm on your side. Tibbs, like him, but I think he doesn't unlock everybody the way that they should, because I don't think blowing the team makes anything better, because all it would be is, like I said, getting 6'4" guys that's super short and chubby that go, you know what, run up down the court. It's not going to work for the team.
No.
If you want to get a championship, we got to be able to look at everybody up top and go, do we have the pieces to compete? And in my opinion, we're the only team to give Miami 2 games.
Again,
that's a fact.
Like I said, the issue with keeping Tibbs around is the front office. He and Leon Rose are essentially like this, and it makes Rose seem too much like a Tibbs people pleaser. Know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
You're talking about their relationship, right?
Right. And as far as I'm concerned, you gotta get rid of one in order to free up the other.
Okay.
Because there's no way you're gonna get rid of both.
I agree, but I'm gonna ask you a question. So I had a big question to ask when you talked about the shooting guard. We said shooting guard that actually shoots, because I like Grimes. I do, because when he played Jimmy, oh my goodness, I was like at work going crazy game 6, and people are like, "Why are you going nuts?" I'm like, "You have to understand, people don't get the fact that Jimmy Butler did not go crazy on the Knicks. It was every other team.
No, he didn't go crazy on Grimes.
Right.
Yeah, he went crazy on Josh Hart. If you remember in that game 6, remember in game 6, we legit had a huge lead on Miami in game 6 in the beginning, in the middle of the first quarter, going in second quarter and things of that sort. Man, we had a 14-point lead.
And then
Tibbs takes out Grimes and puts in Josh Hart, and they cut the lead to 7 in a 2-minute and 30-second stretch.
And then throughout the rest of the game, you're screaming at Tibbs, get Hart off the court because he's confident on defense.
Yep, get Hart off the court because he was a bad matchup for Miami.
And the funny part was when I heard Greedy doing the play-by-play, every time I heard Hart coming to the court, I didn't even have to hear his name. I heard Frieza go, "Oh my, this guy!" And I'm like, "Oh shit, like he's back on the court again." I'm like, hopefully he just has 1 or 2 possessions of solid, and then all I'm hearing is Jimmy Butler ISO scores, another Jimmy Butler ISO scores. I'm like, all right, I like Grimes because his defensive ability is already shown to be major. I feel like,
but he can't play 48 minutes a game.
And that's true. But then again, that was why I was constantly flashing in capital letters in the chat. We want Grimes. We want Grimes. Get rid of Hart. But does the Tin Man ever do it? No. He is slow at adaptability. This is why I want either Johnny Bryant to take over or get a coach who's quicker on the draw.
But I think Jimmy's going to get whoever Jimmy needs to get in this game. I mean, we don't have anybody that can stop him. We don't have anybody his size. We don't have a legit, small forward wing defender on the team.
But that's because the team is so bloated with big men and/or shooting guards.
Right.
Shooting guards who don't shoot.
Shooting guards that don't shoot or guard.
Or dribble. Or
dribble. Or pass.
Is Grimes the second coming of
Reggie Bullock?
Yeah, Reggie Bullock.
Right now, he's on that path, bro. I think he's on that path. Okay, so let me be honest with you. I think Grimes has upside and potential. Now, hear me out. Hear me clearly on this, right? I think Grimes has potential to have a Paul George type impact on offense and defense. Does that mean he's going to put up Paul George numbers? No, that's not what I'm saying. But for this team, when I say that, I mean Paul George basically is the do-it-all wing player for everybody. And on defense, he's the do-it-all person on defense as well. Whatever defensive assignment, play the passing lanes, best of on-ball defender, smart team defender, rebounds well, all these different physical defender, switchability. I think Grimes can be all of that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think you might be right that he could potentially be that for some team. I think where Mets is 100% right is that Tibbs never for a Tibbs team. Tibbs is going to put the ball in the hands of his 2 or 3 guys, his top 2 or 3 scorers, and he's going to run his pick and roll or go get your one-on-one game. That's what he's going to do. We've seen him for 4 years. That's what he does. We saw him every stop he's been. He's never ran a really fluent offense. It's, it might be effective, it might be efficient to some degree, but it's
still tunnel vision.
It doesn't win big. At least we haven't seen it win big.
But just real quick, just real quick. The one thing I learned in life is if you've ever been around or heard the story of an inventor, they have 100 they have 100% belief in the thing that they invented. That's why they stuck with it. So Tibbs with the ice pick and roll, right? Tibbs is never gonna vary away from that. He created that. He don't care what your offense look like, right? He don't care about none of this other stuff because he has this thing that he created and perfected. It's like Jerry Sloan in the pick and roll, right? Jerry Sloan in the pick and roll. The reason why Jerry Sloan in them, right, couldn't get over the hump, whether it was with Stockton or Malone or
Hornacek
or Darren Williams or Carlos Boozer or whoever, is because when they went to Jerry Sloan and said, "Hey, man, every team in the NBA is loading up now on pick and roll defenders." You know what Jerry Sloan said? Well, we'll just run it harder.
It's the same thing. Yeah. It's the same thing with the Tin Man.
Well,
Right.
and that's what I'm saying with Grimes. I don't think Grimes, he just won't put the ball. The only way Grimes will get that amount of touches is if RJ is not there and Grimes is allowed to run the bench crew in that second quarter, like what they were letting RJ do for a while. And I think that's the only way Grimes will really get that kind of responsibility is if RJ is not here.
So I have a question for you guys, right? Knowing how Tibbs is and his methods, do you believe that if Grimes goes to Hornets, do you think Grimes becomes what we all think he is, or should be? Let's say
Grimes goes to the Hornets.
I doubt it. Clippard is cut from the same cloth as Thibodeau.
I'm not Hornets. Sorry, I mean Clippers. With like a coach like Ty Lue. When he has.
What do you mean? Do you mean does Grimes have untapped potential? Is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying if you put him on another team where a coach will be able to be like, you know what, I'm going to put you under a wing of a guy who can teach you how to play like this, instead of Tibbs being like, you know what, this is how I play my system. You play in my system, rather than I'm kind of
I think
that
you can do that here by changing.
Right.
If you change the coach, you can do that here.
Right. He could do it under Tibbs' system. I just don't think he gets the opportunity. I mean, he could run a pick and roll. He dribbles better than RJ. He can handle the ball better than he cuts to the hole better than RJ. He has a quicker first step than RJ. I don't know why he's not given the opportunity to run a little pick and roll here and there. He's just not. He's a guy who can stop and pop. But he's not.
That is true.
But the issue is, again, Tibbs always tells him, when possible, get to RJ, get to Brunson, get to Randall. He's not going to take that shot with that kind of a yoke on his neck. There's only one of two ways that happens. One, RJ, Randall gets shipped out. Or two, Tibbs gets a pink slip and Johnny Bryant gets a chance to run the system.
Well, Tibbs isn't going anywhere now. You know that.
Yeah, I mean,
Tibbs' job is solidified. I don't think we should even.
Because I think if we get swept by the Cavs, yeah, Tibbs is gone. But the fact that we got to the second round, and that beat them in 5, everybody looked at Tibbs like, wow, okay, he's figured it out.
The fact that he beat the Cavs and gave the Miami a fight when we played horribly against them with injured players and guys that just didn't show. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, the Celtics laying down the way they are. I just don't think you can say anything to Tibbs at this point.
So it's all up to the Nuggets to keep us relieved.
No, I don't care nothing about the Denver Nuggets.
I'm a head out, but I want to give a quick shout out to Carmelo Anthony. That's my guy. Like from me, I know you guys tell me a lot about the history of the Knicks and how you guys grew up on the Bernard Kings and the Frasers, but for me it was Melo. Melo was my guy. I remember being a big.
I was a Ewing guy, to be honest.
Oh yeah, Ewing. But for me, I remember growing up and watching Melo play LeBron. Everybody said LeBron's the best. I used to argue kids at school and be like, watch LeBron play Melo. And Melo will always give LeBron the business. And then for me, I did a commercial years ago, and I did at least 11, 12 years old. I remember doing a commercial, and I had a jersey, and he walked so far and got in his car. He ran and was like, Melo. Ran past the entire crowd just to sign me and my friend's jersey. That guy, hard to go, true New Yorker.
Yeah.
Down to the toe. Yeah. Love that man to death.
Yeah, man.
Going in the rafters, big time. You guys have a good night, all right?
All right, boss.
All right.
Take care, brother. Take care.
If anything that ruined Melo was Jackson.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I was the biggest Melo fan, but listen, much respect. He had a great career. Good for him. I had the opportunity to meet him when he was a rookie out in Denver. When I was there, he was in the spot that I was in. He was a little younger than I was, but anyway, listen, he never was my kind of ball player.
What?
Yeah,
The
man.
Ivory 10 doesn't like a guy that's a one-trick pony? I would never have guessed.
No, Melo wasn't a one-trick pony. I mean, he could do it all on that offensive end.
Okay.
I just didn't, guess who told a story about him that really confirmed everything that I thought about Melo was Chauncey Billups. Chauncey Billups is telling a story about Melo, and he goes, you know what? And this was during a game actually that he said this. And I couldn't believe he actually said it. He goes, my problem with Melo was we'd be playing a game, we'd be out there hustling, we would blow out a team and we come back to the locker room and he'd be upset because maybe he didn't have the best night. And then on another night, we'd lose by 25, but he'd have a great night and he was all excited and wanted to go out to the club. He goes, I didn't, he seemed like he was always concerned about his numbers. And Melo played that way. He played like he was just concerned about his numbers.
So
and
this was
really what turned me off about it.
So this was in 2011?
I don't know the year that he was talking about, but it was clearly one of the years that he played with Melo out in Denver.
Yeah.
So it had to be 2009, somewhere up to when they got traded to the Knicks in 2011.
Somewhere there. Yeah, somewhere it may have been when they played for the Knicks together.
It could have been.
You never know.
You never know with the way he played.
But essentially somewhere around that range up to 2011.
And Freezy, how many times it'd be a close game, valuable possession, Melo would just come down and pull up with a crazy shot, or we'd be coming back from down, maybe down 10, we come back, we'd be down 4, and Melo would be hot. He would take a heat check from stupid jump shot. It's like the most dumb shot you've ever seen.
You gotta. It's a Melo's a scoring machine, bro. You gotta live with it.
I know, but that is not something that. Listen, there's a reason why LeBron didn't want him out there on the Lakers with him. There's a reason why some of these other players didn't want him on the team. Was he somewhat blackballed from the NBA? I mean, he was better than a lot of cats.
Yeah, more or less. I think it was after his tenure in Houston, or was it Oklahoma City they started getting blackballed.
But why do you think that? Why do you think that happens to some players? Like I know it happened to Enes Kanter.
Yeah.
I mean, but Enes Kanter, I think that was political because what's going on with Turkey.
Yeah.
But I just don't. I don't understand what's going on with Melo. I mean, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about it or what, but I don't see how that happens.
I don't. Well, the thing is, okay. So the Melo conversation, I don't mind that one. But if we're gonna do the Melo conversation, then I'm gonna shut the door on the other conversation about the Grimes improvement, and because the worst thing in a conversation when how you have 3 subjects open at one time, you know what I'm saying? Like if we're like for instance, are you okay with the Knicks trading the Kid and Caputo for a stretch 5? Because if so, then we could just talk about Melo.
Hell no.
My opinion, no, we're not.
Here's Freezy. But remember, I want to play the devil's advocate because, of course, I'm not into that. I think it'd be silly. The devil's advocate is, you know what? There's a number 1 scoring option, potential MVP that might be available that is a stretch center and Embiid to some degree. Do you want him? And, that it's tough. How do you say no if you're a Knicks fan to a talent like that? How do you say no? I just don't think you can. If that's the stretch center we're talking about, great. But if we're talking about trading Mitch for one of for some whoever, I mean, no, man, I'm not.
I put it to you like this, Irene. I love driving Ferraris, right? But I can't afford a $3,100 a month car payment, plus the car insurance that goes with it,
right?
And the gas and the maintenance, right? So when you ask me if I want Joel Embiid, yes, I would love to have Joel Embiid. But the price for Joel Embiid is what bothers me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, of course, who wouldn't want Joel Embiid, right?
Yeah.
But the price, though.
If he was healthy all the time, would you be more? I mean, obviously you would be if he was more healthy. But I think, would it be worth giving up all that for him? I don't think it's worth giving up all that for him because he's never healthy. But if he were healthy, do you think it would be worth giving up all that?
Yes, right. Yes, right. But here's the thing: Because what you're asking me is Joel Embiid is a healthy Joel Embiid worth paying the price for a healthy Joel Embiid? Of course it is. Right? Of course it is. You're talking about I
don't know, but I don't know.
But hear me out on this. Hear me out on
Okay.
this though. You're asking me, would I be interested in getting the reigning league MVP in his prime? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And am I okay paying the price for the reigning league MVP in his prime? Of course. But what that does though is if you just have enough to pay for him and you get him and you can't do anything else, we still have the same issue we had before we got him.
Right.
Basically, we consolidate a bunch of pieces that equaled Embiid for Embiid himself. Now the rest of the roster is going to be me, you, and Mets. You know what I'm saying? So
you can't make a team with just 4 guys.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's one of those. Of course, when it comes to it's like asking me would I trade for Jokic right now? Of course.
Well, no. I mean, considering all the above, considering what that means, obviously you have to take into account what that would mean to the team and what that means to your flexibility going forward. Right. I think there are plenty of coaches who might say, you know what, give me Brunson and Embiid and I'll figure it out. There's probably plenty of coaches that'll say, give me LeBron and AD and I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So there's an argument there. I don't know what it is, but there probably is.
There's definitely room for debate there. There's room for debate.
My opinion, in the whole train the farm for Embiid, it's a situation where it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. On the one hand, you trade your assets for Embiid, you're basically stuck with a stretch 5 who while he can go and be a bully in the court in the paint, and can shoot the 3 when applicable, the trade-off is you're sticking with a coach who will just make them a bully in the paint and a rebounder, and that leaves him more vulnerable to being a glass cannon. On the other hand, if you don't, with no other assets to back him up. On the other hand, if you don't do it, you're basically stuck with the same team, same stubborn jackass of a coach, and same issues year after year after year, and especially with a front office who's going to stupidly let themselves get fleeced to have draft capital.
I hear where you're coming from, Mets, but I'm at this age where, I don't believe in the grass being greener just because it's, over on the other side,
That's how I was getting it too.
So I don't think that if we stay where we are and we go into next year with the same exact team, I'm saying with the same exact, I don't think we're starting from zero or we're like moving backward. I don't think so, because we still have that. We're still in position to make moves. We're still going to have money, or we're still going to have a lot of draft picks. So we're still in position to make moves. So I don't think that we're quite, lost as your statement might have seemed. I don't think we're as that bad.
Okay. So what I'm saying though is of course we have future draft capital, right? But if you use your present draft capital, which Philly will probably want, like the draft picks next year and in 2025, and these young players, that other capital, it's like the food that's in the back of your cupboard.
Which is
what I'm saying?
Which is why I always call out Leon for being idiotic for trading those draft picks, because he's always looking for the get-rich-quick option. There's no need for a shortcut, in my opinion.
Right. And I'm not sure he's the right shortcut to make. Yeah, he was the reigning MVP and he's nice and he's one of the nicest, but I'm still not sold on a center being able to be that lead guy for your team. And sure, we'll still have Brunson. That could be our guy. I mean, yeah. I think when it comes to crunch time, you need that guard to take you home. At least that's what we've seen. We haven't seen centers kind of like taking over. As good as Jokic is, as good as Embiid is, we haven't seen them take over in these crunch time minutes. It's been the guy with the ball that can get an open shot for himself or someone else.
Right. And so let me say this about Joel Embiid, just really quick. So recently we saw Joel Embiid play with an all offense guard that is ISO heavy,
Jimmy Harden,
that doesn't play defense, right? That can get scorching hot at any moment and can go off for 20, 30, 40.
Jimmy Harden.
Right. So
Right.
what makes you think if you bring Joel Embiid here to play with a point guard that's ISO heavy,
Jalen.
plays bad defense, and can go off for 20, 30, 40, he's going to get a different result.
Yeah.
That's my take. Right. And I know that sounds base, right? That sounds base, but in conversations, in complicated conversations, difficult conversations, you want to kind of keep some stuff as simple as possible. No need to complicate the simple stuff, right? Right. Is Jalen Brunson and James Harden, similar players? I think so at this point. You know what I'm saying? Because Jalen Brunson is not an elite passer, and I'm not knocking Jalen Brunson. I think Jalen Brunson is a superstar. I'm not knocking him. I'm merely pointing out his playing style.
It's just saying. Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. No. I'm merely pointing out his playing style. Right. That's the type of player he is. That's the type of game he plays in order to be effective.
For sure.
Right. Now. Go ahead, Matt.
And it's also the same game that guys like Jimmy Harden, Russ Westbrook, and to a lesser extent when he was still healthy, Bradley Beal usually play.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Well, I mean, yeah. You talking about if you're talking about ISO heavy guards, yeah. But my point is bringing in Joel Embiid puts us in a place where we have definitely upgraded the roster, right? But it also puts us in a place where we definitely have holes in a roster that we have to fill because the amount of bodies that went out in a Joel Embiid trade. Because Philly's not gonna accept the trade of grocery boys and all. They want talent and they want draft picks. So in order for us to execute that trade, and mind you, a trade with Philly for Embiid is within our division. So both sides of this thing want to make sure we get the best out of this trade because you don't want to do a bad trade. Now you gave the other team the best team, and now they're beating you every time you see them.
Then we're at a stalemate.
Yeah. So it's a lot of things to consider. It's not like Joel Embiid plays for the Clippers. You feel me?
Yeah.
So now if you trade Grimes, think about if you trade Grimes, RJ, Obi, Randall, and then Obi, Grimes, and RJ wound up hitting that ceiling we wanted them to hit while they were here. Now you're like, oh, we just made their future bright.
And we made jackasses out of ourselves with a get-rich-quick shortcut trade. Again.
Right. And then they also have the draft picks that we included. So not only is their future bright on the court right now, their future is bright going forward. Every year they have 2 draft picks to reinforce the roster.
Yeah.
And again, it makes Leon Rose look like a jackass if he makes that move.
Right. I just don't think center. I mean, our center position is good enough. We do not. I don't think we need a scoring center or even a deep threat 3-point shooting center to really to win. We really don't. I think we're good enough in that position the way we are, but we need our other guys to step up. And the only reason why I mentioned potentially trading RJ was because of the fact that he had a perceivably better postseason than he did a regular season, even though the statistics read exactly the same, other than 2 percentage points higher in 3-point shooting. But he really shot the same 43% in the playoffs as he did in the regular season. But hey, if the perception is now that he's a killer in the playoffs and we can get him and he has that much more value, maybe that means
what do you getting though? That was what I asked you earlier. We didn't get
and it wasn't necessarily about me having a trade in mind. Freezy, it really wasn't. It was just the idea of it, because I'm sure you've been hearing everybody say, "Oh, I'm ready to keep RJ now. I love RJ now. We can't let RJ go now. He's a keeper now because of 12 games, because of 11 games." But guess what? He comes out in 2 months, starts off cold. Where is he then? Where's his value?
Where it's the carbon copy of the past 4 seasons.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And now he's making 30. Now he's making $26 million. Not 19
not 9.
Or 18. Right.
Yeah, because 26 is more than 9. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, I get what you're saying. there. What I would say though to that, I'm just going to offer a counter, a different way to think about things, right? As opposed to trading RJ or trading Randall, right? How about we shore up the areas that we know that we suck, right? Like, for example, how about we get better at shooting free throws?
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Right. That is one thing that's an Achilles heel for us.
I'm
right?
really glad you mentioned that.
How about this? How about we have a shooting guard that shoots? I mean, and even better, how about we stop working Jalen Brunson like a dog every game?
Oh my God.
Why is Jalen Brunson always the one having to bring the ball up the floor? Never catches a break. He's always getting pressed. He's always getting trapped. And why not put a guard on the floor that can help balance out the duties? That's what guards do, right?
Tell me about it.
Guards are a tandem.
Grimes
you put two
looks
guards
like a power forward trying to hand it off.
Right. You notice NBA teams start two guards, two forwards, and a center, right? Or some teams will start 1 point guard, 3 wings, and a center, right? But they always have help for the point guard, right? Not us, though. We always have Brunson on the floor with non-ball handlers.
We don't even have a ball handler on the bench, Freezy. And I'm not one to say that IQ is a great ball handler. I don't think he is, especially in tight situations. We really need Gabe Vincent. He's a free agent. Give him that $12 million, $15 million that they're about to give Hart. Give him that $15 million. That's what
him and Max Strus. Why not? We need shooting.
Nice.
Right?
They're nice. You know, Freezy, you mentioned foul shooting. I want to say something because I think the crowd missed a major transformation happening on the basketball court at the foul line from Mitchell Robinson. You remember in Game 5 when he went 3 for 4 when they went to hack-a-shack on him. He made 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
What that does to his confidence in a game, it's huge. And what happened in Game 6? They fouled him once.
Yeah.
2 for 2. 2 for 2. They didn't do it anymore.
They ain't do it no more. Yeah. Yeah.
Mitch is still growing.
Right.
Center position is still growing. Yeah, he's never going to be that dude. I mean, he's never going to be like Embiid out there on offense. But Mitch is still growing, and we have to give him an opportunity to play with someone who's willing to get him the ball in his spots. We don't really have a great distributor, facilitator. We'd like to get better in some of these spots, Freezy, but the only way we can get better is if we let go of some other people who are on the roster. Someone's got to go.
I'm going to let me say this, even though it's totally ridiculous, just follow me on it, right? Just follow me on this. If the Knicks had Luka Doncic and Jalen Brunson in the backcourt, I think Mitchell Robinson averages 12 points and 12 rebounds. And the reason why I say that is because not only does Mitch his point and output increase on the offensive boards, but now you have a guard that knows how to manipulate defenses, that can catch your big roll into the rim, where all he has to do is just finish at the rim, right? We have a diminutive guard who can't do that with those passing angles because he's at a height disadvantage, right? And he's at a foot speed because he's not the quickest, the fastest, the tallest. He can't jump the highest. He don't have the longest arm, but he's very skilled, very talented, right? If the Knicks had a playmaker that could get Mitchell Robinson the ball inside, like for instance, if you notice Julius Randle's wraparound passes to Mitch in the paint, the ones that always go out of bounds because Mitch is not expecting it. If think about these, because that'll happen to Mitch about 2 or 3 times a game, right? Randle will go to the paint. Mitch is ready to rebound. Randle will wrap around pass. It'll go off Mitch's hands because he's not expecting him. But Mitch is great at offensive.
It is going 95 miles an hour, Freezy.
I mean, but you can't throw soft passes down there, though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he should probably have some touch, right? But what I'm saying is when you're in offensive rebounding mode and he throws you the ball, now you're like, oh, It just catch you off guard. You know what I'm saying? If you can get a guy that's further away from that can get like, man, when you watched Chris Paul hit passes to DeAndre Ayton, you like, man, this ain't even fair. Man, all he does is roll to the basket like everybody else. But Chris Paul hits that man right in the bread basket every time, man.
I watch pick and roll with every other team, and it looks like that drop pass is right there, just right there. I mean, they make it look so much easier than we do. I mean, we're just not even looking for the pass most of the time. We're not really looking to make that pass. You know?
Right. Yeah, man.
We need a 6'5" distributor, ball handler.
Yep.
You know, it's a guy that can guard twos but play the point, really. You know, like let Brunson play really what he is right now, which is a
scoring guard.
Yeah, right. Score, you know.
Right. I would, and so I mentioned that last night. I don't know if you heard it or not, but I said one of the fixes for this Knicks team is go out and get you remember Sean Livingston?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Go out and find you a Sean Livingston type guy to go with Steph Curry. You remember when Sean Livingston and Steph Curry were on the floor? Steph Curry was, man, when every time those two were on the floor, Sean Livingston was the point guard.
Yeah.
Right? And not saying that Steph is not, but occasionally you want your guards to play off the ball. Make their defense focus some change their strategy.
And he was big enough to guard twos, so that that took the pressure off of Curry from guarding the shooting guards and the wings. So that's like a perfect combination. I've been looking for that guy for the Knicks for so long because the Knicks have been living with an undersized shooting guard forever that they've been trying to turn into a point guard, from Tony Douglas to the other guy that came out. I mean,
Langston Galloway,
more undersized two guards than any other team in the history of the NBA.
Jimmer Fredette, even though that was only a 10-day contract.
My goodness. I'm like, all we need is a 6'5" point
Tony
guard.
Douglas.
And then we can and then all these other guys will work. All these other guys will work if we just had that one guard. And then he came. He was right there, number 6, right there, the pick. Halliburton. We let him go. Although he can't really guard twos either. So
yeah. When did we get when was Halliburton? The 2020 draft?
The Obi draft, I think so. Yeah.
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 So I right now, and like I said, the only reason why I'm even mentioning RJ, because I'm a big defender of RJ, is because he had such a strong postseason. I think it wouldn't be a bad time to look. Listen, his contract's about to kick in. And what happens if we get that trade for Ingram or someone like that can really slide in to be a number 2, number 1 scoring option? Then we're putting Julius at that number 3 where we think he thrived this year at the number 2 scoring option. You put him at the number 3, I think that's a perfect spot for him. If he would accept it, then I think the Knicks are cooking with gas. You get Randall in that 3rd scoring option spot behind Brunson and another guy. But if RJ has that value, why I'm not sure if now is not the right time. It might be a good time to at least inquire, see what's out there.
Right. No doubt. No doubt. I'm not a fan of trading RJ, but I can understand where you're going. I understand.
So in other words,
I'm not either. I'm just trying to get good and take advantage of Brunson is ready to win a chip tomorrow. Brunson's his skill level's ready right now. So we need to take advantage of this. He's in his prime. I think we should take advantage of it while we can.
So in your mind, Freezy, you don't want to trade RJ, but if you're willing to do it, you're more than willing to make that odious compromise. To get rid of him.
And again, I don't want to get rid of him, but if that is, okay. So it's got to be one of those things where we can't just become markedly better. It's got to be overwhelmingly better, right? I'm sorry, not markedly, but it can't be marginally better. We got to be, for instance,
not OG. It's not for OG.
No,
it ain't for OG.
No, I ain't doing no. It ain't even worth the paperwork, right? See, trades like that is not even. Like RJ, for instance, to me, RJ Barrett for an
Ingram or an SGA.
Yeah,
or
those are ones that I'm like that I'm okay with. But as a fan, I'm not going to RJ Barrett at an away game. Now just think about this. This is what I'm talking about. say Mets and I go to the Charlotte Hornets game after the Knicks trade RJ Barrett to Charlotte for Terry Rozier. Right? I'm not walking up to RJ Barrett like, yeah, we got Terry Rozier, baby. Woo! No.
I'd be more along the lines of Rose, you idiot.
Yes. Yep.
See, Freezy, what if New Orleans thinks that they can win and they think that they're going to get Zion back and they're going to put Ingram with him? Is your boy Murphy? Is he potentially available? Because that's a guy I would consider RJ for. I would do that. I mean, I love his
Trey
game.
Murphy.
Trey Murphy. Yeah.
No, they're not going.
They're not going to do that because he's on a rookie contract.
Yeah.
He's
for multiple reasons. Think about this, right? The Trey Murphy thing. You have to think about it outside of player for player. For one, New Orleans can't shoot the three. He is a guy on New Orleans that shoots the three well.
Yeah.
Right. So why would you trade if you know you can't shoot? Why would you trade your only shooter for RJ Barrett, who only compounds the current situation that you can't shoot the three?
I was going to suggest,
and then also, with RJ making $26.5 million and Trey Murphy on a rookie and Trey Murphy is on a rookie scale, now you're limiting other free agents that you could get because you traded for RJ Barrett. Now, sure, the draft pick compensation would be whatever it is either way, but why would you I mean, because you can't legit live with, think about this lineup: CJ McCollum, RJ Barrett at the 2, Herb Jones at the 3, Zion at the 4, and Valanciunas at the 5. Where is your shooting going to come from?
Well, I was thinking Ingram. I was Ingram at the 3, right?
I'm sorry, Ingram at the 3. I'm sorry.
Herb Jones, I guess, will be coming off the bench.
Herb Jones will be coming off the bench, yeah.
But yeah, they would definitely have problems. That one doesn't work. I guess I'm in love with that guy's game. I just love Trey Murphy's game. That's the reason why I wanted him. But I think a guy like what's his name on the Bulls is probably more likely. Not DeRozan, but I think what's his name is. I mean, they've been after him for, it seems like, forever.
Zach?
Yeah, they've been after Zach LaVine forever. It seems every other day I hear an article or see an article about the Knicks inquiring about Zach LaVine.
I was gonna ask Freezy, this is like a suggestion because I was listening to you guys talk about like 2 guards that can guard 1s and 2s and distribute a bit and shoot in space. Granted, this is not gonna happen this offseason, but Austin Reeves is literally the definition of that. But we already gave up a first rounder for Josh Hart, so that type of money will just go to Josh Hart. So
no, you can't make a move based on principle.
I mean, we can't, but you know, politics and giving up assets for a particular guy, and he was relatively successful. The optics is that you do that, but for other organizations, we're like put it this way, we're risk averse. This organization is risk averse. Another team that might go out on a limb like that, they would do that sort of move. They would say, oh, well, so what, we gave up essentially 2 firsts for Josh Hart. This guy is available and he fits us a lot better. If you just like look at how the Denver Nuggets have retooled over year while getting healthier, like adding KCPs and Bruce Browns.
I just don't know why we're looking to build a bench with a $15 to $17 million guy when we clearly still need starters. You know, we need a 2 guard, and we're out there trying to spend $17 million on the backup two guard.
On the backup.
The
Who
backup
can't
two guard
shoot?
that's really a power forward.
The backup two guard that can't shoot or guard.
You know,
What
I
are we
don't want.
doing?
I don't want to. I don't want to kill the guy because he played well when he got here, but there's just a way you build this, and I don't know why. Why are we looking to wait? Are you telling me we gave up a first round pick and for a guy who we now have to pay free agent money to, who's also a backup bench player with no particular skill?
I was gonna say, Ivory, if me and Freezy had this conversation earlier, we gave up Cam Reddish. We gave up a first for Cam Reddish. Then we traded Cam Reddish and a first for Josh Hart. So essentially, we gave up 2 late first rounders for Josh Hart. So that's even more incentive for us to re-sign him.
Right.
But again, it's also another example where Rose doesn't think these trades through, and it's one of the main reasons I called him out as an idiot during the draft last year. Here for getting fleeced twice in the same round, and I call him an idiot for getting fleeced this year.
I'll say this about this front office: when they do make mistakes, they're quick to pivot away from it and try to fix it.
Right.
It's just they do it the year after. Like they don't do it the
Right.
same off season or like half a season through. They don't like sign a guy in the summer and then realize this guy's not going to work and we trade him at the deadline. We waited till the whole year is through
Right.
before we
But they
figure
may
it out.
think that Hart's working. They may think this works. You know,
I won't go there with you on that one. That one right there. The one thing I know that I'm confident that our front office does is they value analytics. Now, Tom Thibodeau may get that intel and not use it, but NBA front offices, trust me, all NBA front offices know that in that game 6, that Jimmy Butler was 3 for 10 against Quentin Grimes. Every NBA front office knows that.
I didn't go back to him.
But that's not my point. That's not the point that I'm getting at. The point is that what Ivory said was that maybe whatever, right? My thing is that everything that happens in the league, every NBA team knows. That's why coaches get fired. And you're like, why did they fire him? Because the analytics department knows all of this stuff. They give everybody listen, the league is driven by data, right? That's why when Monty Williams didn't win with it, he was quick out the door. Listen, we gave you the data. You didn't use it. You went by your gut. Now you and your gut are on the unemployment line.
Well, what I'm saying is that I think that they might believe that Josh Hart works and that he gave a very positive contribution, and therefore, hey, we gave up this amount, and this is why, because we believe he could do what he did here. There are a lot of people who are saying we definitely should re-sign Hart because he gave us a ton of value. So they wouldn't be alone.
But what is that value though? Is what I'm saying.
You don't have to sell me on it.
I was gonna.
Listen, I don't think you can re-sign a backup two guard for $15 million, for $17 million. When you don't have a starting one, I mean, it's not like he's the final chip to winning it all. Yeah. You know, how do you get a backup two before you have a starting two?
He's like this is how you like sum it up essentially. He is a regular season player. He's an 82 game player. He is a body that will basically run through a wall consistently over the course of 82 games. He'll basically give you everything that he has. He doesn't necessarily become the most skilled guy, but when you get into the playoffs, you want Josh Hart to turn into Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and he's simply just not that.
Right.
And there's no way Denver's giving up KCP for
no. But it's one of those things where there is a skill set that becomes more value when you get into the playoffs, and he doesn't present that skill set or size. It's one of those things where he does the things that you want, especially if you're establishing a culture over an 82 game season. But certain role players or specialists, as Mike Malone has said, specialists get played out of the playoffs.
Okay.
I like that. So, Freezy, do you think we're going to re-sign him? Because it sounds like you don't think that I saw an issue when his supposed best friend won't pass him the ball for a game winner.
Yeah,
There's a
I
problem
saw
there.
it. Yeah, I saw it.
There's a problem there. And if the front office re-signs him, that means they believe he's going to be a contributor. And he will contribute to some degree, but I just don't see how you build a team this way. It does not make sense.
Right. No, I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
It's the law of equivalent exchange. You don't gain without giving something up in return.
I was going to say
there's not enough gain. There's, in my opinion, gaining Josh Hart required too much of a sacrifice from my perspective. Yes, Cam Reddish was nothing but can fodder, but a draft pick was something I was not willing to cough up for this.
We thought we were going to get the Mavs pick, but they played a joke on us.
We got no draft pick again.
Yeah, like we essentially thought, okay, we're going to have a late first rounder. We might as well give this up for Josh Hart because we're going to try to make a run in these playoffs. We're going to get replenished with young talent because the Mavericks are going to make the playoffs, right? And then the Mavericks were like, no, we're not. And that also hurt us in the process.
Right. And this is where you want to punch Leon Rose in the face for me.
Ultimately, in a series to series basis, like I'm not averse Josh Hart. Like I'm not against it if we sign up for a decent contract. But I also don't want the guy pulling the strings to be Tibbs, because if you've noticed, Tibbs doesn't want to go with what the analytics say will work. Like we had a lineup against the Miami Heat that was working much better than the Josh Hart lineup.
Yes.
The first bit of turmoil he faces in the fourth quarter, while we're still in the game, he yanks Grimes and throws in Josh Hart and RJ Barrett. Then they never worked together. They never worked together at any point during that series. They barely worked together in the prior series. The only reason is the Cavs couldn't really score on us.
Right, and honestly, it never worked in the regular season either. But we overcame it with excellent shooting by guys like Quickly, so you never noticed it.
Or Josh Hart shooting above his head at 60%.
61% from three.
And this is why I don't like Tibbs calling all the shots. Again, I get that this run.
Man, so you about to say the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you about to say the same thing again? Yeah, I get it, man. Just put some ketchup on it. So change it up, some mustard on it or something.
A little relish.
With a tin soldier who just doesn't want to listen to his commanding officer.
Right. No,
if you're talking about commanding officer, I'm pretty sure Leon Rose listens. It's a little bit reversed. Leon Rose listens to Tom Thibodeau.
Okay, then how do you deal with a tin soldier who usurps command from the person who's supposed to be in charge?
This is where we have a lot of talented or smart, knowledgeable guys in the front office, but there's also multiple visions going on at the same time, right? In terms of who thinks what will work. And there'll be an analytics part of it. There'll be a connections part, which is like William Wesley. The analytics is Brock Aller. There'll be like a young talent scout, which is Walt Perrin. Then there's the guy that's in the locker room that's managing all the players. That's Tom Thibodeau. And all four of those guys have different ideas on what type of guy we should bring in. When you have too many cooks in the kitchen, it kind of jumbles up what type of team you want to put out there ultimately that will be a title contender. So
all I'm saying is,
I think we just need to pick a direction in terms of what
all I'm saying is Tibbs has got to go sooner rather than later.
He's going to be in the front office regardless whether we like it or not.
I'm just saying.
What did he see in Trevor Keels? I mean, what did he see?
Well, he's undersized for his position and he's a little stocky, which is his, like, Freezy said it. Freezy said it before. Tibbs might have a fetish for undersized guards, combo guards. Yeah.
He's like an undersized power forward. He's like 200 pounds. He's a big dude.
That's the
same thing with Daquan Jeffries.
Yeah, that's his MO. That's his go-to.
But enough's enough
Towns.
with basically turning a team into a bunch of Davids who can't throw the sling into the eyes of Goliaths.
If you're above 6'5" and you have skill,
He's not going to use
you're
you.
not really that value to him unless you're a big man. Unless you're a big man that rebounds. If you're a 6'5" skilled finesse type player, like Michael Porter Jr., Michael Porter Jr. would not get no burn here.
None. If you're an Evan Fournier, Tom Thibodeau does not have. He can deal with you,
but he's not going to use you.
Yeah, Tibbs and Fournier, you could see the look on Fournier's face. When you go to the games, like he's sitting down, Fournier look at Tibbs, and Tibbs just, it's like Tibbs.
You see right through him.
He just bites his tongue. Like you still here?
As far as I'm concerned, if I'm Fournier, I curse him out in French.
Listen, Fournier must hate Tibbs. He must hate him with a passion.
Yeah.
I mean, he did exactly what his job, what we brought him here to do, was to hit threes. He hit him at a record-breaking clip, and he got nothing. He got no reward except for the bench.
That's what I'm saying. Fournier, if Tibbs doesn't use him next year, curse him out in French.
I'll say this, like, I'm not the biggest Fournier guy personally.
Neither am I.
So it's like he actually probably deserved to get benched, but in that like the decision making or the thought process for Tibbs, that bleeds out for other players in terms of their leash or their ability to do certain things on the court. You'll see that's the reason why honest to God, I feel like it's the reason why guys like Grimes are timid when it comes to certain moments in terms of taking the big shot or being not afraid to just continuously shoot, even if they're off.
So in other words,
I don't think he empowers them.
You're saying they're afraid of him.
Yeah, because if you don't do exactly as he says, how he says it, with exceptions, there's a short leash.
Well, at this point, I say, Fournier's got to lead a revolution. Do what a Frenchman always does best. Lead a revolution.
Well, Freezy, as Freezy was Haitian for a short amount of time, he understands.
Yeah,
a revolution.
Yeah, a very 1804, baby. You know what I'm saying? But no, I get. Let me first say this. So I added the link to I added the link to the podcast in the chat, and I'm just gonna ask everybody so kindly if you don't mind, check that out. I'm gonna pin it here. Just
hit the likes too.
Yeah, hit that like button. Support the channel so that we can continue to grow, and also just really quick, the Tom Thibodeau thing. There's nothing we could do about that. We may as well just get over it, right? but at the same time, the Leon Rose thing, there's nothing we can do about that, man. We may as well get over it. However, some of the things that y'all mentioned, I think does deserve a deep dive. I think Met said a couple things. And in our conversations, some of these things get lost, and I don't want to do that. And Ivory said a couple things, and Dre alluded to some stuff. So Dre, instead of me pounding the table, every night for something that won't, instead of me repetitively saying trade RJ, trade RJ, trade RJ, you know what I'm saying? I love RJ. I just use him for an example, but instead of doing that, let me offer you a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
How about we make a trade, right? Not a major one, though. How about we make a trade to find a hidden gem to go with Jalen Brunson? Ivory and I talked about it at about the 40-minute mark of this show. So it's been about an hour or so ago. Ivory, you remember when I mentioned Sean Livingston? And I talked to Dre about this last night about a couple of guys, right? How about instead of us using our resources, our tangible resources, how about we use our intangible resources to find a guy? Can we do that?
Yeah.
Dre, is there? Think about what I'm asking you. Is there? And I know you always do, right? But think about what I'm asking you. Is there a young guy around the league that we could trade nothing for, bring him here, and have him develop next to
strike a stone and get some water up out of it?
Yes. Is there that guy out there?
Because there's multiple guys across the league that just really need opportunity. Like, I'll throw a name out there, Nickeil Alexander, for example.
Yeah, Alexander Walker.
Yeah, he's super talented, but he's kind of been placed in a particular role.
But he never puts it together on any specific. He's got all these skills, bro, but from one night to the other, you never know what you're gonna get, bro. It's the Forrest Gump thing, bro.
And like, he came into the league as a guy that you think could be an offensive like super weapon, right?
I was gonna say he should be SGA right now.
But they're related.
Cousins, yeah.
Yeah. But he's kind of developed into like a very, very good defensive player. I don't know if you've seen him recently, but in the playoffs, he was showing his ass, for the lack of a better word.
How old is he now, though? How old is he now? 25?
Nah, he's not 25. He's like 23, I believe.
23?
I believe he's around that age.
Okay.
I'm about to check right now. Q Alexander Walker. He is 24.
Okay. So it met both of us halfway. You said 23, I said 25. Okay. Halfway.
Yeah, like guys like that. You can.
How tall is he?
I think he's 6'5", 6'6".
Okay.
I'll check. Hold on. Because I had it up for a split second. Nickeil Alexander Walker. He is 6'6", 205.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Another undersized guy.
He has long arms and he's athletic.
And he can dribble. He's got underrated handles.
Right now, his IQ hasn't come along offensively, but he's shown like spurts and abilities to.
Has he always? But has he been in a place where he can learn offense? No.
No.
Yeah, he can't really learn it in OKC.
No, he's on the Wolves now. He was on New Orleans, but they traded him.
Yep. And they had him and Josh Hart playing together.
Yeah. Is that during his first years with the Pelicans?
Yeah. So. Yeah. And like his actual offensive ability, like he came into the league kind of with an offensive bag. And because Alexander Walker, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is his cousin, they actually trained together.
Yeah.
So they bounce things off of each other, which is why he's kind of gotten better at defense, because Lord knows you need to know how to play defense if you're going to try to do any type of stopping of SGA in the workout.
Right.
So there's guys littered across the league like that. Nickeil came first, like that was off the cuff. That was something that just came to the front of my mind.
Let me ask this though, just for the sake of seeing whether it's even worth going down the road with Nickeil Alexander Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Who has more upside, he or Grimes? Because if he don't have more,
I would say Nickeil. I would say
not worth talking about.
I say Nickeil has a higher upside than Grimes. He dropped 40 in like his rookie year,
right?
In a nationally televised game against the Lakers, I believe. Right. I was watching that game.
Ivory, you see what I'm talking about? Like if can we find a guy on the cheap around the league and bring him in, and not pay the kit and caboodle for him, and have him develop in a Tom Thibodeau system, and have him be the complementary piece to Jalen Brunson?
That's hard, but I'm looking at a guy. There's not too many. There's guys that are like kind of proven. There's the Gary Trent Juniors of the world who are available, who are solid. But I think a surprise.
He gonna want $28 million, bro.
Yeah, he's too much money.
Yeah, hell no.
But there's what's his name? That was what about Kobe White? Isn't he 6'5"? Kobe White?
Yeah, he's
Him from
6'5", but
Chicago?
from what I've been hearing about them, because they're having so many issues in terms of guards being healthy with Lonzo, they're kind of pit to they have to resign him, or they'll have no guy to be any semblance of a point guard. Even though he naturally isn't a point guard at this level, he's just a guard.
You mean Chicago?
He's just naturally a guard.
Yeah.
They kind of have no choice but to resign him.
Would he be ideal for the Knicks? Maybe next to Quickly, where he's not the primary guy off the bench.
I wouldn't mind that.
But not as a starter next to Jalen Brunson. No, and not because Kobe White is a bad player, but you have to think about the role you want him to step into and the price you're paying for him to be that.
You don't want to put too much dip on his chip and then he falls flat on his face because he can't manage so many responsibilities.
Made a bunch of stuff for him. Yeah.
Especially if it's the hot dip that melts and makes the chip super soggy.
I tell you who can guard.
It's funny that you say that because I'm all keto now, but man,
you're not a
warm dip. Yes, sir.
I got
What's
a guy.
Up, Irie? Yeah, go ahead.
I got a guy who can guard twos, play the one, shoot, and defend. And he's cheap.
Don't tell me who he is. Let us guess.
Right.
Don't give it away. Is he cheap? Is he cheap?
Is he young?
Yes.
Is he young?
Yes.
Ooh. Now I'm intrigued.
Alex Caruso.
No, Alex Caruso can't shoot.
Okay.
Well, he's a rat that can get in and out of the picks.
Let me.
Isn't he?
Is he tall for a guard?
He's not tall. But he can guard twos. He's tough.
Ooh, this is intriguing here, man. Dre, don't get quiet now. You know basketball.
I'm jogging my mind.
Hey, Mets, don't get quiet now. You know basketball.
I'm thinking.
Hey, man.
It's not Ntilikina, is it?
No. Please, God, no.
Oh, what about Josh Green?
No, that's not who I was thinking of, but
okay.
Davon Mitchell?
No. He's not a free agent, is he? He's not available.
He's gonna even if he was available, he's a restricted free agent. Which is
okay. So we won't be here all night. Is he in the Eastern Conference or the Western Conference?
He is in the Eastern Conference, and he is still playing.
Okay.
Vincent.
Okay.
Gabe Vincent.
Okay.
Gabe Vincent.
We had this discussion though, like.
Can we have this? Those might
be Bill Belichick type players over there.
Yeah, but we saw him handle the ball. He hits
for sure.
shots. You know, he defends like crazy. You know, it's nice to have a good backup for Brunson. You know, he's tough. He's cheap.
Hey, you know, when you say that, when you said Gabe Vincent, I'm thinking that we can get a Gabe Vincent in the second round. His name is CD Sissoko.
If we can even get our pick for the second round back.
We could if we had a pick.
Yeah. No, I mean, but picks are cheap. You can buy picks. You can't buy first. But you can buy second rounders. You can't buy first rounders.
Well, I was gonna say what I'm being facetious. I was gonna joke and say, but that's Trevor Keel's job. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's Trevor Keels. Nah, Trevor Keels need to put on some more weight, bro.
What did they see? What did they see? What did they see in Trevor Keels? I
think from his projections from high school, they thought maybe his college was an aberration because he was so young in college. Because in high school, he was All-American. And shooting was his actual best skill set in high school. And he just lost his jumper at Duke for whatever reason. Yeah. But when you look at his mechanics, they look easily repeatable in terms of his jumper. But
on my end.
Peace, man.
All right, boss.
Boys.
All right,
but they thought maybe they could dig out like that talent that they saw, like that All-American talent from high school.
you know what? Let me be honest with you. Okay, I'm gonna be. This is my honest assessment of Trevor Keels, right? We're down on Trevor Keels right now because he's not playing, right? But my honest assessment is that Trevor Keels is 3 years away, but he offers you what Grimes is giving you right now, except with a little bit of playmaking, right? So Trevor Keels, when he hits his full stride, can be a low-level NBA starter if everything goes right. Right?
Or a
Now,
rotation player.
yeah. Well, that's what the part.
Yeah,
Let me.
my fault.
Yeah.
I'll be reading your mind to get my bad.
Yeah. So, but with that said, if he breaks through certain glass ceiling things for him, like the foot speed issue is an issue because he's slow, right? He can't get to his spots in college. That's why he can't get the shot off, and that's why it looks like he can't shoot because he can't get open enough to get his shot off in the NBA.
His shot selection was terrible too.
In college, the game was too fast for him.
Yep.
Right? Now, can he get his body right where he can take advantage of that? Kind of like what Paul George did. Like Paul George legit at 6'8" converted his body from a small forward athletic body to a shooting guard athletic body. And there's videos on YouTube. For those that doubt it, go on YouTube and you'll see the plyometrics thing that Paul George did to convert his body from just being a small forward to a do-it-all wing body, right? Because in the NBA, you need to be strong, but you don't have to carry around bulk, right? And I know this is gonna sound crazy. Like you don't have to be Shaq's size to be strong at your position. You just have to increase your functional strength through diet and exercise
and body control.
Right? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And what are you using your strength for? Like in Paul George's case, he needed to improve his body so that he can take the rigors of the NBA on a nightly basis, chasing guys around on the perimeter. With Trevor Keels needs to do the same thing because Trevor Keels has a big walk-around body. Like he's a big guy naturally, right? But in the NBA, he can't be that, right? He's got to trim down and get stronger in other places. Like his legs need to get stronger. He don't have any explosion, right? He's not explosive. He's not fast. He's not quick twitch, right? He's not super athletic. Nope. He can't jump. All of that stuff, but that doesn't stop you from being in the NBA. Trust me, I see RJ Barrett do it every night.
Like Marcus Smart. He reminds me of Marcus Smart. You know, he's got that same like Marcus Smart kind of body, but he doesn't.
Except, yeah, he's just a little bit shorter, but he's the same stoutiness, like honey badger build.
Yeah, right. but to the point that you were making about a guard that we can get to play alongside Brunson. I think the kid City Sissoko is that guy, right? I can't remember how tall he is. I think he's like 6'5". Let me see if I can find him here. Yeah, he's 6'5", 176. Right, that's what they have. That's his G League measurements, right? Mm-hmm. So he's probably like 6'4" and some change, and the weight is usually accurate, right? But what he offers you, right, is pure defense on the defensive side of the ball. Very switchable, very quick twitch, gets in and out of gaps, chases well, gets around screen navigation. So he does what Quentin Grimes does. But at the same time, he does it from a point guard's perspective. Is he a point guard in the NBA? No. Right? Because he doesn't create shots and things for himself and for others. But he would be like in that who plays for he'll be like Javon Carter. Mm-hmm. So he'll be like Javon Carter, but at 6'5", right? And he's not stout like Javon Carter or Miles McBride, but he'll offer you that defense and energy like that. and you could put him on the floor with Brunson, and it won't be a 4-on-5 because if he gets an open shot, he'll knock it down. Right. So now with Grimes and Brunson on the floor, Brunson doesn't pass to Grimes because Grimes is not looking for the basketball. He runs from it, right? Goes to a spot and just stand there. But the Sissoko kid, hey, Dre, you know who he'll remind you of? Ayo Dosunmu.
Okay.
From Chicago.
I actually do like him, but I think they put a little, said it before, too much dip on his chip. It kind of made him regress. They put too much on his plate.
Right.
Can I just go backwards just a little bit?
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think we need to give the Bulls a little bit of a fight for Kobe White. I was just taking a look at his numbers. I mean, the guy has been a good shooter his whole career.
Right.
He's been a plus 35% three-point shooter his whole career.
Okay.
The last 2 years, he's at 39% and 37% from three on 6 attempts and 5 attempts. His field goal percentage is not great, but it's 44% the last couple of years. He's 6'5",
and he's fast, and he's an
fast.
athlete. He's an athlete.
3 assists a game. By the way, if they valued him, they certainly didn't even start him last year. Even when their starting point guard was out, he didn't start any of the games last year.
Their coach needs to be fired.
They're gonna, and to that point,
It's been
a lot of times they
it's Billy Donovan, right?
Yeah, it's Billy Donovan.
Yeah.
A lot of times they put them on their bench, and it's an organizational decision to make it easier to resign him.
Yeah.
To lessen his value, because if they just threw him out there to start with the volume, if he played 30 minutes a night, he's going to get 18, 19 just because that's the type of player he is. He's going to score. Now, is he necessarily a high IQ decision maker? I don't think he's reached that point in his career yet.
No.
But he's very young. He got to the league at like 19 or something.
That's always the knock on him has always been, since he entered the University of North Carolina, is he is not a smart decision maker in the pick and roll. Right? So if the first look in the pick and roll is not there, he's looking to either throw up the floater or keep the dribble alive and kill the play. It's the same thing with Quickly. When the first read is not there all the time with Quickly can make the second and third read out of the pick and roll, but Quickly won't. But he won't do it. Yeah, he just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think Quickly just has it. I just don't think he has it in his game. I really don't. When I'm tired. I'm tired of watching Quickly. I got to be honest with you. I mean, I can't stand the dribble, no pass, the crazy shots. He's the crazy shot selection he has.
Is it a Quickly thing or is it the offense thing? Because this offense is very, very high isolation.
That could be true. But he's really bad at it, though. Then let's put it that way. He's not very good at that offense. I would rather listen.
Like he's a pretty good off-ball guard.
I might rather pay Kobe White than pay Quickly.
I won't say that. Because I'll say this to this point. Kobe White can't play a fraction of the defense Quickly can, and we've seen at times Quickly can be or is as explosive offensively as Kobe White, but you have to work through the growing pains, obviously. But you're not going to get the package that is both of them in Quickly. Kobe White is a much more, much more refined offensive player in terms of his skill set and consistency on offense. But on defense, you're lacking a ton. Like Tibbs would get pissed off watching Kobe White play defense, unfortunately.
Yeah. Tibbs will have a meltdown. You'll see a big pool of Thibodeau on the sideline watching Kobe White.
That's part of the reason why Kobe White didn't start.
But if this is a bench guy that you can pick up for $8 million or something like that, I don't know.
You can live with the flaws at that money.
That's what I'm saying. I just listen. Quickly might play a little D, but what is Quickly?
He plays more than a little D.
I'm not saying Quickly only plays a little D, but what else is he doing? What is he really doing? He might add a spark every other game, every few games here and there, but what?
In the regular season, he had a ton of sparks. It was just the playoffs. was abysmal. Maybe
Well, the
the
first
lights
2
were
months
too
of the
bright.
season quickly was he was
Yeah, then the
he was
last
Casper the Friendly Ghost. I mean, we
then
would
the
see it.
last 3.5 to 4 months he was that like he was averaging 18 points per game on like
Yeah.
60% true shooting, which is really, really good.
Yeah. And
So
that's
we like be absolutely honest. I need this goes for RJ too. I need these slow starts gone. I can't deal with starting every season 20 games in and you're in a rut. Like that needs to be
Dre,
gone.
you know what that is? That's not the players.
What do you
That's the
think that
coach.
is?
That's the coach.
Interesting.
That's the coaching. That's the coaching staff, bro. They come in with they watch tape all year. They try to implement these things in training camp. At the beginning of the season, the mess don't work, and then they go back to what fits naturally. You see it every year with Tibbs, bro. Think about this. If you think I'm off base, right? Think about the last 2 seasons, right? The last 2 seasons.
Start slow.
Their record was slow,
Mhm.
but their pace of play was top 5 fastest in the NBA. You remember the first game of the season we played Memphis? When you watched that Memphis game,
We were up and down.
you saw it. You know I'm not lying to you, bro. That Memphis game, we were up and down the floor, up and down, up and down. Now, that's that Memphis game, right? Think about 2 seasons ago, the Boston double overtime game, where Kemba Walker was working for the Celtics. Kemba Walker was the ops. Remember we had an 8-point
double
lead?
agent.
Yeah. Kemba Walker out there giving. How you give? Okay, I'm gonna try to stay on topic, right? But how in the heck do you give Jaylen Brown a turnover with him running full speed the other way? Like he running to you to close out, and you just give him the ball, and he just keep on going and go to the other end and do a circus dunk.
Oh,
Ivory,
man.
y'all laughing, but this ain't for that hurt my feelings. Bro, that hurt my feelings, bro. This is our point guard.
Listen, I that's why I'm not a big fan of Quickly. That's why I'm not a big fan of Josh Hart. I want guys who play their role and guys who bring a skill to the table. I mean, Quickly does not bring a skill to the table other than his defense. There's nothing he's doing out there on an offensive side of the ball if he's not making that shot. He's just not. He's not making anyone else better. It's just not what I want to see from my guards. I don't know. I need to see more. And when I look at a guy like Kobe White, like I said, I don't see him play all that often. But if he's going to be half the prices of Quickly and provide that secondary ball handling that, quite honestly, Quickly doesn't even really provide a whole lot of ball
I'm going to keep it real because I've probably seen, because I lead pass and I watch a ton of games, I've probably seen maybe 35 to 40 Bulls games, either most of it or at least a half, right?
Yeah.
A lot, like he plays like Quickly on offense and Kobe White on offense are damn near identical in terms of their shot selection.
Mindset.
Oh,
yep.
God.
In terms of their shot selection,
That's terrible.
their diet of shots, because they'll both shoot a ton of threes and a ton of floaters.
Yep.
Quickly has added a little bit more of a mid-range this year, but for the most part, it's floaters and threes, and they have similar diets. The only thing that I'll give Kobe White an advantage over Quickly is he just has more natural explosion.
Yeah.
Like he can get from point A to point
faster.
B sometimes without a screen.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't really matter. But in terms of his IQ, he's improved defensively a little bit. He's not near IQ in that regard still, but he's improved on defense. His playmaking is extremely hit or miss because he's never really been told to get that role. Since his first year, they've made him a bench player, and his role was score off the bench, be a microwave, be a spark plug. So his development might have been altered in that process because the Bulls decided, hey yo, I'm gonna trade all these picks, I'm gonna trade everything because I want to win right now, and I'm gonna sign Lonzo, and I really don't care about Kobe White. Because coming into this year, they weren't even thinking of re-signing Kobe White. They were just gonna let his contract run out, or they were gonna try to trade him at the deadline. But they seen all those injuries because of Lonzo, and they had to go get Pat Beverly. Like they were running out of point guards. They lost Goran Dragic. They had to use him more this year, and he's kind of like carved out a niche for himself, and he's kind of made himself a little bit more valuable to the Bulls to the point where they kind of have to resign him because they don't know when Lonzo is ever going to come back. They're probably not bringing back Patrick Beverly, and they don't want to be stuck to having just what's his name, that point guard you just mentioned, the Io DeSumo. They don't want to be stuck with just him because he regressed. So they need like NBA caliber guards, either point guards, just they need guards, period. So they're in a situation where they kind of have to.
He's a restricted free agent as well. That guy Io DeSumo, right?
Is he restricted this year?
Yeah, he's a restricted free agent. It looks like
because second year, like guys drafted in the second round have shorter contracts.
Yeah,
but has it been his third year? Because I know they gave him a 3-year deal, I believe.
Yeah, it says restricted free agent. Yeah,
for sure. Already
his qualifying offer is $5.2.
Oh no, they're gonna give him his. Well, they're gonna give him his qualifying offer.
Right.
Or if he's restricted, it doesn't really matter. They kind of like nobody really. Io has like the physical traits and the mentality to be a guard that lasts 10, 11 years in the league. But his lack of shooting, and sometimes he crumbles under the big moments in like high pressure situations towards the end of games. He's just a young guard. He needs a lot of seasoning still. And they put too much on his plate, and he kind of regressed in that way. But like I wouldn't be averse to a Kobe White. Like matter of fact, I would take Kobe White on the Knicks over Josh Hart. Just in terms of his offensive explosiveness.
Okay.
I just think we need that ball handler. You know, we just need that secondary ball handler more than we need a rebounding guard. So.
But when you say secondary ball handler, we mean like a guy that can play make a little bit for other people. And Kobe White's not that, at least not yet.
He averages 3 assists a game in only 23 minutes. That's not bad.
But he has high usage. Like quickly averages probably more than 3 assists per game over the course of the regular season. That doesn't necessarily mean he's a great playmaker, does it?
Definitely not.
Right. So like you can't just use the number if you don't like necessarily see them play that much. And the way that he gets his assists isn't exactly like he's not passing guys open. Like he's just a guard. He presents basic guard skills, which IQ presents.
Yeah,
he doesn't present the advanced pass.
Yeah, I'm not thinking he's like some major facilitator. I'm more thinking, this is a guy that can take the ball and make a move and get to the rim. He's another slasher. He's a competent ball handler that can handle the ball in traffic. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking he's like some major point guard that's going to just, average 8 assists off the bench or something like that. I'm looking for a guy who could really just take the pressure off of Brunson a little bit with the ball.
I'm thinking of these like I'm going through like the free agents, and it's slim pickings, bro.
It's slim pickings.
It is very, very much slim pickings. Like if you wanted to go that route, a Dante DiVincenzo would be your guy.
Can he really handle it though? I haven't seen him really handle it.
No! But that would be another Tibbs kind of guy. That would be a Tibbs guy. But that would be also another Villanova guy.
And Dante DiVincenzo, they'll give Dante DiVincenzo 4 years, $94 million. Bro, and it would make me
well,
Dre.
You could bring Alec Burke back, Freezy. I mean,
Dre, but Dre, I'm saying, why would we spend bread on that or trade for that?
Because we want another ball handler or a third ball handler.
Nah, man, you can get those guys. I can legit get Andre Jackson from Connecticut.
What do you think about Jalen Noel? Shooting guard from Minnesota.
How tall is he? He's 6'4", right?
I think he's 6'5".
6'4", 6'5".
He is. What is his height? He's a second round pick. Well, but he's a free agent.
Yeah.
He's a bucket.
What's the story? What's the story with D'Angelo Russell?
He is a guy that can be schemed out of the NBA playoffs.
Yeah.
He is a one-way player that, like a lot of the same things that you said for quickly, it's like magnified worse.
Yep.
But he's better though. He's much better. He
gets more opportunity.
He can run a team though. He can manage a team.
Can he run a good team?
No, he can't.
He's running one now, isn't he?
No,
he literally had to get benched, and they got swept. Like when they went against the Nuggets, they were like, they were a plus 40 with him off the court, and a -4 or -50 when he's on the court.
Yeah.
Listen, he's left-handed. We got to get him.
Yeah, and he's a stout guard. Yeah, so we got to have him.
But this is the thing, like, I'm not trying to live in a reality where Jalen Brunson and this guy is on the court at the same time.
Nope.
Because I'm keep it real with you. You can mention these statistics, but in terms of everything that goes into like a fit, because ultimately, if Tibbs is here, we're gonna play high isolation. It's gonna be like one of those things where his strengths might not be highlighted because he's not gonna have the ball in his hands. Because we're gonna have other guys be high volume isolation players, and then his weaknesses are gonna be thrown up even worse because our defense is basically, if you're a guard, fight over every screen, but he is terrible at fighting over screens.
He don't care.
So he'll get on his team, right? Tibbs will see that he cannot play defense, at least not in high leverage games. Like, of course, of the regular season, teams are not going to be targeting or teeing off on him. But once we get to the playoffs, it's a reason why. Also, part of that, D'Angelo Russell he's amongst one of the worst shooters in the playoffs in the NBA history, like near Randall, but he has more opportunity to be in the playoffs. So he's been bad in the playoffs for a minute. And if your offense isn't showing up and you play defense like that in the playoffs, you're getting played out of the lineup, out of rotations. And then he's going to ask for 20, 25 million just because.
Just off that.
So he's not cheap. Let's not get it twisted. He's not going to be cheap because his resume dictates, I made an all-star game before, I averaged 20 points per game before.
Yeah.
You need to pay me.
Maybe
that, and a third.
Listen, if we're gonna give Josh Hart 17 million,
oh God,
I mean,
oh God,
why not give him 25? I mean, or 20.
If they give Josh Hart 17 million, bro.
Oh my God, I would let Josh Hart walk, bro.
Let him walk. I'll push him. Yo, come on, bro. Come on. Some of this can't even be real life, bro.
We talking about 4 years, $80 million. Freezy, don't put that out in the world, bro.
Who Josh Hart? No, they're gonna pay him 4 years, 104.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you, bro. Watch. Okay.
Oh,
somebody made a song where the hook was like, "Don't believe me, just watch." Somebody put that in a song once. I can't remember.
All Gold, Everything by Trinidad James.
Don't believe me, just watch. Yes.
Yes. Oh, well, there's guys that disagree with us.
What? People that disagree? Never.
Perfect for this team.
Yeah.
We were running a lineup, right, Freezy, against the Heat with eight minutes to go in our season, with 4 guys that have a skill set that would make them a power forward, just in varying sizes.
Yeah.
Because Brunson is a post machine. Like, he's a post-up player at times. Right. Josh Hart is a rebound guy. We know Julius Randle's a power forward.
Right.
RJ sometimes it's hit or miss with his athleticism. Sometimes he wants to look like a fluid athlete. Sometimes he wants to look like a power forward.
Yeah.
Well, Josh Hart is with CAA, so you might be right, Freezy. He might be getting that $100 million. You know?
Oh my God!
That is Leon's son. That is his agent. So yeah.
Don't put that $17 million. Hey, look, man. If you're not taking like 12 and a half, you can go, bro.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Eight is what 8 was my number, but I think that might be a little low.
Bruce Brown's going to be a free agent though, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And so
he's going to opt out.
Chase him.
I would take Bruce Brown over Josh Hart in a heartbeat.
Right. Oh yeah.
Because number one, he can orchestrate an offense at times. He has a jumper. He actually can finish at the rim without drawing charges. Like he actually plays defense better than Josh Hart. Like it's paying that man. Payback Carter. We gotta have better standards. Do you want to win a championship or do you just want to win regular season games? Now, if you just want to win regular season games, he's your guy because you need a body to play at 100%.
But let me just say this real quick. The Josh Hart thing is foolishness, right? Let me set the record straight, right? Let me set the record straight, right? Sure, the Knicks finished the season strong, right? But the Knicks finished every season strong with Tom Thibodeau.
That is a fact.
The year before last, the Knicks were 12-8 down the stretch. In that bad season with everybody hurt. The year before that, we finished in the last 20 games, we were 14-6. Right? Let's not act like Josh Hart got here and all of a sudden the Knicks started finishing season strong. That is BS. That's crap.
That's what we do.
The Knicks have a proven track record under Tom Thibodeau of finishing seasons strong. Right? And if you don't believe me, just watch. No, I'm just kidding. But if you don't believe me, if you don't believe what I'm saying, look at the year when we should have been tanking, the Kemba Walker year. When we should have been tanking, we got scorching hot down the stretch, and we moved from picking 7 in the draft to 11. Right? This whole Josh Hart got here and turned the thing around, and now Josh Hart should get $25 million a year because the Knicks got hot because of him. That's BS. Every year under Tom Thibodeau, this team finishes the season strong.
You're crippling yourself paying role players.
Any other excuse? Give me say Josh Hart shot 61% from 3 or something like that. I'm like, okay, Josh Hart did that. But giving Josh Hart credit for this team getting hot down the stretch, finishing a season strong, no, that ain't flying. No.
That 61% was such fool's gold, man.
Yes. Yeah, but he did it.
He did do it, but you're getting paid on projections, not what you did. You're getting paid on what you're projected to do.
And let's not, this isn't the first time we've seen, a free agent go out and play well the last 50 games, 40 games, trying to get a contract. I mean, the guy, he's known for
shout out to Tim Thomas.
Yeah.
Tim Thomas was nice. Talk about
Tim Thomas was nice in contract years. That's when he was nice. Every other time he was lackadaisical. Not really caring.
I mean, he was just super skilled. Remind me of
6'10" lefty with handles. Yeah.
He was
like Owens from Syracuse, right?
Billy Owens. That's my heartstring right there, man.
Tim Thomas came to the league 15 years too early.
Yeah. And Danny Thomas, thank you for the generous contribution. Danny Thomas says White and Ayo are free agents this year. Yeah, man.
Restricted free agents.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. But listen, if we're talking about getting 6'4" guards, why not just get a 19-year-old kid instead of getting like these retreads? Go get some guys that you can mold in your system.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like we could go get okay.
But to that effect, Freezy,
not a part of our strategy.
But to that effect, Freezy, I don't want no more young guys getting poisoned and corrupted by Tom Thibodeau. I'm sorry.
You think Tom Thibodeau poisoned the well?
He does. This is what Tom Thibodeau does. He raises the floor of a player and makes them a damn good role player. But if you want them to take that next jump into fringe all-star category or all-star, they're not going to do that unless you're a generational talent over it, like Derrick Rose.
Right. No, I'm not saying that, Dre. What I'm saying is go get. Let's do bargain bin shopping.
We in Marshalls,
right? We in Marshalls. We in TJ Maxx, right? but the thing I'm saying is let's
got Polo in there.
Yeah, I know, bro. Don't tell me I buy my Nike workout shirts out of it. But anyway, the point that I'm getting at, Ivory, is if we do bargain bin shopping, right? Let's do it in a reputable place. Let's do it in the draft. Right? Let's not go buy, say, tires from Walmart. Let's buy tires from Goodyear. Right? I know people going, man, I get tires from Walmart all the time. It ain't that, man. You understand what the example that I'm giving.
Or
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. What I'm saying is I can grab Ryan Rupert right now, and I guarantee you he'll be in Tom Thibodeau's rotation come the first game of the season. You guarantee it, right? Because he has a nose for the basketball. He is a turnover machine in a good way, right? On defense, somehow people always turn the ball over around him. He might not pick off long passes, and he might not but somehow he always winds up with the basketball going the other way.
He's 6'7", ain't he? Like, he's tall.
And he came out of high school as a point guard.
Right.
So he came out of high school as a point guard. So he's taking the same route as Grimes, right? You know, played point guard. He's in the G League. I mean, not G League, but I forgot whatever league he's in.
He's in France or something.
Yeah, but you get him and you give him those 8 or 9 minutes. Yeah, you give him those 8 or 9 minutes with on the floor with Grimes or Quickly or Brunson, but you get him at such a young age, you build up his jumper, and now by the time he turns 21, Tibbs is out of here. Right? And now you playing him with RJ. Now those defensive assignments that you always put RJ on, like Josh Hart can't guard a soul. But bro, I dislike Josh Hart's game. Here's the thing, Ivory. I'm not a hater of Josh Hart. Because what I thought he was when he was on other teams is not what he is on our team. I always wanted Josh Hart. I would even trade for him on 2K. Right? I always wanted him. But seeing what he is with us, no, he ain't it, bro.
The way Tibbs deploys him.
Yeah, bro.
He thinks he is without fault in his skill set or without flaw. And it's like he tries to use him like he's flex tape. Like, I'm going to just, there's a leak. Josh Hart, right now, please help me.
Your window broke, flex tape. Shower got a crack in the floor, flex tape.
How about a guy like Lonnie Walker?
I actually do like Lonnie.
He's gotten better.
But he's not a ball handler, but he's gotten better on defense. And he's a really good shooter.
Underrated athlete, too, by the way.
Yeah, he's a good athlete, a very good athlete.
But Freezy, he is an athlete. And not stocky and stout.
So Tibbs ain't gonna,
And he can shoot the three. He can shoot the three as well.
He won the Lakers a playoff game.
Yeah,
single-handedly.
Yeah. let me tell y'all. Okay, Dre, you remember the other night we were talking about? I thought 8 Hall of Famers was going to be in his draft.
Mm-hmm.
Remember me mentioning that?
Yep.
I think one of those guys. And I think we should probably try to move up and get him, is Devin Booker.
He projects to be like Devin Booker.
No, I think he's going to be Devin Booker, bro. Well, What's his name? I don't want to tell you. I want you to guess. That's too easy, right, Ivory? That's too easy, right? That's the easy part. What I'm saying is if we're talking about adding that guy that Ivory is talking about adding, I think you can get that guy in the area 10 to 20. I think
Is he 6'6" like Booker or 6'5" like Booker?
6'7", 6'8".
But where are we going to get that pick from, though, Freezy? We can't get a first-round pick. We're not going to let us buy a first-round pick.
No, you could trade
Obi
Obi.
gonna have to get gone.
Hey, and let me ask you this: would you trade Emmanuel quickly for the 13 pick?
Yes.
All right, then. Okay. So what are we talking about then, right? I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they would trade. That doesn't mean they would give up the 13th pick for him. He's about to sign a contract. You know, he still doesn't really have a position.
Freezy, is it Max or Lewis?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, just basically in line with the conversation we were having. I didn't really think out what team was at 13 and all that stuff. I'm just asking, like in terms of
in the 10 to.
Yep. You want me to tell you who it is?
Don't.
And let me give you a hint. It's a backcourt, and both of those guys might get drafted in between 10 and 20.
10 and 20.
Yeah. B-baller for real. This dude, he does you remember how everybody used to copy Michael Jordan? They used to walk and bop like Michael Jordan. Yeah. And then a Kobe came along, and you were like, nah, there's no way this guy at 13 is going to be the second greatest shooting guard of all time. Because if so, why would he fall to 13?
Kobe, the actual guy named Kobe? Like Kobe Buffkin or Buffkin?
No, not him. The other one. The other him.
Yeah.
He reminds us of Allen Houston, bro. When you see his shot, man, hey, Ivory, listen, man. I know you want to go out and get some veterans, right? But this kid that I'm talking about, bro, he is a silky smooth scorer right now.
Jay Howard? I don't doubt it, Freezy, but you know what, Freezy? I can't do it anymore, and I'm not going to do it anymore because I was really annoyed last year. I'm not looking into the draft anymore. I'm not looking at players anymore. I'm not going to spend hour after hour researching player after player just for this team to say, oh, we don't need that draft pick. Let's trade them for, to get rid of a veteran.
To get Josh Hart.
Put that energy into it anymore. I'm not even looking at the draft.
Right. I know. But listen, here's the thing. That because I feel you, right? But for one, the thing that you may want to consider is two things that you may want to consider. For one, right now you don't need a savior anymore. Before, when we looked in the draft, we listen, man. We needed a savior. Now we don't need a savior.
Need a plug and play.
Now we just need some guys to go, because we won think about it. We won 47 games without this person we drafted. Whoever this person we get in the draft, we won 47 games without him. This person here is trying to help us to get to 48 games, 49 games, 50 games, 51.
And keep you at that level for 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah.
As he's developing. It's not necessarily about maximizing a 1-year window. Ultimately, you got Jalen Brunson when he's 26.
Yeah.
That guy's going to be good for another 7-8 years.
Yeah.
Barring injury.
And the other thing too, Ivory, that we have to watch out for is twofold. So there is going to be, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, there is going to be a player carousel happening around us, right? And if you don't get an elite player, then you're going to get some retread role-playing guy, and you're going to pay him $17 million, and you're going to be mad.
Oh, like Josh Hart?
Right, like Josh Hart, right? So
I got a better guy.
No.
A better veteran than Josh Hart.
Oh, okay, all right. Don't tell me who he is. Let me guess.
Veteran.
Is he a guard or forward?
Guard.
Is he in the Eastern Conference or the Western Conference?
He was in the West. Now he's in the East. But yeah, now he's in the East.
Is he a free agent, or you can trade for him? Like he can be had for nothing?
I believe he's an unrestricted free agent.
Ooh.
He's his days are numbered, but I mean he solid though. Probably
still got
Spencer Dinwiddie.
Close. Spencer might be younger than he is. Spencer still should have some tread left in those tires. He should have a lot more left.
Monty Morris.
Nope.
Oh, you're making it tough.
older.
Derek White.
Nope.
Oh, God dog it. Okay, all right.
Whatever happened to Will Barton?
Ooh.
So I was right when I was on Washington.
Yeah.
You didn't even say close.
Well,
Oh,
I'll tell you what happened to Will Barton. In this last year, he was on Washington, and he kind of fell out of favor out of the rotation. He was very usable on Denver because he had the microwave ability. He could handle the ball. He can play make. He can run a little bit of pick and roll. He also
Right.
played a little bit of defense. He fell out of favor in Washington, and then I believe he was let go, and then the Raptors picked him up, and then the Raptors decided like their rotation was already like Nick Nurse runs a lot of his guys 40 minutes just because. So it was hard for him to crack the rotation. Like he played sporadic minutes here and there.
yeah.
Right.
So his skill set, like I'm not mad at that at all actually, because
He's
So
I
he's
think
like
it's-
he's like Alec Burks then.
He's like
Because
Alex
coming-
Burks. He's Alex Burks.
coming into the break. Remember before the trade deadline, I don't know if you remember, but I was like suggesting maybe we should target him, Will Barton. I don't know if you remember, Freezy, but I was suggesting Will Barton at the time, even though he's like an older veteran, but he's in that Alec Burks type mode.
Yeah,
But
and, he's only 32. He'll be 33 next year. That's not super old. I mean, that's a guy that can still contribute. You know,
Give him. What do you want to give him? 4 years, 60?
No. This is a guy that'll take a 1-1. This is a kind of. I mean, he's almost out of the league. This guy, it looks like. I think.
Yeah, he's not gonna make. He's not gonna ask for a lot.
Yeah, he's not. I think he'll take a 1-1. Like he'll take an $8 to $10 million contract. It looks like. I mean, it doesn't look like he's doing much right now.
Yeah, because he got that one big contract off of
Denver.
Yeah, he got that Denver, and then they let him go. And then they replaced him with KCP. But they like
until that Washington Toronto fiasco, he was averaging 15 points a game, 4 assists, 5 rebounds. Shooting 37% from 3, 44% from the field. That was just 2 years ago. Last year,
solid defense too.
Yeah,
they traded him for KCP.
Okay,
that might be the guy that you're looking for. Very low cost, still has game, he's experienced enough. He's got playoff experience.
Yeah,
okay.
He was essential to a lot of those Denver teams. Granted, they're better without him right now, but that's part of that has to do with them being healthy. But he's been a competent NBA guard.
Yeah,
at this level.
He reminds me a lot of Alec Burks. I thought he was just a little bit better than Alec Burks, but they were probably right around the same.
Kind of relatively around the same. You know, Alec Burks is actually younger than Will Barton.
How about I offer you this then? Let me offer you this. Let me offer the Detroit Pistons Obi Toppin for Killian Hayes.
I don't want Killian Hayes.
Killian Hayes is not ready yet. He's not ready yet. That's
like a lot of the same things we say about Frank Ntilikina. You know, Killian Hayes has the worst true shooting in the NBA by like a wide margin.
Okay.
Like he is a abysmal shooter. But granted, if he's on the Knicks, he's not going to be shooting if we're running this ISO heavy.
You playing him next to Quickly.
He is a lefty. Go get him.
He plays defense. That's what Tibbs likes.
Yeah.
But the other things, he's not a point guard at this level.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, in terms of leading a team, he could probably be on a bench unit for sure.
How about you start Matisse Thybulle and bring Grimes off the bench? Matisse Thybulle is a free agent.
I like Matisse Thybulle.
And I know what people are going to say. People are going to say Matisse Thybulle can't shoot. Surprise. Matisse Thybulle is had been electric from 3 once he got to Portland. What it is he wouldn't shoot.
But Freezy, here's the thing. There's the caveat to that. Josh Hart shot 60% from 3, and he wouldn't shoot, but he shot 60%. Yeah. And then we get into the playoffs, and teams are leaving him wide open, and he still won't shoot because he lost his confidence.
Right.
So we have to talk about sample sizes.
No.
Sample sizes matter.
But you got to hear me out on it because the thing about that is Josh Hart couldn't shoot in the playoffs and wouldn't shoot in the playoffs, but he didn't offer you anything else but energy and rebounding. Right. Matisse Thybulle is probably the best shooting guard in the league defensively.
Yeah, he's an elite defender. It's just like, remember I mentioned that Mike Malone thing?
Yeah.
Specialists get taken out of the playoffs. Like Vanderbilt is an elite defender, and
Right.
they literally could not play him against the Denver Nuggets.
Right.
Because he just, and to that point, I like the idea of Thybulle 100%. But if we didn't run lineups where we had 48 minutes of centers being paint locked, just locked into the paint,
Right.
teams would just ignore Thibault in like high level situations and then just pack the paint. And then Julius Randle's life is a lot harder. RJ Barrett's life is a lot harder. Brunson's life, even though Brunson is so talented, it doesn't really matter. But it makes his life harder. Like, just being absolutely honest. And I do like Matisse Thybulle, but if you're doing Matisse Thybulle, you want to run him in lineups where you have Hartenstein spaced out at the 3-point line, actually looking like a threat from three.
Yo, did y'all see this thing coming across? LeBron is considering retiring.
Where did you see that at?
Chris Haynes.
Chris Haynes play with his kid.
Yeah. Chris Haynes, man. And y'all know Chris Haynes is reputable.
Yeah, he's as close to his source as he can be.
Yeah. That's crazy. But you never know. Anyway, yeah, yo, what I'm getting at ultimately is every player that you are gonna look for to be a role player is gonna have flaws. You're not gonna get a perfect player to come off the bench. Because if they were perfect, surprise, they'd be starters.
Right. 100%.
You know what I'm saying? So in this thing where, like, Matisse Thybulle, in my mind, if you get Matisse Thybulle, I think Tom Thibodeau would dye his hair black and shave his beard off so he can coach 8 more years, bro.
Or he might just dye the beard.
Yeah, he just might dye the beard, bro. Because Matisse Thybulle is everything in a Tom Thibodeau player.
Unfortunately, we don't want to give Tom Thibodeau players because he runs them into the ground to the detriment of the team.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Right. But if you remember though, Matisse Thybulle, bro, all he is a piece. Right? Do we really need to trade Mitch or RJ to upgrade? Or can we just add a piece?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, I'm with Ivory. Listen, go get DeMar DeRozan. Screw it, just go get him. Right, go get him.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but then DeMar DeRozan is not a defender. Right, he's not a 3-point shooter. He's a midi guy. Right, and sure, he's clutch.
In the regular season, he's clutch, but he's not really a playoff performer. He hasn't been.
Right. And in the playoffs, you like Mike Malone said, the playoffs, man, they would pick on DeMar DeRozan everywhere. But you know what that does though for your franchise? It lifts the value or lifts the way other NBA players look at you. Right? What would I trade for DeMar DeRozan? Ivory, what would you trade for DeMar DeRozan? Does it start with RJ?
No, it doesn't. Not right now. No, it doesn't. I wouldn't trade RJ for anyone, older than 26, 27 years old, unless it was a superstar, like Giannis or something like that.
Right.
But I don't think DeMar DeRozan is the best match. I mean, I'd love to have him if we didn't have one of these other guys, but he would make us better, but I don't know how much better. I don't know if he, I don't know anymore about DeMar DeRozan. Last year I was really big on him because I really felt like we really needed that second option because I just didn't know what we were going to get out of Randall. Actually,
we didn't have Brunson at the time.
Well, last year when we were talking about him over that summer, we didn't even have Brunson. Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
And then when we got Brunson, we saw that, this guy is different.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Hey, fellas, who is this guy Ty Jerome shooting 39% from three and
Okay,
41?
I'll give you a brief background on Ty Jerome. He came from OKC. He
Right.
is a 1/2. He's a big guard with playmaking skills. Think Austin Reeves.
Yeah.
He can score a little. He has an offensive bag. He
Yeah.
can stretch the field. Stretch the court. Like he can shoot from range. He's a little bit of an issue on defense, but he's a big guard. He can play positional defense in that regard. But
Yeah.
when OKC drafted that Giddy kid, they basically made Ty Jerome
Hey,
pointless.
they didn't draft him. OKC got him in the Chris Paul trade.
Okay. Well, I mean, they picked him for
yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but
Phoenix drafted him.
Yeah,
and
And
then
he looks like and the reason why I was asking because it looks like he might be able to play the part. I mean, I never watched the guy play.
Like the Warriors picked him up for that reason because he was a big combo guard that can do a little bit of everything.
How much?
And
you gonna pay
in the
him?
moments when they had injuries, he's not going to make a ton of money. Like me personally, I give him a 2-year, $10 million contract, a 1-and-1.
Jeez, you paying him $5 million a year?
No. Actually, hold on. Let me look at what he's made in the past. Because
he might demand more than that. I mean, if you look at his numbers, the guy's a player.
he definitely is in that Austin Reeves mold.
Right. He's
Like
a
when you
player.
see him, they do.
He's
ton of the
6'5",
same
215,
things.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he does a lot of the same things as Austin Reeves.
He's
So-
still in OKC.
No, he's not. The Warriors picked him up, and then I think they let him go because they had injuries. Like they didn't let him go. He's just been on the bench for the Warriors. He hasn't played in like however
Right.
long. But when the Warriors had injuries and they called him up from the G League, he was putting up solid numbers and solid minutes. But then when the Warriors got healthy again, then they didn't really
Back
have
to the
an issue.
bench. Back to the bench.
Yeah, like the same role Dante DiVincenzo had that eliminated his role. And basically when Wiggins was out, they needed an extra guard out there, and that was what he served in that role. I do actually like Ty Jerome's game. He leaves a little bit to be desired on defense, but he definitely can run a pick and roll. He can space the court. He is a knockdown shooter.
I mean, it looks like he can really handle the ball. He can shoot it. It looks like he can pass a little bit.
Yeah.
You
Those
got
are the guys you kind of got to.
he averaged 3 assists in only 18 minutes. I know that's not the biggest indicator, but 3 assists in 18 minutes. That's
Why not just trade for Moses Moody?
Well, what would you give up, Freezy? Because it seems out of all those kids, that's the only guy they actually value. Like it feels like the Warriors would trade Jordan Poole before they would trade Moses Moody.
No, I think of all the kids, they would trade James Wiseman before they trade
James Wiseman been traded.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's gone.
Yeah.
This guy's an unrestricted free agent, so we could pick him up for like a few pennies.
Yeah,
he's unrestricted, but he's unrestricted for a reason. He's based in theory. He's in theory. He is Ryan Arcidiacono.
Ooh,
in
that's
theory.
rough, Freezy.
Yeah, no.
But Ty Jerome's done actual things on the NBA courts better than
Ryan used to start for the Bulls.
Ugh.
Him and Tomas Satoransky started for the Bulls, bro.
And that was a terrible team, Freezy. So.
That was a terrible team, right? Right. But what I'm getting at, I mean, the reason why I'm asking is what are you looking for exactly? Do you want this guy to come in here and play 20 minutes or not? Right? If he's going to be 20 minutes, he's got to have some type of upside. He can't just be he looked good one time for this team during this stretch of time. You know what I'm saying?
He played 45 games for the Warriors this year.
Yeah, I can't even find him on their thing.
Because he's not prioritized to them. Like, he's a guy they picked up in the middle of the year.
He's not even in the team picture.
Yeah, because he's the guy they picked up in the middle of the year because
we want to give him the max. No,
you can get him for 2 years, $4 million.
Yeah, I mean, he played 45 games for Golden State, only 18 minutes a game. He shot 49% from the field. Took a couple of threes at 39%. I mean, he played. He played. He played 18 minutes.
He is a back end rotational guard in this league. If the Warriors can see some value in you, then there's something there to it. He's gonna bounce around the league. He's not gonna be out of the league completely just because he's a 6'5" guard that can shoot at 40% from three. He's just gonna that.
And listen, he can handle the ball a little bit,
if you're 6'5" and you can shoot 40% from three, and you're not a complete stiff, you're gonna bounce around the league.
And you're
gonna be on a roster somewhere.
He's got a 3 to less than 1 turnover per game, 3 assists to less than 1 turnover in 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Guy can play. This guy can play based on these numbers. I don't know. I'll never watch.
He just can't play no defense.
He might not be able to play any D, but
that's
why would I? But why would I get Ty Jerome when I can sneak into the second round and draft?
You're right, Freezy, because he's 25. So.
Yeah, I can get the dude from Duke in the second round.
Who? Trevor Keels?
No, Derek. Derek Whitehead.
Oh yeah, Derek Whitehead.
Yeah. His stock is dropping because he's been injured.
Yeah, the injuries.
Yeah.
It would be such a thing that we just get another Duke player. That's what we do.
Yeah, I mean, y'all don't like non-athletic Duke players? I mean, what's going on? I thought that was our thing one time.
I mean, non-athletic players in general is what we like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm not knocking what y'all are saying. I feel like I'm in a different direction than y'all. Right? Like I don't want to spend salary cap space on dudes, on jobbers. I don't want to spend cap space on ham and eggers, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But Freezy,
we do every year.
But Freezy, you want to mention like trying to get diamonds in the rough, then the easiest way is the second round in the draft.
Right.
So
right. Derek Whitehead is that guy. And we can get him in the second round. And redshirt him.
Najee Muhammad? Najee Marshall might he's
Najee Marshall?
Najee Marshall.
Yeah. I like him.
I like his game too.
He is a plug and play wing. Like he is like the 7th, 8th, 9th guy in your rotation. But you can always rely on him to give you good minutes. Higher minutes. Like
solid.
Like he does the Josh Hart stuff.
He's Josh Hart without the money, for less money, and with a handle who could also handle the ball.
It's
okay.
What if Djokovic comes to the summer league?
It'd be about time
and lights it up.
He would get minutes this year because I think they would trade quickly. I think quickly would be on his way out. I really do, because he would be that backup point guard behind Brunson. And by the way, he's 6'4", right? Isn't he 6'4", 6'5"?
He's a big guard. He's a big-ish point. He's a big point guard, not a big guard, just a big point guard.
I heard he was like 6'4". I thought he was like 6'4", maybe even 6'5". I thought I remember watching him in summer league. He looked pretty big.
But you got to remember, everyone in the summer league ain't NBA size. He's 6'4".
Yeah.
In the summer league, they got 6'8" centers out there.
And all the Knicks.
195.
Here's the thing that we also need to consider, right? The thing about Rokas Jokubaitis is, at the trade deadline 2 years ago, he signed a 3-year deal with his team, with his Euro.
We gotta buy him out.
So think about this: is he worth buying out and paying an NBA contract to?
Oh, right.
Now
he'd have to be lighting it up over there for it to be considered.
Yeah, I know he lit up, man. He made what's the point guard we signed to like that 3-year deal, non-guaranteed?
I know who you're talking about, from Spain.
The Euro guy, he was trash.
Came here, was trash.
He was trash, bro. He was, oh my God. And Rokubaitis was running the pick and roll And I know in the first conversation, Dre and was it me and you? I think the first conversation we had was it may have not been, and I don't want to. If I'm incorrect, man, please correct me. But
If this happened last summer league, maybe.
No,
I wasn't here.
Okay, so it wasn't you then.
No,
but the conversation I had with someone on the channel is that Rokabitis requires a screen in order to get open.
But that's a lot of point guards.
That's a lot of point guards, bro.
Matter of fact, Stephen Curry requires a screen. Like,
now,
what are we talking about?
Now,
yeah. And he's still deadly. I mean,
I've never seen a European point guard not be able to run pick and roll extremely well, though. I tell you that.
Right.
They know their pick and roll.
And right now, Jalen Brunson is better than Steph Curry, if you ask me, in my opinion.
Hot take city.
Yeah, man. What did Steph Curry shoot for 3 for the season? Let me see, because if he didn't shoot 40%, I'm definitely going with Steph Curry shot.
Still shot higher than him. 42 on higher volume and crazy.
Yeah, shots. Steph Curry's the GOAT.
Yeah, so
Steph Curry.
And he averaged there 30, so
Steph Curry was almost 50, 40, 90 for the season.
Jeez.
By accident.
Yes.
That's
okay. So I'll take a step back from that then.
Like last year was his down year and he was 38 from 3. Yeah. He's an alien. That's different.
You want to know a sneaky bench player they could potentially get that could help with some of this stuff? Is Joe Ingles.
I do like Joe Ingles.
He can't shoot to save his life, but he's a baller.
Whoa. Joe Ingles could definitely shoot.
He could hang.
Joe Ingles besides his IQ, Joe Ingles' best trait is that he can shoot.
No, he's a ball handler. He can handle the ball really well. He runs their offense.
When he played on, you can look up his stats. He's a 40% 3-point shooter.
No way.
For a ton of years too.
He shoots 40%. Then we definitely need to sign him immediately.
I'll run off since 2016. 44% from 3, 44 in 2017, 39 in 2018. 39 in 2019, 45 in 2020. 2021, he tore his ACL, and he only played 45-ish games, and he came back this year, he shot 41% from 3.
Dude, we need to sign this guy.
On 20 minutes per game. So
he's a bigger. He also gets assists. This guy, Joe, he runs the offense for these guys, and he's a small forward, a real one.
Well, I'll say this: he plays excellent positional defense, but if in our Tibbs scheme, Tibbs will ask him to fight over screens. He just simply can't do that anymore. He already wasn't that athletic. Now he has a torn ACL.
That's the understatement of the decade.
Wasn't athletic at all.
Yeah,
I didn't want to insult him all the way. I saw him dunk the ball before. I'm gonna give him a little something.
Is TJ Warren alive? Is he alive? Where is
well, he was not really used that much on the Nets, and then they let him go. What I think was he in the deal, in the KD deal, or did they just sign him? Because he went to the Phoenix Suns.
Okay,
and he showed signs of life in the playoffs in terms of scoring a little bit, but that was because they needed him to. Because as Mike Malone said before, position specialists get singled out or eliminated, so they forced his hand because Josh Okogie couldn't even play in that series, so they forced the Suns coach to play guys that could score on offense because the Denver Nuggets were just scoring so well at a high rate.
So if we talking about that, Dre, since y'all absolutely got to have a veteran, right? Here's a veteran. I'm gonna give you y'all veteran, but y'all got to give me 2 rookies, and no matter what name I say, y'all got to say yes.
Yeah.
If I say yes to y'all, man, on this,
about 2 second rounders.
Yep, 2 second rounders. Yep. And so Ivory, here's the guy that you're looking for, Karis LeVert.
I do.
That's the guy that you're looking for, right? All right.
Yeah.
Ivory, do you not like him? Does he not give you the positional flexibility? He could play the one you muted though, bro.
My bad. Yeah, absolutely. I think Karis LeVert is exactly the type of player that we're talking about.
Right.
I would give him Josh Hart money before I give Josh Hart.
Right.
Josh Hart.
Absolutely.
Yep. So I'll give y'all Karis LeVert if y'all give me Jordan Walsh and City Sissoko.
And just develop them, let them slow.
And just develop them. And if y'all don't like a 6'7" point guard, if y'all don't like a Sean Livingston like point guard with that's defense first and CD Sissoko, then give me Ryan Rupert and Amani Bates. Right.
I like Rupert. I'll take Imani Bates because he's still so young and he can still adjust to the NBA game. He needs to fill out his body though, and increase his IQ. But outside of that, like his actual offensive talent, you don't find that everywhere.
Right.
The shot making ability.
Right. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. I like where y'all going. I think ultimately, if you bring in Ty Warren and Karis LeVert, I would be okay with that.
Ty Jerome. Or you want Warren?
No. Give me TJ Warren. Because and the reason why I say TJ Warren and Karis LeVert is because I really want Terrence Ross, but I know I can't sell y'all on Terrence Ross.
Right? I don't mind Terrence Ross. You can't sell Tibbs on Terrence Ross.
Okay. So my issue is, and Wild Boy Trey, that's my dog right there. Wild Boy Trey is like, yo, y'all cut it out. That's enough.
We did this with Josh Hart to end the year. But we always do that to end the year.
Yeah, we always do that to end the year, bro. Yeah.
If it wasn't Josh Hart going crazy, it would have been what's his name? McBride going crazy for some reason.
It'd have been somebody. It'd have been that's what we do at the end of the year. And then plus teams are tanking at the end of the year too. So it takes all year for Tibbs to find his rhythm, and then plus teams are tanking, and it's a combination for a coach that wants to win every game. A coach that wants to win every game, plus teams are tanking. You know, Tibbs is not trying to give away games.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? So it's that, but I would concede because Ty Jerome, I just can't see it. I would rather have Tomas Satoransky than Ty Jerome, to be honest.
Well, that Tomas Satoransky is definitely a Tibbs type player.
Yeah.
And he's a big third point guard.
Yep. Big third point guard, team first, number one defensive assignments. He is good. Tomas Satoransky, for all those Lou Williams out there that exist in the ether. And y'all know who I'm talking about, like these shoot first guards that come off the bench. Tomas Satoransky's job is to stop them. All these Emmanuel Quickly, Bones Nyland guys that come off the bench just to score. Tomas Satoransky was created for them. Right. So I wouldn't mind having him. But if we gotta do the so Ivory, where we are, and I respect where you're coming from. And I understand because what you're saying is very smart. Right? Like you're a Knicks fan, you tired of thinking about the draft because we never do anything fruitful in the draft anyway. Historically, even when we have a top 10 pick, we don't wow anybody with the guy that we take. But we spend 7 months of research on it and walk away with Quentin Grimes. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. But if you just hear me out on this, the reason why I don't want to give Josh Hart $18 million is because I would rather give him 9 and Bruce Brown 9. Right? That's why. I would rather get Ty Warren, Terrence Ross, and the guy in Cleveland. I just said his name and I forgot him.
Karis LeVert.
Karis LeVert. I would rather have 3 of those guys, you know what I'm saying, on the roster. Because in theory, in theory, Ty Warren gets hot in stretches, but you can't depend on him.
Can't rely on that. And he's
Right.
like 25. So.
Right. And then plus, Karis LeVert gets hot in stretches, and you can't really depend on that. But what it does, though, is it gives you a threat offensively, despite the fact that you can't depend on them. It's like having, you know what I'm saying, a machine gun instead of having a high-powered rifle, basically.
Right.
Is what I'm getting at. So you know, my thing is if you bring in those type of guys, then you got to give me something else, right? Like, for instance, give me if you need those dudes that play 1, 2, 3, right? The 1, 2, 3 talent. Ty Warren is a 2 and 3. Ross is a 2 and 3. Karis LeVert is a 2 and 3. He can do some ball handling though, right? If you give me 2 out of the 3 of those guys, then I need 2 young, explosive, bouncy bigs off the bench, right? Give me a Noah Clowney and something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But I need to reset the rookie wage scale so that going forward the Knicks can have cap space flexibility. So if the trade does come down the pike, we could package RJ and Karis LeVert and Terrence Ross and some picks for that guy. But if you give these guys, if you give Josh Hart that huge contract, ain't nobody taking that for RJ Barrett and Josh Hart. You know what I'm saying? At least I don't. At least I don't think so.
No, nobody would.
Yeah, but
like Josh Hart's best value was that he made like $12 million, and even then, it took him a while to get traded.
Yep.
Till the end of his contract.
That's where he should be. You know, I mean, you know,
he hasn't improved anywhere across the board to say that he's better than a $12 million player.
Right. I look at Jared Vanderbilt. The guy's making $5 million. He does exactly the same thing.
That's our dream, bro. If we could trade Obi for Jared Vanderbilt, because Vanderbilt's is he a restricted free agent?
No, I don't even think he's a free agent. I think they got him for another year. I think he's on the Lakers for another year.
Man, if we could trade Obi for Jared Vanderbilt.
They got Jared Vanderbilt on a 3-year, $13 million deal.
Yeah.
What?
He has one more year next year. He makes $5 million next year, 4.6.
Man, I would send them Obi so fast. No disrespect, Obi, but this is how it works with
no disrespect,
fans.
But all disrespect.
Yeah, this is how it works with fans, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's you know.
I actually do like Jackson Hayes, but Jackson Hayes is really a center in this league.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he does the same thing as Mitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the same things that we want Hartenstein to do.
He does the same things that
But he's still kind of immature, like Tibbs would blow a gasket.
Where is Bol?
He is on the Magic, and he worked his way out of the rotation because he isn't that good.
There's a big who can shoot.
Yeah, but he doesn't do very much else. He doesn't rebound at a high rate. He gambles a lot for blocks, leaving your defense compromised. He's very talented.
Right, we're not going to find the perfect guy. So I mean, you have to have some flaws.
You're not going to find the perfect guy, but he's not going to do what Tibbs asks of him.
But what are you going to do with Hartenstein, though? That's the issue. Like if you go get a center,
we going to extend Hartenstein for 4 years, $75 million.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
Yeah, and have a press conference. Yeah,
and a press with Leon Rose right there holding his jersey.
Yes,
smiling,
cheesing. Yeah,
it's the guy we wanted. What we asking about big point guards? What's Beno Udre doing?
Yeah, may as well give him the max, right?
I mean, Melo play with him. If he's good enough for Melo, he's good enough for Julius Randle.
4 years, 133.
I still think Bobo's got some game in him. I don't know.
He
why.
does,
I
but
think he's got some
like
game.
this is the thing. He got minutes, and then they pulled him. Like they reined his minutes in. And if we know anything about like Michael Malone didn't play him at all for a reason because he just needed time to grow and figure himself out within the league, and he still needs some seasoning. And he hasn't put any weight on his frame. Like when
That
people
is the reason why he don't play. Right there, he
Yeah.
is not strong.
Yeah, he gets pushed around.
Yep, he is not strong. Yo, when you 7, whatever it is, he is, and you can't establish post position, and then at the same time, you can't even, dominate on the boards using strength and height and agility. Yeah, Bobo will never. He ain't getting. Yo, send him.
This is the reason why people are high on Vic and not Bo, because Vic's frame dictates he'll be able to put on weight. Like when you look at him physically, you can tell he can throw on pounds and it won't affect how he moves on the floor.
Dre, I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro. If I'm Popovich,
But you're gonna tell him not to put on too much.
Nope, I'm telling him if you gain 1 ounce, I'm gonna cut you.
Who, Vic?
Vic, yep. Because
he needs to put it in his lower legs at least. That's what KP did.
No. What I'm telling him is to get stronger.
Core.
Get stronger.
Right.
But you don't have to put on weight to get stronger. Right? You don't have to be. You can redistribute your weight. Offensive linemen in the NFL
Brandon
do it all
Ingram.
the time.
Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. Like when I talk about his frame, I'm not talking about putting on 40 pounds of muscle like Giannis.
Yeah, no.
I'm talking about like fully flesh out his body and maybe on his progress from like this point to like his 4th or 5th year, he has like 20 pounds and more mass on him, just general mass.
20 pounds?
Yes. He's very light for you.
Bro, have you ever carried the milk jug out of the fridge?
Brandon Ingram put on 30 pounds.
Yeah, you like
30.
Dang, the milk jug is heavy, bro.
But
all that is 5, but that's just 5 pounds, bro.
But though in the margins, you can see how it helped Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram did that.
Right.
And he's smaller. Like when we talk about a guy that's 7'5", for his frame, his size, his weight distribution is different than someone smaller. Like 25 pounds for you is different than 25 pounds for someone that's 7'5", for obvious reasons.
No, I don't. No, I get all of that. But I'm gonna throw some names out there: Sam Bowie, Ralph Sampson, Sean Bradley, Yao Ming.
We talking about
right, but we
talking Yao Ming. Yao Ming was huge before, like he was big.
Yao Ming was 270, right? And when he broke his foot for the last time, he was 300 pounds.
Ridiculous.
Right. What I'm saying is and let's not get it twisted. Vic can do a lot of stuff. Ivor, you remember Ralph Sampson?
Of course.
Bro, Vic
Virginia, right?
Vic is talented, but physically, Ralph Sampson at the same age can do stuff a lot. Not everything, but do some things way better than Victor Wembanyama. Right? And what happened is Ralph Sampson started to put on weight and he started breaking his foot, started having knee issues, and before you know it, he was the 4th center on Golden State, retiring out the league after 7 years.
This is the only caveat for you. I'm not telling him to go from 220 to 250. I'm telling him to go from 220 to like 240. Because Kristaps is 240,
right,
240-ish right now.
Right.
And he had basically the best year of his career in terms of health.
Right.
This year. You can look at the things where it says he missed time. They were taking. The Wizards were taking, and they purposely sat him out like the last 10 games or so of the season.
Yeah.
But before that, he had like missed just like 5 games total for you.
I'm telling him to plyometrics, right? I'm not putting him. I'm not saying come back benching 400 pounds. No.
Nah, hell no,
nope. What I'm saying is, kid, listen, we're gonna adjust your stuff based on how your body feels along and along. Play this first season right here at this whatever weight and all this stuff, and then we'll figure out ways to kind of help you through this rookie season. And then at the end of that, say for because bigs have problems with stamina. Bigs are not going to play 40 minutes a game, right? They're just not, right? Not like regular human beings, right? Yeah, regular size. Well, not even regular, because a 6'4" guy is not a regular human being. But ultimately, you get what I'm saying. Like, the taller you are, the more gravity pulls on you, right?
Yeah, and center of gravity and all those things. I'll give you another player, for example, like that built and they had like a frame. Jaren Jackson came to the league sub 220.
Right.
And if you look at him now, and he's a legit 7'1", near 7'2".
Right.
When you look at him now, he's probably put on around 20 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
And functional muscle. Not this extra big for big.
He also dealt with injury issues, though, right?
Yeah, he dealt with it earlier in his career. And this year he's been relatively healthy.
Right. Yeah.
This is for the first time. This is like since he's added the weight. This is for the first time he's been healthy.
Yeah.
Without really missing time.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing for KP. I think there's gonna be growing pains with guys that tall. If you can get lucky and you don't get any injuries, cool. But like even if you look at Kevin Durant broke his foot, if you recall.
Right. Yeah.
And he's had a myriad of lower leg injuries. I think it just comes with the territory, just being that tall and big. No matter what your weight is, outside of like maybe Giannis, no matter what your weight is, if you're pushing 7 feet, you're bound to have some sort of leg or foot injury. You just hope you avoid the broken foot stuff.
The buoys of the world. Who's the other?
You hope you avoid those broken foot stuff because those don't go anywhere.
Right, because of the bones. No matter how big you are, those small bones in your foot, they take a lot of time to heal. And if you're not careful, you get those weird infections, and then you got to go back there and break the bone again and reset it. That's what happened with Sam Bowie.
Odin also had some injury problems with his feet, right? Odin.
Yeah.
Also,
Odin had that stupid microfracture surgery.
That's why they don't do microfractures at all.
Nope. The NBA won't allow it. NFL either. But just real quick, just Sam Bowie used to do this stuff that Victor Wembanyama did, but you didn't see enough of it because he stayed hurt at Kentucky. He spent 5 years at Kentucky. Right, getting injured, like his show flat. I saw Sam Bowie back up due to JoJo White dribbling behind his back. This is Sam Bowie now, back up dribbling behind his back. They brought a guard for a screen. He waved him off, and he took off by his man and dunked it in traffic. And when we saw it, it was like a video game. That's the reason why. That's the reason why Portland took him number 2, because they were like, yo, if we can just get 70 games of this a year, you know what I'm saying? We will play him 30 minutes. We'll nurse him along and along. But the thing about it is, it just wasn't meant to be. For some guys, it's just not. Like you remember that running back, Kijana Carter?
Yeah.
The former Penn State running back? He was taken by the Bengals. Mm-hmm. Bro, he was supposed to be the greatest running back of all time. He had everything you needed. 4.3 40, was squatting like such and such stuff. He had everything. He just couldn't stay healthy, bro. His body failed him. Mm-hmm. We could say the same thing about Chris Paul, and he's short.
Yeah. Chris Paul been dealing with nagging injuries for the last 8-9 years.
Yeah.
Knees, hammies, growing, something.
All right, gentlemen, I got to cut out. Fellas, it's always a pleasure. I really appreciate jumping on. I'm ready to jump on. I'm always listening to you, fellas, so please keep up the good work, fellas. I love chatting with you guys.
Hey, thanks for coming through, man. I appreciate your perspective, man.
Anytime.
It's like when you come on, it's like a steak dinner. Like no frills. It's just steak and broccoli.
I appreciate that.
And I like that. That's a compliment too, by the way. No frills.
Well, I appreciate that. All that crazy talk they were talking about earlier about, replacing Mitch and getting a 3-point shooting center. I'm like, hold on a minute. Hold on.
Like what we doing here? Right?
Got me crazy in here. All right, fellas. Good night. Have a good one.
Peace.
All right, boss. Yeah, man. Dre,
Yeah.
we gotta get some depth, bro. We gotta add depth to this roster. Because Dwayne Washington and
that ain't it.
that is not the move, bro.
Functional depth, not depth that's on the bench cheering us on, but it can't play a lick.
Yeah, we can't do that no more, bro. We can't play.
I'm watching just watching these other teams remaining. All their depth are guys that can do something or have a tangible NBA skill.
Right.
And Freezy, I know I've been wrong about the Heat every time, but I really don't see how they can beat the Nuggets. I just don't.
Oh boy, you know what that means, right?
What's up, Soul Finger?
That means the Heat are the NBA champs.
Oh God, I really don't think they can be free. Well, there is definitely a way they can do it. The Denver Nuggets depth and their ability to hide Jokic,
right,
while just being an offensive juggernaut, no matter what type of look you're throwing at him.
right.
It's they're looking like a real problem.
Yeah, man.
Like
yeah, man, no doubt.
They're looking like beyond this year, they're looking like a problem.
Yeah, man. Bro,
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
What's up,
boss
Brian?
man?
What's up, Soul Finger?
What's good?
Nothing, man. Just happy to be here as usual. But I agree with you guys, man. We need like y'all been saying all show. Get that cast, be good, man. Because I'm telling you, even with the supporting cast, we still can get other people to come and help us out.
Well,
I still want Herbert Jones, man. I'm sorry.
I like Herbert Jones for sure.
Herbert Jones, Terrence Ross, Jalen McDaniels. Pretty much, I just want to keep those guys. And like I said, we got to get rid of Toppin and we got to get rid of Mitchell's contract. That's what's really holding us back. Get rid of those two, we could open up a lot of space.
For who though?
That's the if though. I say we need a small. We need.
So you just don't like them.
No. I'm telling you, we need a small forward. That's what I'm
He
making.
wants to just change the construction of the roster.
Yeah, just so we could at least.
My bad, Brian.
Go ahead, Dre. I like to analyze it. Now, go ahead.
This question from Div X-Ray. I got a question for you. Should the Knicks go into the offseason for Boston's Brown for Jalen Brunson? It's 1-for-1 swap. So I'm assuming he wants us to just trade. Okay. Do you want to answer that, Freezy, or I can go?
No, I ain't.
I'll just. No, because number one, if you swap Brown for Brunson, right? You'd have to pay Brown 3 times as much as what Brunson is making right now.
Yeah, because
he is not 3 times the player.
Million.
He's not 3 times the player. So, like, it logically it wouldn't make sense, like swapping him 1-for-1. Now, if you were to add him, I wouldn't be mad at that. But swapping him, no. We might regress as a team if we did that.
I'm not gonna for one, I'm flattered that we even have a player that other teams and other fan bases would consider trading a superstar for another superstar one-on-one, right? I'm flattered that a Dallas Mavericks fan would even consider that. And I'm also flattered that a the Chicago team, the Chicago Bulls, would even consider a DeMar DeRozan for RJ Barrett. I'm flattered, right? This is what happens when you make the second round of the playoffs. Teams to start to respect your personnel
and start plucking them.
Yeah. I think even Damon said that he would trade for Randall. He's like, yo, he was like, yo, Knicks fans crazy. They talking about trading Randall. I'll take him. That's what he told me.
Because he tired of seeing John Conley.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So yeah. So ultimately, what I'm getting at is, man, we could beat Boston with Jaylen Brown. Why do we need to trade for Jaylen Brown?
Exactly.
In my mind, I'm like, yeah, do we really need to trade for
Couple
Jaylen
And
tweaks
Brown?
and we right
and
there.
and we're really going from one position to like a small forward position. So we're gonna lose out on our strength and point guard with a leader like Brunson, who's already proven to us that he is that dude both in Dallas and in here. Never fell short in the last 2 years of the playoffs. But Brown has been totally missing. I
What
wouldn't do it.
when
I think it's the
Spoelstra,
coach. I think it's the coach.
No,
I
no, no,
think
no.
yeah.
I agree, but still, some players still fight through that adversity, regardless of how their coach is. You still gonna show up if you are a good player. To me, you ain't just gonna dog out your
So,
contract
so
and be a Ben
but
Simmons.
there's certain caveats though, because great players have terrible series all the time. We see it. So
Facts.
Joel
we
Embiid,
saw
James Harden.
man. I can go to guys that are on Mount Rushmores: Magic Johnson,
They used to
LeBron
call him.
James,
They used to
Kobe.
call him Tragic
Jerry
Johnson.
Yeah,
West. Yep.
Kobe Bryant. Like
Yeah.
so, I'll say this: that coach isn't doing them any favors. Brunson has leveled up to a certain point where it don't matter what Tibbs is drawing up on that board. Brunson gonna find a way to be efficient. That's just his. He's gotten to that point in his skill level. Like
And
when Spoelstra is like, how did this guy not make an All Star, All NBA,
yeah.
despite me throwing the kitchen sink at him and scouting everything that he loves to do and blowing up every one of Tibbs plays and isolations, and
Yep.
he's still scoring 40.
Yep.
It's one of those. It's a good place to be in terms of that where we are in point guard or starting point guard.
Dre and Soulfinger. You know what? And for that reason, I'm telling you guys, in order for this not to be a flash in the pan season, you gotta go get some support for Jalen Brunson.
Yup.
Facts.
And hold
100%.
true to our
You got
team.
you got to protect them, bro.
See, I know a lot of right now, Freeze. You know, like you're saying, go get some help. I mean, in my part, I ain't mean to cut you off, Freeze. I know,
No.
like
Okay. You the man, boss.
we don't need to start pulling the trigger right off, saying trade this, trade that, because you know you hear a lot of we need to trade for this or trade for that, or we need to move but for who, for what?
Right.
You know, and then it goes to the dollars. The dollars got to make sense. The fit got to make sense. You know, there's players I like, but they may not. Like I said, I've been screaming Jaylen Brown ever since the first time they were talking about trading him. But then once you find out that he's going to get, was it 290? He can get up to 290
That's what he's
mil,
eligible for.
Right.
eligible for 290 mil. Man,
And
Five
Boston
years.
can match that or make it higher.
yeah, that's a pipe dream, bro. I mean, I love, man. I mean, in a perfect world, you know, in the perfect NBA 2K world, oh yeah, man, I'm trading for some Jaylen Brown. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
But
You
it's
ain't do
also
that.
the same division.
No, I mean, like I said, in the plan, and you would have to, if to make a move like that, you're gonna have to give up the butt.
That New York price
And
is
Boston,
not
yeah.
not the same price. Like like like
Mm-hmm.
like put it this way: if we had a player that Boston was eyeing, we would try to tax them to the utmost, just
Mm-hmm.
just off the old rivalry, just off the old bad blood.
Like you
Yeah.
say, just off GP. You know what I'm saying?
Just off of JoJo
General.
White,
I like
off of
that.
JoJo White, flagrant foul and Clyde Frazier. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes. That's okay.
Yeah.
like the remnants, it ain't no love lost. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
there was a meme that said like it was like a guy giving a handshake and one hand was the Knicks and the other hand was the Miami Heat and in the middle it said F Boston and then beneath that it was a guy washing his hands. like
Yeah.
like we hate Boston as a whole more than we hate the Heat apparently. like,
Yeah.
but we hate them both. Well, we gonna wash our hands after we shake the Heat's hand.
Yeah. Yeah. But yo, you know what? Soulfinger, what I was gonna say though about the Jalen Brunson thing is, now that you now that you know what Jalen Brunson is, do what other successful franchises do
And build around them.
that have a great point guard. They go get an excellent backup.
Yeah.
That's what great.
Definitely.
Like every great point guard in this league has a even greater backup, right? Like y'all remember all the great backups Tony Parker used to have in San Antonio, Patty Mills and all them
Yeah.
dudes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Not even that, Freezy. All them wings that they just threw around them that
Yeah,
can
that's
do
the other
more
good
than one
point, Dre.
thing.
Good
Like,
point.
But
Good
you
point.
got but for a point guard, you got to have a great backup though.
oh, for sure. You gotta have a
Even
solid,
Isaiah
consistent
Thomas
backup.
had a great
I
backup point guard.
I
Yeah.
hate
Y'all
to
remember
say this,
Isaiah
but
Thomas with the Pistons?
yeah.
hmm
Even he had a great backup.
Well,
I was
see, and
gonna
that's
say
the
you
other
could even
thing you
go
got
to
to.
Memphis right now. You can look at Memphis with Ja and Trey Jones. Trey Jones
Yes.
is not the same caliber of Ja, but he controls the team and they stay in flow when Trey steps on the court, and they relate to him well. So yeah, I see you.
Yeah, and there's also a change of pace on that too, the way they operate. Because you got, the team operates one way with Ja, they switch up when Trey is up there. So that's what you
Hmm.
want. You want to be able to have a good change of pace for somebody that can run the offense and get them in that set. You know, um, and you're right, Freeze. That would be phenomenal in itself. You don't have. I know a lot of cats want to see big trades. I want this big name here and this big, but
Right.
sometimes the big trade may not be the thing. It can set you
Right.
back.
I actually heard. Speaking of guards, now I don't know if this is true, but is Monk available from the Kings?
He signed a multi-year deal with the
He's on
Kings,
there. He out
Oh,
the
he
way.
already signed. Okay, okay, okay. My fault, my
Yeah,
fault.
he out the
I
way.
thought he was
and
damn.
and,
They
and
got him
he and
quick.
he's with his Kentucky backcourt mate. Like he ain't going
Yeah,
nowhere.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But see, if we get a guy like that, I think that would really like step us up even more.
How would y'all feel about Tyrese Maxey?
Yes, but the
Oh,
problem is the division.
it's looking like Freezy from what I've been seeing because I've been like paying attention to Sixers world. They're gonna max Tyrese Maxey. They're gonna
Oh yeah,
just
they're not gonna let him go.
they just gonna max him.
But
Like even if like no matter what happens with Embiid, they need a foundation, and if they decide to move off of Embiid, they can just start their rebuild immediately
but you
around
don't think we
Maxey.
got two players that could
Yeah.
probably be a maxi type? Like we don't have guys on our roster that could develop into him.
Well, you first if you want to be a Maxey type, you also need the opportunity
Yeah.
and the volume.
Yeah.
And
I'll
for the
keep
last
saying
few
it.
years, Maxey has been playing 35 minutes a game.
Yeah, he's been getting some grind.
So,
Hmm.
like, we could say quickly has all the bit of talent to have the same type of Maxey impact, but quickly is never going to play 34,
Those
35 minutes a night.
Yeah, not in the Tibbs
Right.
system, not the way Tibbs runs it. But I mean,
Not with Brunson here either. So
yeah, yeah. I mean, come on, you got to have. I
unless he
was
plays
thinking,
a ton of minutes with him, then
yeah.
I'm
I
still
mean,
saying RJ and Grimes. That's the problem. I
How do
see
how
these
do
two
y'all like
guys.
Fred Van Vliet? Y'all like Fred Van Vliet?
No,
no.
no. And I'll tell you why he has two speeds. It's either downhill where he goes to the basket or it's a step back three. He's very good with passing, but for the most part, as far as his consistency with scoring and stepping up with Brunson there, I think it'll clash. And we're
I
gonna
was
have
gonna
to pay him like 20 mil, like over 20 mil a year.
I, I was gonna say like Freezy when we talk about like having a backup guard, you want someone that has the ability to be complementary, but knows
hmm
Brunson is the guy ultimately. Like you don't want to have a situation where you got a Reggie Jackson over here trying to like bogart possessions when you got Russell Westbrook who's 21, 22 years old still. Like you saw that clash between OKC at the time, if you
Okay.
recall. So you
Okay.
don't want to you want someone that knows their role that's complementary. And in Fred Van Vliet's mind, Fred's mind, I'm the lead guard of a starting unit in this league.
Yeah, and not
And you
only
don't want
that,
to have those two small guards together in my mind.
yeah, and
Anyway,
not only that, Dre, he's looking at you. Look at the fact that he won a championship. So that could, that's outside.
why am I
Other
coming
than
here? This is already his team.
And he wasn't even the
exactly.
main guy on that team.
Yeah,
But it's
new
it's
team,
funny.
new
Like
face.
it's funny that like I thought, and I think a lot of Knicks fans thought when Fred VanVleet was going to be a free agent, we thought he was going to do what Brunson just did in this past year for us. But
Right.
Brunson had surpass whatever the hell Fred VanVleet has done individually at this level.
Bro, I
Immediately.
think y'all sleeping on him, bro.
I think
Who,
he's a good
Fred?
player, but Freezy, look up his shooting splits and get back to me.
I'm looking at him.
Terrible.
I'm
Like he
looking-
regressed. He regressed
Yeah, but
across
then
the
again,
board.
that's Toronto with us though. We don't know how he would flourish in our system. I
But
just don't like him because
our system is isolation basketball. He's not a great isolation player.
It's not just that; it's the fact of like how he was when he won his ring. He was basically him, Larry, and he stepped up and he's been in Toronto doing his thing. He's not gonna want to take a backup role. He's gonna want to be like Monk, a second seed to it. But I don't think he can do that because, like I said, it's Brunson's team. Fred VanVleet, like you said, Dre, comes in with the mentality it's his team. That can mess up our whole thing right there. We need a guy to just come in down.
I think y'all assumption is off.
Freezy.
Hold on, Dre, let me finish. Hold on. Relax.
I got
Relax. Let me finish my point. I think y'all assumption is wrong in that we assume that Fred VanVleet thinks he's the guy. But you don't know that for sure. Because we're Knicks fans on the outside looking in at Toronto. Right? And in the case where you're window shopping, what's happening inside the store may not be the same thing that's happening outside the store. You feel me? When you look at Fred VanVleet's numbers, what they look like to me is that a dysfunctional roster, not an organization, a dysfunctional roster trying to find their way was trying to do two things at once. They're trying to build for the future and win a championship. And when you get two different things going on at once, you get a regression from your veterans, i.e. Siakam and VanVleet, and you get a regression from your young player, Scotty, whatever his name is, Scotty Barnes.
Scotty Barnes.
Yeah. Now, if they had a clear direction, right? If they had a clear direction, right? Say if Scotty Barnes was playing with other young players, you'd have seen Scotty Barnes rise to the top because he would have been in control of all the situations, but he is not, right? And then when you look at Fred VanVleet, a off guard, letting a power forward play point guard for him, of course your numbers are going to be trash because you got a power forward running your offense.
Can I chime in, Freezy?
Yeah.
On that point.
All right.
I
wasn't. I had some, but go ahead, bro.
Oh, my fault, Freezy.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, the Raptors, they kind of moved away from Scotty being the point forward, which is to the detriment of his progress because ultimately, him being a point forward is where he has to be when he becomes who he has to become.
And
right?
why they drafted him so high.
Yeah, and they moved away from that,
right?
Which kind of stifled his growth because Fred VanVleet still is like the highest usage guy on that team, and he initiates a ton of their offense. But there are actions that they have where he's off ball and he's like a catch and shoot guy. But for the most part, it's a lot of pick and roll with him and Siakam running pick and roll as the ball handlers. So I think it's one of those things where Nick Nurse didn't do very many favors for Brunson. I mean, for
the roster is flawed. That roster is trash.
Roster is flawed, absolutely, Freezy. Roster is flawed. But when they got like a traditional center, because they picked up Pirtle at the deadline.
Yeah.
You saw like the makings of a team that could do a little bit of something, but it wasn't enough time for it. Like for VanVleet, he needs a traditional big when he runs pick and roll. Not one of these 6'8", 6'9" guys that are rolling to the rim and don't really set the best screens. So, and to this point, Fred VanVleet is horrific when he gets to the paint, even with a spaced roster. Like you mentioned, Chris Boucher and all that stuff. He is no Brunson when he gets into the lane. He don't got that arsenal. He doesn't have that touch. He doesn't have the floater. He just takes a lot of threes and a lot of like. Shut up, Alexa. Alexa, shut up. My bad. He just started flipping out. But it's one of those things where he is a flawed player, but they've done no things to make his flaws be hidden, and he's become like a very inefficient basketball player to that effect. But for his whole career, he shoots 40% from the field, even when they were winning titles. Like he's never been a beacon of efficiency, even on the best teams. He's just because he's just inside the 3 point line. He's just not that effective in my mind, or when I watch him play. He's not oblivious to defensive pressure like Brunson is. They're
What
just
about?
two different animals in that regard.
I was going to say Javon Carter. I think is
Freezy actually likes Javon. Freezy likes
yeah.
Javon.
I like Javon better as a backup. That's like my guy if we're gonna do that. I agree with you, Feezy.
I saw mention T.J. McConnell as a
Yeah,
backup.
yeah,
Would you like him?
the Fred Van Vliet thing, I think, is you have to look at what type of player he is.
But you want a backup, not a starter,
No.
right?
But you see what he's saying? He's saying he's able to produce similar to Brunson, and we could use that and feed both of them and actually run a system better. We're having two similar guards doing the same styles.
No, I'm
But
good. I can speak for myself. I'm good.
yeah, okay.
I'm good. No, what I'm getting at is this.
Hmm.
At this stage of where the Knicks are, if you're gonna throw the bag at somebody, you want somebody to fit in seamlessly with what you already do, right? If you bring in a Fred Van Vliet, right, you know he's not gonna be a point guard. You know he's gonna be a two, right? At the same time, you transition Grimes to the bench, right? You
Mm.
moving Grimes to the bench because what he offers you at this point is not what starters offer playoff caliber teams, right? Somebody smart told me one time that role players can be what do you call it? Something you can take role players off of a playoff team, basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you bring in Fred Van Vliet to be the complement to another short guard. You bring in Fred Van Vliet on the money that you're paying Evan Fournier and Derrick Rose, right? Instead of giving that money to Josh Hart, right? Instead of that Josh Hart money is 13. The Fournier money is 19. That's 32 plus Rose. That's $47 million. You can go out and bring in a Fred Van Vliet and another guy for that. Your Karis LeVert and your TJ Warren, your Ty Warren, and or TJ is it TJ Warren? TJ Warren?
T.J. Warren.
TJ Warren. Yeah.
TJ Warren and your Terrence Ross. You can get two out of those three, and those will be your big guards off the bench. And I know Knicks fans are gonna tell me, man, a short lineup in the playoffs will never work. Man, Fred Van Vliet can't win a championship with another small guard in the lineup. And what I'm going to tell them is I just like to see him try it. I like to see him try it. Because the one thing Fred Van Vliet will do is take and make 3-pointers. The ones that you dare Grimes to take, he'll take them and make them.
He'll pull them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna pull it, and
He'll
he's
be
gonna
more
knock
of a
them down.
finisher than Grimes or RJ that we already have because he's already proven.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we need to add good basketball players. You're not gonna find. Listen, Michael
Without
Jordan
paying.
in his prime is not in free agency, right? The Knicks need to find good basketball players.
But Freezy, Alec Burks is a Freezy.
God dog it.
He said,
Hey,
The fourth quarter MJ. I didn't know the fourth quarter MJ was out there.
Yeah, he'll be back out on the market.
And the Knicks will go get him. I'm willing to bet my goldfish. I have a goldfish over here named Arnold. No, I
What you
know.
talking about,
Did we
Willis?
name him Arnold? No, we named him Abraham. So we have a goldfish over here named Abraham. I'm willing to bet him.
that's crazy.
Yeah. If you're the Knicks, bro, if you're the Knicks, come on, man. Just add talent. You don't have to. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to overthink it, bro, because LeBron James is not going to be a free agent.
Yeah, the name on the
but
back.
but Freezy, when you say add talent, you still got to add the right talent because you could look around the landscape of the league. There's a lot of talented teams, but the fit wasn't right. You could look at the
Yeah.
Minnesota Timberwolves. There's talent galore on that team, but it didn't fit right. You
Wait a
can look
minute.
at you can look at
Fred VanVleet wasn't a starter on the championship team.
yeah, but that was also peak world destroyer Kawhi Leonard on that team. Like, and they
Right.
wouldn't have won if Kevin Durant played. Just call it
Yeah,
spade a spade.
and we right now we have peak world destroyer Jalen Brunson, in my opinion.
Ye-
And I know y'all want to downplay Jalen Brunson.
I'm not
man.
downplaying him. It's
I-
just
I-
it's the same beast but a different animal. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Like Kawhi at that point was at the apex of what he is.
Okay.
I don't think we've seen the apex of Brunson just yet.
So no to Fred VanVleet, but we were yes to Ty Jerome.
But we were talking about bench players, not a starting caliber point guard.
No, I'm
But
saying-
and fit aside, we could talk about 2 point guards that just got put together that teams viewed as way more talented on the Atlanta Hawks, and it didn't work.
it's talking about, yeah,
Burry and Trey Young.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
when we talk about these things, like ultimately, it's all a matter of opinion because when it gets on the court, they very well could work seamlessly, right? Or they could crash and burn like Atlanta did.
Right. 2 years ago, the Knicks started the tallest backcourt in the NBA.
But they were trash.
What I'm saying is ultimately the size conversation. It don't matter. You have to get good basketball players, man.
I'm not limited it to a size conversation. Ultimately, you could throw a 6'5" guy out there, 6'6" guy. If he ain't got the skill, he ain't got the skill.
Okay.
But like this is for that reason. It's kind of why, like when you mentioned Karis LeVert, guys like that, like Karis LeVert is what 6'7",
Yeah. Something like, yeah.
6'7", can orchestrate an offense, can get his own shot when need be. Granted, if we're keeping it a buck, he was the only consistent player on the Cavs that we just seen.
Right.
Yeah, Karis LeVert, and I remember I brought up Karis LeVert's name. I'm not gonna say and somebody told me that they're not worried about a Karis LeVert, and I was like, you should worry about a Karis LeVert because he was pretty much consistent throughout that whole playoff series, and he's a guy that can get hot. He can get like nuclear hot.
Oh, I think that was me that said that.
They
No,
both
what?
mentioned is that dude.
That you
Yeah, I
want
did.
work?
I did. Yeah, I did say that.
No, it wasn't you, Freezy.
No, may not be in your conversation, but I did.
No,
but
it was on your show.
Yeah, but I did say I ain't worried about Karis LeVert. He once a week.
Well, no,
I
it wasn't you,
still
it was
feel that
somebody
way
else.
about Karis LeVert.
Yeah, no, it was somebody
Yeah.
else.
Okay,
Dre, you was on the show.
it was probably me because I
No,
said
it
he.
wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Wasn't me? Okay.
He's not on right now. I ain't gonna say so. I'm not gonna put him on right now because he's not online. He's not on the show, so I won't say his name. But
Okay.
it's
I said he was like an X factor. Like it'll be between him or RJ. If either one of them are having good games, that can sway or swing the series.
mm-hmm.
And it kind of came to fruition because when RJ was playing well despite Randall's struggles, we
Yeah,
kind of
and we pulled it. We
took
pulled
off.
off. And Karis LeVert was like that rock in your shoe because he kept coming off the bench.
Yeah, he was the only guy hitting them threes that like we would go up 10. Here comes Karis LeVert on a 5-0 run by himself to drag them right back in.
One man fast break.
So like I'm not gonna diminish Van Vliet. I also will say Van Vliet is getting older and the injuries have been catching up to him. And he's 29.
Okay.
So he's been getting
He was an older rookie too, though.
Yeah, he was, for sure. But you're still playing a ton of basketball to even get to the NBA level, to even be noticed or seen.
Right.
So, like, just because he was an older rookie, he had to play a ton in college. He had to come to the G League.
Him and Ron
Yeah,
Baker was the backcourt at Wichita State.
and they were making
Yeah.
long runs in tournaments
Hey,
together.
so finger, guess who was the 3 for them?
Oh, you talking about who we drafted?
Lee Anthony
Yeah,
Early.
Clean Anthony early. Yeah,
Oh my
And
God.
Clean Anthony. I got
we
shot in
drafted him because
shot
he
in the
was
leg.
6'8". That's why we drafted him, because he was 6'8" and from New York,
Yeah, we drafted
just like Obi.
Yeah.
That was me. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
But 2 small point guards can work,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
It definitely has worked, but you have to make sure you have athletes at the 3 other positions.
Yeah, you have to offset the shortcomings that would come along with it. No pun intended.
Because when we talking about that Raptors team, they had Pete Kawhi, they had
Mhm.
Pascal when he was younger,
Mhm.
they had Danny Green was on that team still,
Danny
and he was
Green was
very
on that
athletic
team.
and switchable.
They had OG too at the
They
time,
had they
OG
had,
was hurt.
but he
but
was
he
a
was hurt. That's
baby.
what I'm saying. Yeah, but he was hurt. Yeah, he was
They
definitely hurt.
had who's that center that was on OKC that shoot 3, blocked a ton of shots?
Serge
They had
Ibaka.
him.
He was a
So,
power forward then.
yeah, but he played small ball 5 and was still pretty
He
athletic.
played
Then they
small
had
ball 5, but they also had the
Marc
Lopez brother.
Gasol.
Oh,
They
Marc
had
Gasol. That's
Marc
right.
Gasol. So they had waves of defenders on the back line. Even though Fred VanVleet was a plus defender, him and Lowry were plus defenders, especially for their size. They held their weight, but you still needed a back line of athletes, because once they get beat, they're not contesting nobody. They just
Mhm.
scramble and run guys off the line. That's what they did. To their credit, they ran Steph Curry and Clay off the line as best as they could, and they were funneling them into those long athletes into contested mid-range jumpers and contested attacks at the rim. And that's kind of the base principle of what Tibbs' defense is. We try to funnel guys into Mitch, but you kind of need more athletes, which is kind of why we complain about not generating tons of deflections and steals and things of that nature, because we don't really have long athletes to be disruptive. We just funnel guys or teams into Mitch and funnel them into contested mid-range jumpers. So, like, the concept of it can very well may work, even though Brunson is not the defender Kyle Lowry was. Let's not get it twisted. He's not
No,
the
he's not.
defender Kyle Lowry was then or now.
Right.
So, but it can work if you have multiple guys pick up their slack. Now, when we do that, I don't know how we're gonna get the multiple guys to pick up their slack. But like, when you need ball players, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment, Freezy. You need ball players. You need guys that can pass, dribble, shoot. Don't matter their stature. You
Right.
need skills. You need guys that can shoot. So I'm
Yeah.
not about to poo-poo on him just because he's short. But when we talk about fit and all these things, if we do get him, I hope we get a wing, an athletic wing
Okay.
But don't his
of some kind.
but would his offense actually have helped us, especially if we were to have him this year in the playoffs?
Yeah.
Fred
I would,
VanVleet, of course.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, but
but
that's what I'm saying.
I
Isn't
mean,
that you really think about it? We create just probably 1 or 2 more offensive plays, and we probably would have had enough to do what we need to do. So
mhm.
having Fred VanVleet, you could look at it how with Sacramento worked. You know what I'm saying? I really feel that his offense would have helped, but the problem is, I still feel that we needed more than just another backup guard. I still need a small forward position and even a center position. What are we going to do with that?
Just real quick before we go that way, we're talking about size, but that's just like saying, I know if was a fifth, we all be full, but we talked about Donovan Mitchell. Many want to pair Donovan Mitchell with, with Bronson. You
Mhm.
still would
Yeah.
have a small back. You had a small backcourt still. So what's the difference? Well, I know Donovan Mitchell is a bucket. He can go get buckets and everything. And he can fly through the air with the greatest of ease. But still, defensively, you would be facing the same problem.
And,
So
and when we talking about like a coach like Spoelstra, even if you got 2 guys that are ballers, all NBA guys, it ain't like you got 3 of them. You got 2, and all he has to do is make it hell for those 2. And
Mm-hmm.
if you're looking at the Celtics series, look at what Jaylen Brown's doing. Look at what
Yeah.
Jason Tatum's doing. And we would trade a lot of people off this roster for them two dudes at the caliber they are.
Right.
So when we talk about like adding like these guys just to score, it has to be, you have to be able to score in a specific way. You have to be able to put pressure on the other team,
Mm-hmm.
and you need to be able to play defense because like this guy has these dudes running around like a well-oiled machine after looking trash in the regular season. It just
Yeah, they running around. They running like piranhas, man.
Guess what I
it's
just found
actually
out?
amazing. Yeah, what's up for you?
I just found out Jet Howard is Jawan Howard's son.
You didn't know that?
No.
Hmm.
Now I got to have him, bro. Hey, got to have him. Soul
NBA
Finger,
pedigree.
Soul Finger, make it happen.
That's an NBA pedigree right there.
Done. Bro, hey, Soul Finger, before you got here, I didn't know. I honestly didn't know, right? I didn't know this till just now. I was saying that this dude is Devin Booker. Right? Jet Howard. I was calling him Devin Booker, right? And then I was doing a little research. Right? Bro, if I can get that tandem, Jawan Howard is the head coach and some Devin Booker at the 2. Oh my God.
Where's he projected? Where's he projected in the draft?
Somewhere between 10 and 15.
Yeah.
10 and 20, I'm sorry. 10 and 20.
Yeah, 10 and
10
20.
and 20.
Like he could be late teens. He might, I don't know, but he might drop late 20s.
Damn it, Dallas, you screwed us.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was just saying the same thing, B. I was like, man, Dallas got us, boy. They hit us with the
Mark Cuban hit us with a
stank
what?
finger.
He hit us with our own pimp. I think we should not even deal with him anymore, man. That dude hit us with our own pimp.
Well, you know what got me salty was how the NBA handled it. Yeah, they fined him, but I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
That man, Jason Kidd, was like, my boss has told me to take them out. I'm just like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you knew they were, you sitting down players that were
But
healthy
you outright admitting that is crazy.
Yeah,
But it's Jason Kidd gonna be who he is.
He don't care
like that as a player.
Yeah, because he also said man, listen, when you coaching, players are gonna only play hard for you if they know they can get something in return. Right? And he was like, he told Jalen Brunson, he was like, I will make you rich if you do these things for me. And he called Mark Cuban by name. He was like, Mark Cuban doesn't want me to say this, but if you want to get paid, I can get you paid, but you got to do these things for me. Right? And guess what and guess who else I heard that from? Alvin Gentry. And you know who he told that to? Julius Randle. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's man, listen, man. I mean, not Alvin Gentry, the assistant coach, or whoever, somebody in New Orleans told Randle that, whatever, blah, 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 however the story go.
Yeah.
Right. But man, bro, if we can trade up in the Soul Finger, if we can just trade.
Oh no, I feel you. But just Dallas.
Bro,
Dallas.
But we can still trade up in the draft. So I ain't worried about Dallas pick because we'll get it next year. If we don't get it this year,
even if we don't get it, we're gonna trade it.
Yeah. We go, yeah. But if I'm the Knicks though, a sweet shooting guard with all the height in the world, NBA pedigree,
and
you know what I'm saying?
Bro. Well. And from Michigan, I hope he doesn't turn into Glenn Robinson the third. Then.
Or Tim Hardaway Jr.
Don't say Tim Hardaway. Oh God!
Because it seems that's what they do, man. They put out shoot guards,
bro.
They put out shoot guards, pedigree shoot guards at Michigan.
It's like Jalen Rose is the only thing we had good from Michigan. That's what.
But let's call a spade a spade. Tim Hardaway Jr. had a hell of an NBA career.
Yeah.
If we're keeping it real. He is an NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
Soulfinger, how would you like to have a silky smooth 6'8" shooting guard with range? And I'm talking about knockdown range all the way out to about 19 feet. But the 3-pointer looked like it's coming along.
Sign me up.
So he looked like his first year, he might be like 35, 36% from the floor his first year. But he looked like he got that Klay Thompson thing in him. The only reason why only reason why I don't think he top 5 right now is because this might be the deepest draft since.
And he's an upperclassman. So.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. I knew it's all
so
this
is Chris
talk about
Murray.
this up. Yeah, all this talk about this upcoming draft. You would think that we would have really made it. We would have stood, held on to some kind of some kind of pick, and not bank on that Dallas. But there's still a lot of time. We'll see, because the draft comes along, they may be able to slide back in and get something, move some stuff to get something.
But
yeah.
like to that point, we held on to that pick until right before the deadline.
Yeah.
We just didn't think the Mavericks would free fall that badly. Like Mavericks were like they were in pace to be like the 20th overall pick at worst, and then they free fell completely.
Well, he shifted gears on us real quick. Like I said, he up there pop starting at his car, just roll that joker downhill. That's what he was doing.
That joke, man.
And the problem is the thing is, and then next year we deal with it again. And like I said, Lightning can't. Well, let me stop, because
we don't have our own first round pick next year either. All we have is Dallas's pick.
You got
So
Dallas.
I think the Bucks has a good chance. What do you mean we don't have our pick next year? What do you mean?
No, we don't.
What did we give it up? What did we give? When did we give that up? And for what? I don't recall this.
Yeah, let me. I'll find it.
But to that point, like
to the rights of Motorboat Jones.
It's to that point. It's the Mavericks themselves. They're on a time crunch with Luka. Luka is not going to stand for missing the playoffs.
And that's another thing I don't understand. How you have a coach like Jason Kidd, who was trained by his father Gary Payton, and learned basketball, and you don't pick up none of his skills, not even defensively, at least offensively.
Well, who are you talking about? Oh, his son.
No. I'm talking about Jason Kidd mentoring Luka. Like, he's the coach, and Brunson listened and got paid. But Luka hasn't picked up anything or any kind of looks, any kind of different type of style games that Jason Kidd threw to him.
Well, why would he listen to Jason Kidd when he's better than Jason Kidd?
It's the diversity that makes legends.
I'm gonna say this: Luka Doncic is an elite playmaker. He is also, not even arguably, statistically, he is the best isolation player in the entire NBA. Like, his volume is ridiculous, and he still shoots the highest percentage in isolation. So when we talk about like things that don't work and didn't work, it worked last year because they got to a Western Conference Finals, albeit Jalen Brunson was playing very well. But when it came down to it against the Suns, he knocked the Suns' head off.
Yeah.
He knocked off a number 1 seed, like dismantled them. So to that point, Jason Kidd is a very great playmaker, and Luka Doncic averages 8-9 assists a game. So he's also a great playmaker. So he's probably borrowed some things from Jason Kidd, but at the same time, Luka is a different beast. Just being absolutely honest, he's a different animal.
And it's so funny. And the story goes that Frank Ntilikina walked into Scott Perry's office. It was like, yo, I played with this cat, Luka. Yo, you gotta draft it. Porzingis did the same thing. Mm-hmm. Porzingis did it, and then Frank went in after him. And it was like, yeah, these Euro dudes, they think, you know what I'm saying, everybody Euro. is going to come over here and be the greatest such and such and such. Now, mind you,
Such and
at,
such and such.
at the time this happening right now, mind you, this is 2018. You are just about to see Giannis explode, right? And they're like, yeah, this Euro such and such, man. He ain't even in no shape. He out here playing with dudes we done cut twice. You know what I'm saying? And they want us to trade Kevin Knox and RJ Barrett so that we can move up in the draft and get Luka. Are you crazy? This is because the thing is set up. Dallas had the third worst record. They slid in the lottery to 5, right? But they wanted Luka. Atlanta had the 5th worst record, and they moved up to 3. So they swapped picks.
Mm-hmm.
And so the draft goes, Atlanta takes Luka, right? You remember that? Atlanta takes Luka.
Yep.
Dangling him to the highest bidder. And we ain't ready to keep Luka. Let me just give us something good for him. We ain't ready to keep him. Right? And so we think Dallas, at the time, we think Dallas is the perfect situation for Trae Young, because Trae Young played basketball at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
and I remember Trae Young was tied. His name kept getting tied to us as well.
Yeah. Him and Colin. What's his name? Colin Sexton.
Was Colin Sexton in the draft?
Was it Colin Sexton? Yeah, I think it was Colin Sexton. Yeah, because So Frank goes in and tell him, and the story goes, I can't remember. I'm just gonna pin it on Berman. And Berman says the Knicks heard Porzingis, and they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna look into it." Frank goes in a month later, and they're like, "Get out of our office." We professional. We know what we're doing, right? And then at the draft, when it's time for Luka, and teams are bidding for Luka, now, mind you, Luka's FIBA coach is the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, right?
Oh, right. I remember.
And so they were like, yo, the Phoenix Suns might be trading down in the draft to get more assets so they can take Luka. But they don't think Luka is going to make it past 2, right? But the Sacramento Kings with they dumb asses, right? The Sacramento Kings.
Marvin
that's when
Bagley
was running it. Yeah.
Marvin Bagley.
Bro, listen to all the names that are on the board, right? Listen to all the names that are on the board. It's going to make you laugh. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on the board. Right? Miles Bridges is on the board. Mikal Bridges is on the board.
Yeah,
Kevin Knox on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. You notice I said some names, right? I didn't even mention Jaren Jackson Jr. I didn't even mention Trae Young. I didn't even mention Luka. I didn't even mention Colin Sexton. These clowns, of everybody in the top 10, the 2 teams that botched it up the worst are the 2 teams that always botch up top 10 picks. The New York Knicks and Sacramento Kings.
You know why they did that? They were like, they did that because they said, we got De'Aaron Fox. Why would we do that?
Yeah.
Right.
Luka's a point guard. Why would we do that? Then they turn around and draft Tyrese Halliburton. What type of
and Davion Mitchell?
Mm-hmm.
What type of sense
you can't make this stuff up, bro. That's why I like to have these deep conversations with y'all, because if you're a random NBA fan, you assume everybody is smart, right? Or you assume you assume certain franchises are gonna do things the way that you envision things should be done. That's not how it works. Think about you have the number 2 pick, right? And even if you don't like Jaren Jackson, could you at least trade back to 9 with the Knicks? Give the Knicks the number 2 pick so that you can still take Marvin Bagley, because he would have been there at 9.
Yeah, But you know what teed me off about
Well,
this?
well,
That
Marvin
because
Bagley
we.
was okay. My fault. Soul finger, but Marvin
Oh no,
Bagley
I'll
was
give.
heralded as like a top 3 pick for like a minute.
Yeah,
Right.
Regardless, it was just a bad pick, unfortunately.
Right.
yeah.
But oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh
Sir.
no, go ahead, Free.
Oh, I was gonna say Marvin Bagley didn't even separate himself from another guy from Duke that went in that draft in the top 10, Wendell Carter Jr.
Willie, yeah,
Yup.
want to call it, yep.
He didn't even separate himself from him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, how do you not? I mean, this is the same draft that Gary Trent Jr. went in. Right? Think about all these names, bro.
See, Freezer, you keep bringing up names, and I keep thinking about that draft, and it hurt. So it just hurt more on you. It's like, all right, man, I know I've been cut, but you don't have to keep rubbing more salt in the wound and then pour the green alcohol over it, man.
Yeah, and squeeze some orange juice on it.
Man.
You ever
bump
had a
that. I
cut of
want
your lip
lemon
and ate
juice.
orange?
lemon
Lemon
juice.
juice.
Oh,
Lemon juice.
Yep. Razor blades and lemon juice with some cayenne pepper. You lucky.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And because the thing about it, we come out of that draft with Kevin Knox.
We were feeling good about it too.
Oh
And
God.
and
please
and
stop.
Mitchell Robinson. Don't forget
Yeah.
Mitch.
Shout out
And
to
Mitch,
Mitch.
and Mitch was,
Thank you,
I mean,
Mitch.
Mitch was the good, yeah, Mitch was good, but Kevin, but see, the thing is, what had me salty about it, because I wasn't big on the Kevin Knox signing, because we had all the Bridges cats
We
and
talked
all that.
ourselves into it after the summer league.
Yeah, he looked, because he still like he was gonna do something, but I was skeptical when your college coach comes out and said he's a project.
Right.
He said that. And then you look at the film and the knock on him. I mean, it was, oh well, he has a low motor. My thing is if you hearing all this stuff, I mean, and there's nothing against Kevin Knox. You can't get mad at the man for where he was drafted. That's the people in charge at the time that
Yeah, you
pulled the
gotta be
trigger on
smarter
that.
than that.
Yeah, man, you got to be smart. Yeah, you got to be smarter than way smarter than the average bear. But and then you had I was giving him the Voldemort treatment, Fizdale, jumping up and down because that was his pick. Knox was his pick. He
For
fell
real?
in love
Oh
with,
God.
yeah, that was his pick, man.
Then he benched him.
Because it was all because he had a good workout and he outplayed. I guess like I said, the sun shine on the dog's backside every now and again, and that workout here's some sunburn.
That's the thing I don't get about workouts. It's like the NBA is a 5-on-5 game, not a 1-on-1 game.
Yeah.
You can't put all that stock in a 1-on-1 guy, like, unless he has generational talent.
Yeah,
That's
but you had more.
obvious. In a 1-on-1, like, you don't put that much stock. He could just had a good shooting game.
Mm-hmm.
A good shooting day.
But you had film on him already from his games, college games. And did he really jump off the page? But that's when we were trying to do, corner the market on those players that they want.
Kentucky guys.
Yes. You're trying to corner the market on the Kentucky players. It just wasn't panning out. But you overlook all that other talent, man, which is ridiculous. But then, like you said, then the following season you bench him. And I mean, it was just for Knox, it was just a bad situation. You got drafted way too high.
Right.
And then you come into the second summer league and Zion snatches your soul. He didn't take his heart, he snatched his soul when he took the ball.
It was over for him after that.
Oh yeah. Oh, and then the front office didn't do him any favors when you drafted all those other forwards.
Yep. But so here's the thing, right? The thing that I don't get. Right, because my belief is if you're picking at 9 and you don't know exactly where to go, trade the pick. If you're there was a song that used to come on the radio. If your heart isn't in it, then why didn't you tell me so?
Mm-hmm.
If your heart isn't in it, this is a song from a long time ago. If you wasn't alive,
okay, Atlantic
if
Star.
you wasn't, that's Atlantic Star for those that don't know.
Yeah, come on, Atlantic Star,
So,
yes, sir.
But here's my thing: if your heart wasn't in the pick, trade back. Right? I would listen. I'm gonna name. Y'all bear with me. Don't cut me off. I'm gonna name 5 second-round picks out of that draft, and y'all tell me if y'all would have been okay trading back and taking those 5 second-round picks. Right? Here's one out of that draft, Javon Carter. Here's another. Jalen Brunson. Here's another one for you. Mitchell Robinson, Devontae Graham, Gary Trent, Jared Vanderbilt, Bruce Brown, Hamadou Diallo, DeAnthony Melton, Svi McCulloch, Keita Bates Diop, Alize Johnson. I mean, Shake Milton, right? If your heart ain't in it, are any of those players better than Kevin Knox? I'm just asking.
You know, it's funny, Freezy. It feels like since I've been watching the Knicks, or like any draft pick we get, we have to talk ourselves into liking it. It's never we like it off rip.
Yeah, it's not like you ready to rip your shirt off, rip your shirt open, and show off your taco meat. Like, yeah. It's not, you don't see anybody running around sound like Lil Jon. I'm like, yeah, we got.
It's like we get a pick, and it's like, well, there's some things we like.
Yeah,
but he's our pick, so we gotta like it.
And it's like, you know what? He's an okay. Yeah, he's an okay ham sandwich with cheese.
Yeah, and we gotta call him the GOAT. Like when we got Frank, we like, yeah, man, y'all doing Frank wrong, man. Frank the GOAT.
Do y'all look at these advanced analytics? It says Frank is the best pick and roll defender in the entire NBA.
Yep, I remember.
And then you don't look at the other analytics where he legitimately can't do anything a guard is supposed to do in the NBA.
But you gotta look at some type of positivity.
Bro, I saw Frank Ntilikina fall down. He was trying to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, and he fell down.
Man, look, he was the king of growing pool. Look like every time it's the beginning of the season, he pulling growings and everything, man.
It's like he's like every game. It's like Bambi learning how to walk.
Yes,
every game. It's like you see the glimpses when he gets confident. He makes one shot, then he'll come down, do a dribble move, take a jumper, he'll miss, and you won't see him ever again for the rest of the game.
Yeah. You know, that Frank draft reminded me of the Ronaldo Balkman draft.
Oh man, that is a name. I
know.
Ronaldo Balkman. Oh my God! How did he go top 10?
Isaiah said that he knew other teams were looking at him, and he had to get him. And I'm like,
damn, you gullible, Isaiah.
Man, look, nobody was looking at that cat. You could have got him in the 8th round.
You could have got him undrafted.
Yeah.
Like here, take this non-guaranteed contract, brother. This can't
it's just like Frank could have got drafted in the 12th round, man.
Yeah. As soon as y'all say that, bro, this song called "Life" came to my mind. Anybody saw that movie Life, the Casey and JoJo song? Life. So as soon as y'all say, because I used to watch Ronaldo Balkman in person in Colombia. And I was like, bro, he is an exceptional athlete. If he goes to the right situation, he'll be something. Unfortunately,
it was the Knicks in the mid 2000s.
Yeah, he could have been Kenneth Faried in my mind.
The Manimal.
Y'all remember? Y'all remember Manimal?
Yeah, he came on the scene.
And teams started running pick and roll, and they used to run Manimal off the floor in that pick and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Because energy, being an energy guy is. Man,
you need a brain.
Yes,
you need a brain. You need tact. You need anticipation. You need skill. Like Manimal was 6'8" Josh Hart with dreads.
Yes.
Jumping out the gym.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember he dunked on Melo. Yeah, I remember he dunked on Melo.
Yeah.
They was on the same team. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember. And I know cats were talking about, man, go get Manimal. Get Manimal. I was like, no.
I wanted him, bro. I ain't gonna
lie. I didn't want no parts of it. That was, yeah.
Why would you get that when you could just get Quincy Acey?
Yeah. And we wound up getting Quincy Acey. but Dre, you see my point? Like you heard the names I called in that second round of the draft, right?
Yeah, like NBA talent.
Yes,
it might have taken them a few years to figure it out, but they did figure it out.
Right. These guys that I named, they didn't have a 40-inch vertical. They may have had like a 39 and a quarter inch vertical. right? NBA scouts like, we're only looking for guys with 40-inch verticals, right? Like Jalen Brunson. The only reason why Jalen Brunson slid that far is because at the combine he measured in at 5'10" in the quarter.
Yeah, his height.
That's it. Like legit, no lie. I saw the combine thing. He is 5'10" in a quarter without shoes.
Even though he was the best point guard in college.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Like
You
not
and I,
even
we all
close
know.
either. Not even
Yeah,
close.
Yeah.
because if he would have been measured in at 6'3", 6'4", he would have been top 10 pick.
Top 10.
He would have been top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. In a Luka Trae Young draft, I don't know.
Well, like Freezy, Trae Young is but 6'1", and he went.
6'1",
He ain't 6'1" either. His
And he
combine,
went.
he was like 5'11" and an eighth. I saw his
And he
combine.
went that high because of his statistics in college.
Yeah,
Well,
and
as Boogie called him,
because of the Steph Curry comparison.
Yeah.
His PR firm, man, was immaculate, bro. You remember his highlight package where he hit the 2 30-foot threes and back to back against Kansas State?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. As soon as he did that, and he was averaging 10 assists a game. Teams was like, yo, I don't even want to look at
I need
SGA.
that. It don't even matter if you play defense or not.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And when Steph Curry was winning championships,
he was actually playing defense.
Yeah.
Everybody forget that part though.
And he built up his body to actually
play defense first with Mark Jackson, him and Clay, because Clay was a good defender as well before he became the splash brother that everybody knows.
Well, to be fair, he was always the splash brother. That was his signature trait.
I know.
They built up that defense though.
It started with defense though.
Yeah, for sure. And to Steph's credit, he built his body up to even get to that point. Like
everything, yeah.
If you ask Steph Curry, like he owns a lot of the records for weightlifting on the Warriors, which you wouldn't think.
Yeah.
No, I get to play. I'm just saying, like they forget that they worked both sides of the court. They just look at one aspect and say, "Oh, he can shoot like Steph Curry down the line," but they don't look at the defensive end that Curry also brings, like most people do.
Yeah, it's to be good enough to not be a liability and just be that potent on offense.
And our coaches could hide you in some schemes, and we can help you with over-the-top defense and rotation schemes. That's why I kind of think it's lazy. But I get it, though. It's the new NBA.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I think that 2000, man, the 2018 draft, that was 5 years ago, right? I'm thinking, man, this year's draft is gonna be just as deep, man.
I should hope so.
There's gonna be guys that hit the ground running just like Luka out there draft, like 2-3 of them just out the gate.
I'm just really curious. I'm curious to see how we're gonna get what Leon's gonna do.
I'm curious.
Leon's gonna have to do a lot of extorting. That's what he's gonna have to do. He's gonna have to start.
He's gonna have to Suge Knight a few cats.
So figure, what do you want them? What do you want them to do though? Like, what's your ideal plan?
Well, my ideal plan really right now, I'd like to see us get a small forward. Man. Okay. Get us a small forward and a bag up and a solid bag up.
What type of small forward you looking for?
Athletic 3D type cat. Can get a bucket. You don't have to. Somebody's consistent.
I wish we could get our hands on like someone like Chris Murray, Freezy, because ultimately, unless you do two things at a proficient level and don't cause your team any issues, like Chris Murray is going to be basically what his brother is, and his brother would get burned in a tip system just because.
Mm-hmm.
His brother, Chris Murray. Keegan Murray broke the record for most threes by a rookie.
Yeah.
And he plays defense.
But he did that in March. He didn't even need April. Yeah, no lie. I mean, yeah. I'm with you.
And like a guy like that, high IQ, he won't beat himself. Like you gonna have to beat him. He's not gonna let you. He's not gonna give you an open lane or a runway. He plays sound team defense. Like a guy like that. If Tibbs got his hands on a guy like that, he'll turn him into Luol Deng in 2 years.
Okay.
Oh God.
Wait, which Dang are we talking about?
Luol Deng, the
Luol
good
Deng.
I
Luol
know,
Deng,
but I'm
before
saying
he's
we talking
burnt
about
out.
Prime.
Before he got burnt
Okay.
out. When he made an
Okay.
All-Star game. That Luol Deng.
You talking about before all the injuries caught up with him? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
before getting burnt out playing 40 minutes a night.
Yeah, before he went, before the Lakers signed him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Tibbs needs those types of wings. He doesn't need the hyper athletic wing. He just needs a sound positional defense wing with length. Like those are the only wings he likes. If they have length, they play sound defense. They're not jumping out the gym and diving in passing lanes and doing all the hyper athletic stuff.
No,
They're just
he
playing
doesn't.
sound
Yeah,
defense.
you're right. He doesn't. I'm trying. I mean, who was the last player that he had that was like that?
None.
I mean, I don't.
That's why I'm like, if we can get our hands on someone like Chris Murray, he projects as someone that goes and matches in this current iteration of the league, but he also possesses traits that Tibbs values. Like he'll function in this league for a long time. Like he won't be the sexy pig. He'll last 10 years in the league, averaging 11, 12 points on 39% from three with very, very good defense. But you're drafting him in the late teens, early 20s, which is, if you're doing that, you would hope to get something like that. Obviously, you want to hit on someone that's a star, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's the high floor guy that's transferable, plug and play. Like, no matter what iteration of the Knicks, no matter what star we bring in here, he's someone that fits no matter what it is. And that's something that you can use, you can just put in your back pocket. Like, you ain't got to worry about Chris Murray because Chris Murray's just going to have a steady baseline for what you're going to get out of him, no matter what, in my mind. And that's something that Tibbs values ultimately.
Bro, I'm looking at this second round, bro. I think Jordan Walsh. I think I gotta have him, bro.
Like describe him? Because I don't know.
Jordan Walsh. Jordan Walsh. Think Sean Marion.
The Matrix?
Archetype. Yeah, archetype.
On the
So he's
Suns?
like,
Damn.
so he's like bouncy, athletic, super full of
6'7",
energy.
6'7", super strong, super. I'm talking about super strong, but lightning quick. No offense.
That you can build that up.
That's good. You could probably work with that, but would Tibbs be as patient to build it up like that?
With a 19-year-old Sean Marion?
He would.
Yeah.
He would be patient with it, like in off the scene stuff.
Well,
but like in terms of in game minutes, probably not.
Probably not. And also, this is other caveat to the patience thing. Will the Knicks fans be patient with him?
Yeah, I think they will.
Nah, they're gonna want to move him up before Toppin and everybody else and have him starting ASAP.
And so it goes to that, and so it's just there's a few variables to it that we face, But I honestly truly think we need a. You got many was saying because I've been listening and listening, reading chats and stuff. You got many saying right now we need centers where we're hurting at the most, and I'm like, yeah, Mitch doesn't score like we would like to get more production out of the five scoring wise, but it's just the way they're used as well. So if they're gonna probably make an immediate move right off, I think small forward in a backup point.
Like if we're to be absolutely honest, Mitch is probably one of the least of our issues right now.
Yeah,
in my mind.
I'm with you on that, Dre. I'm with you on that.
So, of course, we would love to see him be utilized in a different way or develop a better skill set to score some points, right? We all want everyone to be better. But in terms of the offense that we're running, we generate enough offense where it doesn't matter for him. But to a certain point, you can generate points with 4 guys on the court
Yeah.
and use Mitch as a screener and a means of generating spacing for other guys.
Okay.
Ultimately, it comes down to system in my mind, and I feel like we've we have a system in place that'll win games in the regular season,
Right.
right? But in the postseason, when you need to switch it up a little bit, if you're gonna run the same isolation style, right, then you need to be able to just say, okay, Mitch, I'm gonna put you on the bench, and we just run Randall at the 5, which is
Ooh,
what like offensive geniuses like Alvin Gentry did, which is why Randall's most successful or most efficient season of his career, his most efficient 20-point season, he was running with Alvin Gentry, not at the 5 exclusively, but sometimes. And to that extent, like when you get into the playoffs, teams are throwing the kitchen sink at you, so you need to be able to throw the kitchen sink back.
yeah.
You can't pull out the Randall at the 5 lineup in the playoffs when you only run it like 3 times in the regular season. That
Right.
would be like if Miami Heat decided to run a zone defense when they only ran zone 3 times all year. When you know they ran zone all year because they were preparing for the moments when they need to pull out the desperate measure just moves. You know, you can't. You have to think about. You have to think. You have to. You can't just always think about your team in this way that they're this dominant force that we can't change what we're doing. When teams are intentionally picking and poking apart what our strengths are. So you need
Right.
to be able to have a pivot. You need to be able to switch out and do different things. This is my only real gripe with Tibbs because ultimately he put in a lot of groundwork for this organization, and for that
Yeah.
I'm thankful. But
Yeah.
when we get down to the nitty gritty, you need to have someone. You need to have a forward thinker, ultimately,
Yeah.
not someone that freezes in the moment and then goes back to a lineup that never worked to begin with.
Right. Okay.
Now go ahead.
Nah, that's it. That's all I
Oh,
got.
okay. I wasn't trying to cut you off with that.
You was gonna say something, bro?
Yeah, I was, but then I started thinking, and I'm like, I keep thinking on the Herbert Jones, but I'm starting to agree with your point, the way how our coach can use him. And I'm sitting here like small forward and backup point guard, or at least an elite 2 guard. I think we could work with that. Just that'll be good. But we still got issues with Toppman's contract, Mitchell. Like we got to make some type of cap space to make these moves possible. So
Well,
I'm still thinking like, yeah, it sounds good, but how we gonna move this money and make this happen?
we might if we do move Mitchell Robinson. He's a value contract, so like he's like the ultimate sweetener in the deal if a team needs a
Mm-hmm.
big.
Ooh.
Mitchell
Yeah.
Robinson.
No. I know who you're talking about.
So
I,
it's like
but the
yeah.
thing is, who are you looking to move Mitch for?
Mm.
Because if you
Right.
do move Mitch, are you comfortable with Isaiah Hartenstein being your starting center?
Nah, that's why I
I'm
keep
not.
saying I'd go after Reed. But to be honest with you, I mean, I'm listening to the
Would teams
draft. I'm
actually
listening.
use Reed correctly? That's the thing.
Nah, he won't. He won't. He won't. But I'm listening to the draft and I'm listening to everything, and I'm like, you know what? I'd take the chance. I'd go ahead and get rid of Toppin and Mitchell to try to get somebody in the draft, and then, like I said, I'd try to use. Not even don't even have to be Reed. I'd find me Wagner or some other backup point guard and put Hartenstein in the front court. Let him start on me. But I really want to get into this draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to get into that late first round or buy some
Okay.
seconds or something.
That's what I'm saying. Like Toppin and Mitchell just to get into that late first round draft. I know it's a lot, and it's a reach, but we need something. Plus, that'll give us a little bit of a spark to where it can offset the overall change because now we actually have someone in the draft. Now we actually get the key pieces we need. That player can actually develop and be grown to be the next guy in line. That's what I want, and I want it now because of the fact is we don't know what next year's draft class is gonna be. Like if we really look at these drafts, it's like every 5 years or every 10 years, it's like top of the top come out of the first round, and we've always been missing. So like right now, I'm like I think I put a trigger to get Mitchell and Obi to get that first round late pick, and then try to start getting another backup center. I know, like I
Okay.
said, it's a reach.
I think Mitchell Robinson would be an overpay for a late first rounder.
Yeah.
Obi
I
for
agree with you.
sure.
I said it's a reach.
Obi can go for that though.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah, I
not
can
gonna
deal
lie
with
to you.
Obi.
This draft class, unlike last year, where you like once you
Be
got
right back one
past,
second.
okay, once you got past a certain level in last year's draft class, you're like whatever. This year, I think the draft is too deep. If you're the Knicks,
Yeah.
can't you can't leave this draft without two players,
Yep. That
right? Now,
exactly.
and I know you can get an undrafted guy like Zach Edey or whoever, right? But yeah, yeah, man, yeah,
The best thing is that we need youth to go ahead and replace what we got now. And I'm telling you, this draft, like you said, as deep as it is, if we miss out now, man, we're gonna probably be back another 2, 3 years wondering why didn't we get these guys like we just did about the whole Trey Young scenario that we just went over 5 years ago, or
right,
Luca. So for
right,
me, it's like, you know what? We got enough to hold our own. Let's push it a little bit. Let's get somebody in the draft. Let's move it up. Let's see the little changes. Because to be honest with you, one of those players that we get might actually be the guy we need. They may just hit their spots at the right time, and that's all we need them for.
right, right. Soulfinger, you still there? Soulfinger might have stepped away for a second. Yeah, yeah. I would love for the Knicks to get an early pick, man. If I'm being realistic, I know they not,
Hmm.
but I would love it if they could.
Yeah, that's why I also said I wouldn't really get rid of Robinson, but I got to get Toppin out of there, man. I need that first round draft pick. I love Toppin's potential, but I don't know. And as much as I love Hart, like everybody know, I love Hart, man. I gotta let him go. I gotta let him go.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. Yeah,
For the cost of Hart and what he produced, I really thought that he would have given us enough to hit the Eastern Conference Final the way it would have justified. But had he contributed more than what he did, I think we would have got it. But you know what? Hey, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
sometimes
Maybe
it
he could
works,
take a
sometimes it doesn't.
exactly like I said. Maybe he could take a pay cut. Yo, you can come back and do backup for 10 mil. I know he's getting paid 15, but
Yeah,
we could work some.
yeah. I'm not bringing him back. I'm not bringing him back because I can
You
legit
get two players.
yeah I can get guys in the second round of the draft for what we talking about getting. Nah, you know
Yeah.
what
Like
I'm
I said, I
saying?
had high hopes for him, man, because of him and Brunson. I thought that would have helped with Randall being focused. It worked well enough to get to where we were, but in the end, it exposed for its truth that Hart just didn't have it.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't have it at all. I'm just saying at this point he didn't pass that threshold. Maybe in another team he will, and maybe we could be wrong. But right now, he fell short.
I don't think we need that type of guy, man. Keith Turner said they're gonna pay Josh Hart, man. If they pay Josh Hart, bro,
They just messed up our whole roster because now we can't even make any moves. Because if you
he,
really think about it, like Terrence Ross, you get a Terrence Ross for like 5, maybe 7 mil coming off the bench, and then maybe get you another guy, another backup
T.J.
point guard,
Warren, yeah, you
TJ
can get
Warren. Yeah. And that's two guys right there that you basically are paying 15 mil that are covering two different positions that can help us out overall.
right.
And Hart, we already know what he's done. He has a lot of heart. He's running up and down the court. He's on pace, but I don't know, man. To me, he looks like Toppin sometimes, where he's just like he don't know what he's doing. He's a great conductor. He knows what he's doing when he's on point, but sometimes he's just lost, and you can't be doing that.
He just lost, bro. He just lost, man. Um, yeah, yeah, man. I don't know. The Josh Hart thing baffles me, man. I
Yeah.
honestly don't even know why Josh Hart is even a part of any conversation that we have. Right.
Nah, I'm just admitting that I was wrong. I misread him.
Not,
And
no,
I'm
no,
okay
not
with
you,
that.
not you. I'm talking about in general. I'm talking about in general.
Oh.
Like when you're building a team for the future, you don't give a random journeyman energy guy the bag.
Yeah.
Why are we
Nope.
talking about giving a random journeyman energy guy the bag?
It's not like we talking about Iguodala or something.
Yeah. Or Trevor
Yeah.
Ariza. I love Trevor Ariza.
Oh, Larry Brown wanted to get him up out of here for nothing.
Nah,
Yeah.
but if you really look, like, we need players like that because most people don't even remember. Like, Ariza, when he was on the Lakers, he got the last 2 steals. Like,
But
you
Yeah.
know
he
what I'm
wasn't
saying?
making no money. Like this is the
But
thing,
he
though.
wasn't. But that's what we need, though. We need
Yeah,
dogs like that. We need guys that are just gonna go out there and just be hungry to prove themselves. And we had that with us, man. Come on. And plus,
like
it's New York. We already got two
overpaying. Yeah,
stars. We got Randall
overpaying.
and Brunson. Miami only got Jimmy. This is what I keep saying. Miami only got
Whoa,
Jimmy,
time
and
out.
look what he's doing.
Time out. Let's
No,
let's
no, no.
rewind that.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying we can be. I'm not saying that we're better or anything like that right now. What I'm simply saying, if you
No,
look at what.
no. I'm saying don't diminish Miami's talent because
No, no, no,
let's
no, no.
call it.
I'm not. I'm not. I never do. What I'm saying is, if you're
Okay.
able to look at what Butler is able to do as a superstar, because that's what he is. We have two of them. We should be able to produce either equally or better than him. That's all I'm trying to say. If we have the right role
I'm
players.
saying you're skipping over Bam because Bam is a top 20 player.
Okay. And like I said, we have. Look. When I say Jimmy Butler
And
is,
Jimmy is
I'm gonna
top
say
10.
this. Yeah, you're right. But Jimmy Butler to me is a guy that you can add, and if you listen, it can work. That's the same thing with Brunson. I feel like we have, like, as far as leadership skills. I'm not saying playing style.
Mm.
So we have that matchup, and they have the Bam, and we have the Randall. But what I'm saying is they're able to make it work with what they got, and a lot of people don't acknowledge their team as actually a team because they're like, oh, these are all backup guys and all this other stuff. No, they're proven hungry guys. If we had that type of hunger, I'm just saying we would be exactly where Miami is. And I think we can find those guys in the draft and on free agency. We don't need to do a big blow up change. Add a few pieces here and there. We got that. Now we just as hungry, if not better than Miami. Because
I,
why?
I
Now
agree.
go
I
ahead.
agree. I agree. Like I want to say like some of our younger players like Grimes and IQ and RJ.
Deuce,
Yeah, they can develop
Sims.
into those types of guys that you're
Yeah.
naming on Miami because those guys needed season. To be absolutely honest,
Yeah,
they didn't just show up.
of
Like
course, of
Max
course.
Strus been part of their rotation for like the last 3 years. Gabe Vincent been a key part of their
Hmm.
rotation the last 2 years.
The only real addition was Love this year.
Yeah,
So, like, really, I know what you mean, but you see how those guys are able to stay together, fight, dig it out, learn from one another all season long, and then kick it into playoff time. That's all I'm asking for my team. Because if they could, if they say it's as simple as coaching, I still think we got the better coaching Tibbs. We got outplayed, but I still think
nah. I'm not gonna say that.
I'm
Nah.
not.
Spoelstra's a
We
different
got to
level.
I know, but look, let me just. I gotta go with our guy. That's what I'm saying. I think we have a chance of meeting them with if we do the right critiquing, and we could actually meet up with them. I'm not gonna sit here and actually say that I was trying to reach. I was trying to go with Tibbs being the better coach and spoke because I felt that we could have won this series. But like I said, overall, the way Miami has run their organization and the way I respect them. All I'm saying is we can learn from them like we can learn from Golden State. We can learn from other organizations that have been successful.
I'd say you can learn from them, but this is one thing you do need to learn. You need to be able to be malleable and adapt. You
Right.
can't just stick to the same thing that won you games in the regular
Yep.
season. Because well, one the Miami Heat games in the regular season is not winning it for them right now in the postseason. They're winning in a
Hmm.
different myriad of ways. Like one night it could be them going crazy from three. Another night is them just locking you down. Another night is just possession to possession. And like with us, a successful Knicks game happens the same way every time, and you can't.
It's called imposing our will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if you
That's what
can't
you're
do
doing.
that,
You
then we
can't win.
lose. Yeah.
Yeah. So BT, let me ask you this. This is for BT. I
Mm-hmm.
just want to ask BT this question.
Go ahead.
BT, do you think the Knicks should trade for an elite guard to play with Brunson? Say a Zach LaVine, a SGA, a Devin Booker type. Do you think the Knicks should batten down the hatches and just
I
go
honestly,
all in? Or is SGA not worth it? Is
no,
Devin
no,
Booker not worth it? Is Zach LaVine not worth it?
okay. For me, I like SGA, but I've already known that SGA had this potential from watching him. So I would like SGA because he already has a point guard and he's already has a mentality in Giddy of not always being the main concern. So I would rather work with SGA than Levine because, like I said, I think SGA can fit in, give us the points, give us the assists, drive us to the foul line. The way he plays, we can actually help out on that.
What about his
But what we're
defense?
giving, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But then what are we giving up? We're gonna lose out on defense. We're gonna lose out on a lot. So right now, that's a tough one. You know what? Nah, I wouldn't do it. I think about it. I wouldn't do it because it'll be another move that we've done in the past, either too early or too late. You know, just to try to win now. And to be honest with you, I'd rather find out like 2, 3 other guys and build up. I wouldn't break the farm down. Now that I think about it now, I like what we got right now. Let's try to improve a little bit and work with it.
Okay. Soul Finger, you still there?
Yeah, I think not here at the moment.
Yeah, Soul Finger ain't talking to me tonight. I
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. When it comes to that, it's a very tight line to walk because waiting while other teams are going for it may mean you get passed. But waiting also means you might get something greater if you're
Blessing.
patient.
Yep. Sometimes waiting is the best blessing you can receive.
Yeah.
But if Orlando somehow pulls off a for instance, if Orlando signs Chris Paul after
Oh God.
Phoenix terminates his team option, I think Orlando is better than us.
Because of Paul Carroll and the team, the young core they have.
Because they have all the requisite pieces. They just don't have a point guard. They need a leader. If they had a leader at point guard, for instance, I'll just throw this point guard out there just randomly. If they had a LaMelo Ball, I think this team goes places. And LaMelo Ball is a loser in my mind, right?
You talking about the Knicks? If the Knicks have LaMelo
No,
Ball?
I'm talking about Orlando.
Orlando.
Okay, yeah, because they have all the other parts.
They have all the other parts. Yeah. I think Orlando has all the other parts, man. If they mess around and get some combination of
What about a
Chris
Fred Van
Paul,
Vliet?
Monty Fred Van Vliet, Chris Paul,
Yeah.
Orlando passes us.
Yeah, I agree with that though. Fred Van Vliet, Orlando, and maybe get another guy in there. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's not. I'm not saying that just to like drive the conversation. It's just a thought. Like, what happens if Indiana finds their small forward of the future? Zeke Jackson ain't it, right? Zeke Jackson should be their power forward, and Sticks should be their center, and Miles Turner should be on another team.
Another team. Yep. I was gonna say the Knicks, but
Yeah, you gotta let Sticks play, bro. Sticks is good. I don't like those goggles he wear. He look weird, but he dribble passes, shoots. He's a modern NBA 5. Right? He's a early version of Bam Adebayo, and I know Knicks fans don't want me to say that, but Jalen Smith
Bam is a damn good player.
Yeah.
However
Mm-mm.
dirty or whatever it is,
Mm.
he does
Yeah. Hey,
everything that you need.
would you
He's like
trade
the
the farm?
vitamins. Go ahead.
Would you
Go ahead.
trade the farm for your boy Ben Mathurin? Would you trade the farm for Ben if
I
if we
heard
were
you. What's
able
the
to
farm?
get him?
What is the farm?
Not because you asked me would I
No,
trade
no,
for
no, 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 no.
SG?
What? No, what is the farm?
Okay,
Just say
I'll
farm.
give you. Okay, let's say if they were to do
And would I
Mitchell.
trade Jalen Brunson for him?
No, no, no. I was gonna say
See, to me,
RJ.
that's the farm.
Okay, I was gonna say RJ Toppin and let's say Grimes.
See, to me, Brunson and Randall are the farm. They're our best players.
Okay, all
Right
right. So I
now,
bet you,
now, if you're asking me, would I trade other pieces for Ben Mathurin? Of course,
yes.
of course, I would. I would start with Grimes.
Yeah,
I,
that's what
I
I was
would,
thinking.
I would,
Grimes
I would
and
start with
Toppin.
Grimes and move from there because I would want Ben and RJ to play together,
Wow.
right?
I thought.
Canadian connection.
Now, and the reason why I would want them to play together is because I think RJ has some untapped dog in him that we
That
don't
could get
see.
pulled out from Ben.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But if you notice when you put two puppies together, all they do is play. Or you hear that stupid cry. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? When you put two puppies together,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So for that, I would like to see him and RJ play together. I want to see I think RJ doesn't display the dog enough, right? I think he's
Yeah.
too subdued. You know what I'm saying? Because you know the dog is in there. You know the mamba is in there, but he just don't showcase it.
Yeah. Like he's
RJ is
scared.
very passive, right? And we
Mm-hmm.
should now. I'm not saying that he's not tough, because he's a very tough cat, right? But I want to see that Maple Mamba mentality people were saying RJ has. I don't see it every night.
Yeah. It's like how people compare Jokic. They say he's lazy and slow, but the guys out there doing triple doubles,
And
like he's
people can't keep
hustling.
up with him, and they can't keep
Exactly.
up
And
with
they're
him.
like, oh, he's lazy, but you can't keep up with him or stop him.
Right.
I know what you mean. That's RJ, but instead of it being there all the time.
I'll say this though about Jokic. Jokic stamina is actually absurd for a 7 footer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be that big.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be that
Eight
big, and
He
triple
played.
doubles.
He played the whole second half. He played like
yeah,
45 minutes tonight, and he's
And he
pushing the
had
break.
4 fouls.
He's
and he
pushing the
pushes.
break.
Yeah, he breaks. Yeah, that's crazy. You know that he's. You know what? You know, Joker. The Joker is a living, breathing cheat code.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the step back he did when AD was on him. He did that step back three and they still counted it as a two. I was like, how did he get that shot off?
That's
And
a
all
Larry Bird shot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I was looking. I'm like, he got a little bit of all these all stars. The way he passed, he could pass like. I'm sorry, I like Jason Kidd. Some people say we could pass better than Magic, but I'm gonna stick with my guy, Jason Kidd. He could do lap. He could do certain type of back foot shots. He could do certain type of cuts. He could do reads. Like I want a guy like that on my team, but the talent to find him comes from the draft and developing them, and that's what we need to do.
well, that and he has his basketball IQ is crazy.
Exactly, but we can
Yeah,
hit too.
but the thing about Sticks though is you don't get to see him because he plays in one of the lower media markets in Indiana.
And he didn't play that much to start his career.
Yeah, in Phoenix did him wrong,
But
right?
I'll say this though, Freezy. He's been in and out of the rotation for
Yeah,
Indiana, like up and down. Because I mean, he's a young player. He doesn't know how everything. He doesn't know how to play like winning basketball all the time.
right.
So he gets shafted in and out of the rotation. But if he figures it out, because his talent level is clearly there. But like
Yeah,
the reason why Bam Adebayo is Bam is because Bam's IQ is extremely high, like
right.
very very high. Like you don't really think about it, but
And he's an elite finisher around the rim, bro.
yeah, he's an elite finisher on the rim. But like a lot of the things that the Miami Heat do on defense is solely because he's the rock
Yeah,
of that
yeah,
defense.
and just make y'all laugh, right? Jalen
Mhm.
Smith, the dude I'm talking about, plays about 18 minutes a night on average, and he's grabbing about 6 rebounds in that time.
Imagine more minutes.
That's in my mind. That is crazy.
25 minutes.
Yeah, I know they have him listed at 6'9". Yeah, so the ESPN has him at 6'9", 215. Right, man. I know the likelihood of you playing a 6'9", 215 center is he's probably a power forward, but that kid has got to play, bro. And also in my mind, I think he's better than Zeke Jackson at this point.
I can agree with that.
And I know Zeke Jackson is going to be something, but man, bro, when you put them to like ESPN has Zeke Jackson listed as a small forward, he ain't no small forward in my mind. I don't know 6'9", 209. You know what I'm saying? Man, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think Indiana is a lot closer than what people give them credit for because I just mentioned Zeke Jackson, Zeke and Sticks, right? I didn't even mention Halliburton, another young player. I ain't even mention Mathurin, another young player, or Nimmert, another young player. Man, they
have the means to pivot. Like they're probably gonna trade Miles Turner to get something that would fit across their timeline a little bit better.
Bro, they have
They're
Kendall
probably
Brown.
Yeah, I was just saying they're gonna probably trade Buddy Hield.
Would you do Toppin and Mitchell for him?
No.
For Turner?
No.
All these
no.
Toppin? Nobody?
No.
That man's soft. Like not to insult him, but like he averages what? He's like rookie Kristaps in terms of rebounds, man.
Wow.
He gets bullied a lot by real centers.
And mentally, he's soft, bro. You think there's no way he gonna survive in New York. If you think Cat is mentally soft, Miles Turner, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
Bro. Indiana. Indiana don't value him. They signed DeAndre Ayton to a max offer sheet.
I'd rather have Ayton
with Miles Turner on the roster.
Then they gave Miles Turner an extension. Like, I'm sorry, we did that, but
for 2 years.
Here's a little bit of money.
Yeah,
because they're already over like the Miles Turner experience. They know what they're gonna get out of him.
Yeah, because the thought of who he is and what he produces are two different things.
Like,
yeah,
Jaren Jackson is who Miles Turner was supposed to be.
Right. Except Miles Turner had a 5-year head start.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you're like, oh, he can block shots and shoot 3-pointers? Okay. But the thing about it is he blocks shots and shoot 3-pointers.
And then when you actually see him on the court, like he's a shot blocker, but he doesn't actually intimidate anyone. Like, if it makes sense, like Mitchell is more of a deterrent than this guy. No, son.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, teams will still take it right to him. Teams see Mitch, Mitch's blocks went down.
Right.
Because teams avoid him.
Right. Like Darrell Revis.
Okay.
People are like, well, Deion Sanders had more interceptions than Darrell Revis.
Nah, nobody threw that side.
Revis Island, bro.
Yep, you wasn't. I'm a Giants fan. I used to hate hearing that Revis Island. I'm like, that's the only thing you guys had. That dude had the whole right or left side shut down.
I feel for you.
That
You a Giants fan?
Yeah, I'm
the
a
Giants
New
had
Yorker,
excellent corners like Jason Sehorn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jason Sehorn was my dude.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
but
man.
yeah, it's.
But yeah, I'm not. If I'm the Knicks, I'm not doing no trade for just average NBA starter. I'm not trading for. Why would I trade for average NBA starter?
And it's making much more money than Mitch. Like, he's making a lot of money.
Yeah. I was hoping that Turner could probably, with a new start, at least with us, he would get some type of dog in him with Randall there. But you guys are right. I don't even think that Cat could even have the heart to do it. What makes me think that Turner could if he's softer than him? So
you need a certain mentality to even play for teams to keep it a buck.
Yeah. Like, to be honest with you, like everyone said, oh, we want Cat, we want Cat. I'm like, that's dumb. Jimmy Butler was with him in Minnesota, and they used to do playoff practices. He never played with Cat. He always went one-on-one with Cat, getting the ball, digging in and Cat and calling him soft. I don't want Cat on this team, and then Jimmy Butler eyes open up and goes, oh, he's here. Now I can shine.
Yeah.
And it's not just that. It's just that if you look at how Cat's game is, he's not good when he's not dealing with confrontation. He got Ant-Man, and then he got Go Do It. I mean, dang it, I keep forgetting his name. I keep saying Gobert. And he didn't learn how to change his position to the 4. He didn't learn how to adapt. And it's just like, to me, he's going to cause more problems. Because if he's not getting the ball, he's not.
Physically, he's just not a 4. Like, he can't
Yeah.
play it. He can't play it.
Yeah,
But they keep
I know,
trying
but
to
that's
force
what I'm
it.
saying. Like, you could only play the 5, then you limit yourself. Like, if you look at Rasheed Wallace, he was able to play, 4, and he
That's
was also
different eras.
sometimes.
I'm gonna say that that's different eras because in this era, Rashid is gonna be locked at the 5,
Yeah.
no matter what.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is the diversity is what kept him going for so long in that
True.
era. So maybe if he were to do the same here, it'll help and create a better game because he's going against 4s as opposed to 5s. 5s are heavier, stronger, more dominant. Cat should be able to be taking those 4s like it's nothing. That's
I'll
how.
say
Same
I'll
thing with
say
him.
this. I'll say this. When his game is perimeter oriented, when 5s are on Cat, that's when their offense takes off because 5s cannot get out there. Like Cat says, Cat says he's the greatest 3-point shooter big. Statistically, he is in terms of percentage, right? When you have traditional 5s trying to check him out there on the 3-point line, it makes his job easier because you got to remember, Cat can take big centers off the dribble.
Yeah.
He gets his problem, Cat, when he tries to take like these actual power forwards off the dribble, and they make him pick the ball up and hesitate.
Yeah, get him stuck in no man's land.
Yeah,
his
but that's
biggest
what I'm saying.
advantage is against real centers. That's his big advantage, in my mind.
But
at
if
least in this NBA, for a skill set.
True. But like I said, you right. His advantage is at the 5. But for me, if he learned the 4, nobody can say nothing about Cat being soft. Nobody can say nothing about his adversity because he would have developed a skill that a guy his size is able to control both 4 and 5, which is very dangerous, and it will become a unique tool that he could have on his backpack.
He used to be much more of a post player. He just
even with that, he
went
could
away
be a
from
post
it.
at the 4. He can still do the same moves, but the problem is like you said, he's playing 4s as if he's playing 5s, the way he can beat him off the dribble, to where he can just get down in that post, pull out the 4 to come for a 3-pointer, do a head fake, drive to the basket, get the fouls, mix it up a little bit. Still, he could take advantage of them. I can see this because he has that potential. That's why I don't like Cat. Cat, to me, can play 4 and 5, but he's lazy because he lets I'm not going to say his ego, he lets his game distract him. When he's a little bit off or he doesn't get a call or two, it's enough to just make him go haywire and just be off the rest of the game. So for me, Cat would be a lot better if he had learned how to play at the 4 because he would dominate there. That's what I think. He has the talent to do it, but because he doesn't, I don't think he's.
I'm gonna keep it real. The power forward is a dying position outside of generational talent. Like there aren't actual very many 4s. Like Julius Randle is a 4, Giannis is a 4. After that, name who is a traditional power forward in the league
and
that's actually
dominant.
good.
Name a traditional 4 that's
Can't
dominant.
say that. You can't really say that because even AD to me is a power forward and he's dominant, but they got him at center. So it's like I see what you're saying.
So that means he's a center.
Like, I mean, he's a center.
No, I agree with you. But what I'm also saying is you are also proving my point. If they're that limited at true power forward and they're moving him to power forward and he learns that skill, Cat would be unstoppable.
The way the league is headed, their teams are not running 2 bigs anymore. Not like that. So ultimately, he's going to be moved to the 5 by default because the way the league is headed, teams are not running multiple big sets. Teams are running wings and 1 big and a point.
I think that's what Giannis is going to finish his career at.
For sure. Yeah.
Giannis.
Yeah, at center. That's what he gonna come in the league came in the league as a shooting guard, gonna finish as a center.
Yeah.
Where the way the league is headed, And if we're calling a spade, their offensive sets make him a center because
Yeah.
he's in the paint, and Brook Lopez is about a 3-point line.
Yeah, and then plus your position on the floor on the position that you're called is the position that you defend. It's not the position that you play in the offense. Offense is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the positions that you defend, right? If you defend centers, you're a center, right? If you defend point guards, you're a point guard, right? It's just how it works in basketball, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. Offensively, describe a power forward, like the title power forward. Like, what do you
Power
do?
forward.
Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah. So, but
it's the reason why Bam Adebayo is a center in today's league, even
Yeah.
though 10 years
But
ago
he's a
he would have
power
just
forward.
been a power forward.
Yeah.
But he's a center now. It is what it is.
Yeah, but the league is also
That's a
using
good.
power
That's a
forwards
good
for
one right there,
speed.
Dre.
Yeah, because power forwards is still faster than most centers. That's why most of them are using them. Plus, they also have
But if
more.
we're calling a spade, power forwards are. Jeremy Grant is a power forward.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything power about his game?
no.
But
He's a
he
light
plays
forward.
power forward, right? So like
He's
the idea of a traditional power forward is gone. It's gone. It's not. It doesn't. It only exists in certain instances, and that those instances are Julius Randle and Giannis. And to that effect, Julius Randle's taken the most threes he's ever taken, and limiting his mid-range jumper and his power part of his game. So it's like the idea of the power forward. It's a dying position. It's wings, bigs, and point guards. That's what it is.
Yeah. So, Dre, I have a trade proposition for you.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the trade proposition. Right. Obi Toppin to the Clippers for pick 30 and 48.
Oh, I'd do it. I wouldn't even think about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indiana's
not going to trade. Indiana's not going to trade for Obi, by the way.
Yeah, because they already turned it down.
Yeah, and and they already have 3 dudes that play the same position. You know what I'm saying?
This is why, like, this is what makes Obi hard to pawn off into another team, because he's really a power forward, but he's not elite defensively where you could just throw him at the 5 and not think about him.
Right.
Like Sticks. Like you mentioned Sticks.
Yeah.
If Obi could play some defense, we would be playing lineups with him and Randall way more often.
Right.
And not be worrying about it and just having positional versatility, but he doesn't present that on the other end. Just it is what it is.
Yeah.
So that makes him harder to be presentable to another team, because if Obi was out here getting a block per game, teams would be like, okay, I like Obi.
Or ending possessions. If Obi could end possessions, defensive rebounds, because defensive rebounds is a part of the defense. Get the ending of possession. If Obi was good at ending possessions, bro, his stock would be through the roof.
Yep.
But you know what though? I got one even better than that. Obi to San Antonio for picks 33 and 44.
33 and 34?
No, 33 and 44.
44.
Oh, okay.
Because BT, let me ask you right now.
So
So who starts at power forward for the San Antonio Spurs?
It's gonna be Vic.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about right now.
Right now. Nobody.
Right.
That nobody that I know. I'm serious.
Yeah.
They run wings. They just run like if you look up Keldon Johnson, he's listed as a power forward, which makes no sense. Because Keldon Johnson is like 6'5".
And he's a primary ball handler.
The only person I know in San Antonio, I think, is Doug McDermott. And even that's like, I don't even know.
They got Malachi Branham. They got Keita Bates-Diop. And he plays.
Branham is a shooting guard from Ohio State, right?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah. He's the shooting guard from Ohio State.
Okay.
They had Zach Collins playing as the lone big on the court a lot of the time.
He
They
trash.
traded Pirtle, remember?
Yeah.
Actually,
Mhm.
I would say this: Zach Collins seems to be figuring out his way towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
Like his role in the league. Like he was dropping like 18 and like whatever, but it was the
Yeah.
end of the year. But
He gonna be
whatever.
Cody Zeller, bro.
Oh, nah, he got more offensive bag than Cody Zeller.
I'm
Could-
sorry,
he,
not
he
Cody
could actually
Zeller.
shoot.
Not
Without the
Cody
face
Zeller, but
mask.
he gonna be Miles Plumlee, bro.
He could actually shoot. Miles Plumlee can't shoot.
Yeah, Zach Collins. Yo, you don't remember seeing him against us? Yo, when you get bullied by Obi Toppin, get your ass off.
Yeah, but Miles Plumlee don't get bullied. This man
No,
got
I'm
bullied.
talking about
Collins.
Zach Collins. I'm talking about Zach
Yeah.
Collins. When you get bullied by Obi Toppin, man, you ain't an NBA player if you getting bullied by Obi. Bro, I'm sorry. Yo, listen. I know basketball. I don't know everything about basketball.
He's a finesse player, which is funny because when he came out of high school and like they thought he had the dog in him,
Yeah,
but it's a little chihuahua.
bro. And no lie. I like my power forwards to be stout and tough, great screen setters, intimidators, all that stuff. Zach Collins is, when you
But
get
they run him at the
intimidated
center. That's the thing. Like, like when I keep saying the power forward thing, they're a prime example. They don't run power forwards. They run the wings,
right,
and then they use their power forwards at center.
Yeah, well, that's what he's going to be because when Vic gets there, Vic is not going to be a wing.
Vic,
right?
I
It's
think
probably going to be a 3.
I don't think he's going to be a 4. I think they're gonna on defense. On defense, they're gonna do. You ever seen the Grizzlies play like with Jaren Jackson? Jaren Jackson
where
is
they
like the
rotate.
weak side help, and he just rotates
Yeah.
over. That's what they're gonna do with.
Yeah,
Vic.
they started. Rashid Wallace started that with Ben Wallace.
Yep. So
See?
he's gonna
with Ben Wallace, like I told you.
So, and like he's gonna be like the weak side help defender. But it was easier back in that era to do it because there weren't as many shooters, Freezy.
Right.
Now, if you're trying to do that,
you could never run Ben Wallace and Rashid Wallace together. No.
Yeah, you're right.
No,
but this is what I'm saying. That
Kevin Durant would ISO Rashid Wallace too.
Exactly.
It would
pull up
be
in his eye.
It would be like a puppy playing in the street, bro. You don't want to see it.
And to that point, like when I mentioned Jaren Jackson, you need to be an athlete if you're gonna cover ground. Like you watch Anthony Davis do it this entire series.
Yeah.
Like coming from the weak side and like playing free safety.
Yeah.
You need
and
athletic if you're gonna be a big
Giannis.
Yeah, you need an athletic big to do
I'll
that.
even take Lopez. Even Lopez has been doing it this year. You can't say he hasn't, helping out on a defensive end, swinging out over
But
top.
he hasn't been the weak side defender. They run him in that drop coverage.
It's strong.
almost
Yeah, the drop
exclusively.
coverage.
But I'm talking about in terms of the trade Obi to San Antonio though.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
I think you got to do something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I think Obi would thrive in that Euro style of basketball that San Antonio would look to do.
Space and pace.
And plus it'll clear up the space on the cap. Plus it'll also give him an opportunity to grow. And it's not like we held him down and tried to hold on to him and ruined his career. So,
I think Obi's gone regardless. I think we're gonna trade him for some. I don't know if he's gonna necessarily get the pick compensation we want, but he's gonna be gone in my mind.
We're gonna get something from him. I agree with you on that one, Dre. I agree with you on that one.
Like Denzel Washington said, we leaving here with something.
Yeah.
We leaving here with something.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you, bro. They got Keldon Johnson, Jacob Pirtle, Zach Collins.
Pirtle is gone.
Yeah.
Pirtle got traded.
Wait, who's down? Who would be down in that area though for 33 and the 44th pick that would help us? I would like to know that.
My God, I have a list right here.
I got a list right here.
I want to
have
see
a
what we
list.
gonna work with. Perfect. Can we run it, please? And thank you.
I could start with Amani Bates.
I'll take a flyer on it.
A flyer, yes, a flyer pick. It's not like You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You give him 2 years, he ain't doing nothing. Say la vie.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But in terms of, I really like this kid Jordan Walsh, bro. Him and
You gonna
Jordan
make me look
Walsh
him up.
and Jalen Bridges. Jalen Bridges, bro. Them with Soul Finger. You remember when I talked about UMass with
Yeah.
Dana Dingle and Dante Bright? That's what I'm looking to do right there. 2 6'8" wing players, both of them super athletes. One of them is a lockdown defender, and the other one is a better example. Richard Dumas and Cedric Ceballos for the Phoenix Suns.
Just wings.
Oh,
The,
bro.
the
Oh my
wingingest wings of
God.
wings.
Huh?
The wingingest wings of wings.
Yes.
That's the wing you get with the extra wing on it.
Yes.
It's like one piece of wing, and you're like,
Bro.
wait, it's really two.
Bro, it's get me 2 of those super bouncy, over aggressive wing players. 6'8". You know the dudes that as soon as they step on the floor, they walk that line, they might get a tech at any second. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I need 2 of those. I
Some
need
dudes, when they jump in the air, they are risk for a flagrant foul at any moment.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Talking about the cats they went to the Draymond how to stomp on somebody's school.
Wow.
So and not that these guys are going to get a ton of minutes. You're only playing, one of them might get 10 minutes, the other one might get like
The
8
Bash
minutes.
brothers.
Right. But you bring them up like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown get hot. Hey,
Yeah.
y'all 2 come here. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Come in here
Yeah,
and do
like
Gerald
y'all
Wallace
need to
stuff.
cool these cats off real quick, man. Cool them down. Show them what we do in New
Gerald
York.
Wallace.
Yes.
That's who it is. Give me 2 guys just like that. Give
Gerald
me
Wallace. Yep.
give me Gerald Wallace and Josh Smith.
Whoa.
Yeah, because basically what it's gonna be.
You bringing back the old school Knicks now.
Yeah, man. Basically, it's gonna be. Give me 2 dudes that will accidentally elbow LeBron in his eye.
So we getting the Bash brothers.
Yes,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The Bash brothers, y'all play 5-10 minutes, but y'all job is to get that guy out the game. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Give me 2 of those guys. I don't want no more finesse guys, bro. Because Quentin Grimes is a nice guy, right? RJ is a nice guy, but he got some.
We need Bulldogs.
So you say Freezer, so you saying you getting tired of all these cats with the biblical names?
Yeah.
No more Joshuas.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to find a couple of dogs that are just gonna, rile up the pack and just they just start barking and they all feeling that energy.
Give me a Dylan Mitchell, like some explosive athletes, right? They raw. They gonna learn how to play, right? They gonna learn how to play under whoever coach it is. But their main lot in life right now is you remember we thought Farron Hunt was gonna remember Farron Hunt in Summer League last summer. Farron Hunt came out there trapping and doing all that. Yes,
energy.
That I would even say bring Farron Hunt back. You know
he ain't doing nothing.
No, he ain't doing nothing, bro. He probably selling insurance right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what I need. I need some wing players that can guard 2 through 4 and love it. You know what I'm saying? I need some wing players that come out there with those long sleeves on their arm and with their fingers taped up. Right? I need that, bro.
You need
and they
players out there that don't
they,
wear arm sleeves, no leg sleeves, no headbands.
Right.
Just got
and they
one
come on the
job, one
court and their
mission.
solely job is to get the guy off their game. Talk to them the whole game. Get in their head.
Bro, I need some guys like Jerome Williams, the junkyard dog from Toronto. Remember, like people don't remember.
JYD.
You playing with Boss.
Yeah. People remember Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady, but they don't remember the power forward on that team was a dude named Junkyard Dog.
Didn't they have Mo Peterson at that time too?
And they had Mo Peterson too. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
What you didn't
yeah.
say
They had
with
Mo
Mateen
Pete.
Cleaves. That was my college back then. Yeah, I remember them dudes.
Yeah,
They were
Mo
before
Pete.
the Vince Carters and all of them. Them
Give
dudes
me,
was dogs.
yeah, Mo. Yeah, give me a Mo Peterson, a dude drinking that
Mo
nasty Flint
Peterson
water.
or
Yes,
Mateen Cleaves, man.
yeah,
Limiting, please. Wow.
yeah, man. Give me,
Say I'm wrong.
yo,
Say I'm wrong about Mateen Cleaves. At the end, he was out of the game. Came back at the half with his boot on, took the boot off, and went back on the court and won the championship. That's
bro.
what we
I'm
need.
telling you that that is what we need right there. Hey,
Telling you, I
Dre,
love me
Dre,
some
I'm
Mo
telling.
Peterson. Mo Peterson was that dude that grabbing rebounds, pushing people out, throwing them elbows, looking at you, telling you ain't gonna get me out my game. I know what you
Right.
talk about.
Hey, I don't know if y'all remember the Toronto Raptors Milwaukee Bucks fight back when the Bucks used to wear those purple and green uniforms.
Those are
And
hideous.
Yeah, where they had Ray Allen. Yeah.
oh my God. But anyways, yo, Ray Allen goes to the hole and JYD tried to take his head off. And then they started pushing JYD. JYD was like, what? I was only trying to take his head off. Relax.
And he actually
I
said
was
it on
only trying to
camera,
take
like,
his head
I don't
off.
know. Yup. Like it was a normal act of basketball. Like you're
Yeah,
supposed to
yeah.
do that.
Trying
Yo,
to catch him with the Bill and Bill clothesline.
yes, bro. Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
he's a grandfather of that. He's a grandfather. He started that.
I need two of those, bro. And I know Tibbs wants those too, because if you ever because think about this, if you ever see the interviews where Tom Thibodeau talk about Tony Snell and Jimmy Butler, right? And when you talk about Tony Snell, you're like, yeah, he's a nice young player, and if things go right, if he puts the work in, he'll be such and such and such. And then they're like, Coach, what about Jimmy? Tim started shaking, like Tim started trembling, like Jimmy just. I need Tibbs. I need that excitement out of Tibbs, bro. You know what I'm saying? I want some dogs where Tibbs is like can't wait to put them in the game, bro. That's what I need for us to have. Because listen, Randall is a great player. Brunson is a great player, right? But when Scotty Barnes was chirping at Quentin Grimes was a punk.
Yeah, they need that.
So
dude to
figure, you
walk
remember
over
that?
back
Remember
line.
Scotty Barnes was in Grimes' face talking about you not him?
Yep.
Grimes ain't say
I sure
nothing.
do.
And y'all remember when Grimes got elbowed in the mouth against Cleveland, and he was standing there pouting while he was fixing his bloody lip, and he didn't take another shot for the rest of the game? Bro, nah.
He can't be wearing all them damn Kobe's. He got that type of mentality.
Bro, I need some wing play. I need some 6'7", 6'8" wing players. And yo, Brad Johnson, right? Not Mason Oakley though. Anthony Mason and Anthony Bonner. The two bodybuilders coming off the bench. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think the Knicks are missing. Like we say all these things about these fancy basketball terms in 2023. Oh, we need a stretch five. We need I get it. You know what we really need? We need somebody on this team that the other team is scared that they're gonna get their ass kicked. How about that?
You want your Orlando Woolrich?
Yes, two of them. Two of them, bro. I need two of them. I need an Xavier McDaniel and Dale Ellis.
What if you remember the Mavericks teams at like the mid 2000s? You need like a Marquise Daniels and a Josh Howard.
Yes. I need both of them. I need two of them, three of them. Josh Howard, I need three of those. You know what I'm saying?
You are right though. We do need to get tougher because we need that. We need dogs.
Scotty Barnes punked Quentin Grimes on MLK Day. Yeah, I remember that. The game where RJ dunked at the buzzer and they didn't call foul, and the game with the overtime
you
and we
was
lost.
not him.
He was punking Quentin Grimes, and Grimes wouldn't say nothing. Right? And that just let me know right there, Grimes either needs some time to either become that guy or we got to find that guy right away. right? We got to find that guy right away, right? Because think about it. If Josh Hart is not that guy. Josh Hart is energy, but he's super nice in a passive aggressive way, right? Josh Hart is that guy. Josh Hart is that guy that will get in a fight if you throw the first punch. I need a guy that's gonna throw the first punch. That's what I'm talking about. We need, bro. Because Dre, if you remember when I complained every night against Miami, every time we lost to Miami, I'm like, yo, how they letting Bam catch the ball on the launch pad and dunk in the playoffs? But every time Mitch catch it, they foul him. Remember that?
Freezy, I ain't want to mention this, but remember when he caught that dunk on a launch pad and Randall could have fouled the hell out of him?
Yeah.
And he just let him dunk it. He could have. There's ways to stop a guy from dunking. Like he's going up for a Statue of Liberty dunk. Just whack his arm. He won't be able to finish it. Just
like you always say, Unc, you want to do the set it off. I suggest, yo, that's all you
Yes.
want. Start a fire, get a little, hey, we need this. I hate to say, because to be honest with you, look at the Nuggets coach. He got a technical, and look what happened. They were down the whole time, and then they came back and searched from a lead. I know what you mean. You need somebody to give you that spark to make you get your head out of your confused state to get back into the game, or at least start dominating and getting y'all back on track.
Bro, man, listen. I'm telling you, nobody respects the Knicks. That's why we don't even get fouled. Yo, when's the last time you saw Obi Toppin dunk on another human being?
Never.
Been a while.
Has Obi Toppin caught a poster?
Obi Toppin,
like a real post, like a body to body.
Not
head.
a body to body. He blew by someone and dunked on him and pointed at him.
This dude, I think the only one that has that dog mentality in him that will really legit fight you is Fournier. Like I see, like cats be yapping at Fournier. Fournier be trying to yap back. It's just he don't have all the game to back it up.
That is.
Right?
Yeah.
He was talking junk to Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant, he was talking back.
Yeah, y'all remember that?
Kevin Durant was
the
like
little
too
brother.
small. He too small.
He like the little brother. Yeah, he like the little brother. He need his big brother to step up so he can get that confidence and keep going.
But that's that Frenchman ego, like that snobbishness. Like,
you
can't talk to me like that.
But Dre, my thing is when did the Knicks become champagne life? Y'all remember when the Knicks were hot dogs and beer?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden we champagne and caviar. What's going on?
No,
we
playing like become champagne and caviar.
We playing like
you want a pack of Cools and Night Train type, right?
Yes, in the brown paper bag.
Yeah.
We play like a bunch of guys that's on Ned Flanders' church league team.
Yes, man.
Yup.
And yeah, it is frustrating to watch another team come in and kind of like, they punk somebody, and you just like, yo, man, just give me. I'm not saying fight, like start chucking them,
but like the physicality that Bam exhibited.
You want to match that.
I need some Draymond Green energy.
Yep.
I need 3 rookies with Draymond Green energy. Like I need 3 dudes that walk on the floor. You don't know what's gonna happen next. Some edgy, you know what I'm saying? We don't have that. We're so nice.
Well, and a lot of it too is that we are the team we talk about a lot is for us is that '90s team, because you had those kind of cats that had that mentality. Even John Starks wasn't bagging down to nobody. He's getting up on somebody. And then you fast forward, you had the Kurt Thomas with the eyes. You know?
Me and Kurt Thomas. Yeah.
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 I mean, we had a guy like that, but we didn't re-sign him, and he went to Milwaukee.
Me and Bobby Portis. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
We need a Quincy AC on the team.
Yes. Because now that we have the talent, so now we have the talent in place, right? But think about this: when Randall get on a heater, ain't nobody afraid to foul Randall because ain't nobody coming to defend Randall.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Think about this: when RJ get fouled, ain't nobody coming. The Toronto Raptors ain't worried about something happening if you foul RJ hard. You know what I'm saying? These are the things that separate the champion
And like
from
Hartenstein is pushing people, but don't nobody believe Hartenstein.
yeah,
Get us a Ron Artest.
He
but
still did the right
that's his
thing.
job though. See, with Hartenstein does it because that's what the backup centers have to do. That's like the backup quarterback has to wear his ball cap backwards.
But
It's what he
you
got
was
to do.
watching Zeller being flagrantly like he was just being dirty. Zeller was definitely being dirty.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah. But he
he was
was
straight up
pushing.
going. He was gooning it out.
But he was doing it because nobody from the Knicks was doing anything about it. As these players got to stand up for themselves, bro. These guys legit got to stand up for themselves. This Knicks team, we're talented, but we're talented in the old Sacramento Kings kind of way. You remember with Vladdy and Bobby Jackson and all them guys, we're talented in that kind of way. Like we're super skilled, bro. But
I'll take a Doug Christie for you. I'm not gonna lie to you.
yeah, Doug Christie started with us. Remember him and
Yep,
Trevor
started
Ariza?
with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, what I'm saying is this. Ultimately, what I'm saying is be that within the confines of the game, right? Other teams do it all the time, and we don't do it. Man, y'all remember the Caleb Martin thing on Brunson?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who's still playing right now?
Caleb Martin.
Martin.
Look, I understand that it's not the 90s. I
Or he
get that.
stepped under his foot.
Yeah. I understand that, man. I understand it's not the 90s, right? But the thing is, the teams that will do whatever it takes to win are still playing.
Yeah.
And
Well, we saw
us,
that in our series against Miami. I mean,
yep,
they did what they had to do.
right. You remember Jared Allen, flagrant foul, and Julius Randle? Yeah, I
Oh
remember
yeah.
that. No, people don't.
Yep. And Randall looked mad, and he had gotten his eye messed up. Yeah, they were
Yeah,
getting it touched. They were doing little cheap fouls. Even look at Larry. Larry, little dirty self, was just poking at us, just getting all kinds of calls on both sides of the court. So yeah,
No, I mean, free was it Sims had it. I mean, when he broke it down to film and that one shot of Lowry with the GI Joe quick kick to the foot.
yeah.
Larry
You
got
talking
away
about
with a lot of that, but it took us out of our game, and
But it's a
we
skill
ended
to
up.
do that. It's a skill to do that.
Yeah, you gotta learn how to. Yeah,
You
Oh
gotta
yeah,
know. You
it
gotta
That's
comes
be
that
with
Gary
experience.
Payton, Larry. That's
cognizant
that.
of where the refs are, their
Yeah,
angles. They
that's that
can't see
Gary
this, so I'm
Payton.
gonna try to get away with it.
right. But yeah, and so while I'm not saying go out here and turn it into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I ain't saying that. I'm not saying turn it into 1988 Knicks versus Sixers. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the Knicks are soft, right? There's only so much skill that you can employ before teams not respect your players. And that's what we are. NBA teams don't respect our players. A guy elbowed Quentin Grimes in the lip, and Quentin Grimes was getting his lip. The lady had the little Q-tip dabbing his bloody mouth,
Where
and he was
beef
over there
stew at?
looking
We need
shook.
beef stew, Freezy.
Huh?
We need beef stew.
Oh, bro, if we can get Isaiah Stewart, bro. If we can get Isaiah Stewart, man. Oh my God. Because think about this. Think about this. I'm gonna ask y'all this question, right? I'm gonna ask y'all this question. Y'all be real. Outside of Jalen Brunson, do NBA players respect our players?
I think they respect them, but they don't fear them. They're not scared of them, if that makes sense. Like I think there's a natural level of respect, but when it comes between the lines, Like, there's no guy on this team where it's like we can't let this guy beat us.
Yeah. I think players around the NBA think our entire roster is overrated except Brunson.
I can see that.
Soulfing, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm not just making up a narrative, bro. I think the entire league thinks this entire roster outside of Jalen Brunson is overrated.
Yeah, I see a lot. I've heard a lot of people even say that Randall isn't in all NBA. They say he's not even an all-star because of his shot selection the way he is. I'm not gonna front. We have a lot of people who have that potential, but it's the consistency we need.
Right.
I think you're right with that dog that we have to just get him that spark. Hey, snap him back to reality. Yo, get back on space. I'll take the L.
I think RJ Barrett can be that guy if you surround him with other dogs.
Ooh.
Yeah. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I need these wings, bro, to be that. I need some wings on this team to be that. We don't set proper screens. We don't dive on the floor for loose balls. We don't get in passing lanes.
Yeah.
We don't.
We fumble rebounds and look at one another.
Hey man, for the any pro basketball players out there in the chat, any pro basketball player out there in the chat, like if you played high school, college, pro, semi-pro, what team have you seen not dive for loose balls, right? Not jump in passing lanes, right? Not take charges and win basketball games consistently.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't see it, bro.
Yeah, and the playoffs is all or nothing.
But what you do see is them having conversations as the ball is slowly bouncing out of bounds about who's it out on, as opposed to being hungry. It's all about the contract and the money.
Well, yeah, and as I noticed, this is something else I noticed is you don't see cats crashing the board often, unless it's just off a occasional breakaway, a dunk, catch it off like that. But just to crash the boards or put a body on somebody, you don't see that anymore on rebounding. It's everybody started running back, and games have changed to an extent, but fundamentals or a lost art.
Bro, this is what I'm getting at is not that guys don't exert 100% energy all the time. They exert it they exert their energy to get open for a shot. They exert their energy. Mm-hmm. They exert their energy to grab rebounds, right? Right. What I'm saying is the Lakers are the classic example of a team that got rid of the finesse players and brought in scrappy dogs, and all of a sudden their season turned around.
Yeah.
When they got Jared Vanderbilt and started playing Austin Reeves more and guys like that were hungry, man, look.
And look at how AD just got more intense when he was blocking shots. You see him screaming. You see him getting down in the paint. You see him getting physical. And everybody keep calling AD soft. I see what you're saying. Because to be honest with you, that when they started acting Rui been making AD play a little bit different now. Rui on how he's been on Jokic and how he's been playing, it's been making AD look a lot better.
Right.
It's just kind of funny how they gave up on Rui the way they did.
And they gave up on him in game 2, bro.
Mm-hmm.
The dude had 17 points in, I think the first half, and he was going off on Jokic. He was going off because Jokic was in early foul trouble again. But he manages to skate through the whole series with 5 fouls, and it's the third quarter, which I still don't understand why you don't keep pressing to the young guys. And to me, that would have been their spark had they pressed Rui, had they trusted AD more, and let LeBron James be off the boards. They would have won it. It would have been 2-1, 2-2. But, like I said, I can say that now because I see it. But in the moment, it's different.
Yeah, and Mantag has a point. He said the entire league is soft now. No, listen. Listen to what I'm saying to you. You got to hear me out. I'm not saying go out there and play dirty. That's not what I'm saying. No, ultimately, ultimately, I kid about the accidental black eyes and all that stuff, right? But ultimately, you want guys that are going to go out there and die for these loose balls, right? Guys, when you start pushing and shoving everybody, our guys, instead of talking trash, we stand there and just take it.
Like Boston, like Tatum and Jaylen Brown, they just take it as opposed to just saying, "What? Who you talking to?" and then just Voltroning up and going after you. They just take the abuse and be like, "Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and do." I know what you mean. There's no intensity. There's no dog, no hunger, no fight.
Right. When you watch Boston, you think Robert Williams and Marcus Smart are quiet on the court?
No, Al Horford is the dog. They all are the dogs. Yeah.
Bro, when you watch Marcus Smart, man, we
Well,
need some 6'7" Marcus Smarts, bro.
Yeah,
the other
Marcus
thing
Smart
too
is a
is
gnat, but that dude, his mentality and how he attacks the defense, I don't agree with it, but it's something about it. It's uniqueness to where I gotta be like, I respect it because to me, he's a defensive player. I really respect him. But if anybody would have got defensive player of the year, it should have been Drew. But
right.
well,
Yeah, man.
it's everybody had we were talking about Miami. Oh, these are undrafted players, man. This, that, and the third. But I look at it like this: their whole mentality was different because they had to come up through the mud. I mean, look at Vincent, his story, how he came. So now he got a taste of success. You think he's gonna let it go?
see, what people don't realize is let's look at a GOAT, Michael Jordan. The first few years, that dude was fighting in the playoffs hard by
Yeah, he was
himself.
all the
When
time.
he
Yeah,
when the '90s came around and he got his chance, that dude turned full God mode and represented what he did. I'm not a Jordan fan because I'm a Knicks fan, but that man deserved his respect for what he went through. So just like you said with the Heat, they got battle tested guys that now when they're in the light, they're just doing what they know and they just proving themselves day in and day out, sticking to the routine. That's what we need. We need guys to bring us back when we get into the foul troubles or when we need to get when we see that we're getting taken advantage of. Oh, you gonna take advantage of us? I got you. Come back, see me back on the other side of the court. What was that? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Like we need that to like even look at Jimmy Butler and Williams. Jimmy Butler, what happened last game with Williams? The game before, Williams and him Williams got all in his face, started jaw jacking. Butler went off. And even this last game, Butler didn't even have a good game, but he still was pointing at him. Hey, I remember you, Williams. Where you at now? I'm still getting it off. And Williams could only just go, yeah, I got to
Yeah.
take it. That's what we need. We need to bring back that, yo, we the Knicks, bro. You going to win
Yeah.
this battle, but you going to remember the war. You going to
Yeah.
walk with them battle scars like that you had where you go back in the gym and be like, damn, I hope I don't play these guys Knicks game because they going to give it to us. That's what we need to do. We may
Yeah, man.
take an L, but we need to leave that bruise, like I said, with Melo. Melo, yeah, we took an L, but Melo will leave that bruise. And damn, I'm thank God we ain't got to play the Knicks for another week because of Melo. That's what we need.
Yeah, man.
yeah. We don't have anybody that strikes fair in the team. That's what it is. That's another thing.
Yeah.
We don't have. I mean, Brunson is to the point. The little big man had to put the whole team on his back in that not certain aspects. He just had to put the team on his back,
I
and they were
think
trying to shut him out and wall it down. But he needed, like you said, you needed that cat that's gonna come out there, like you said, that's diving on. You need cats, not that cat. You need more than one.
Yes.
Go out there and go get it. We diving for the ball. We running up there, jumping over the announcers tables to save the ball. You putting bodies on people. So and like my man was saying, you gonna make them feel you. They're gonna feel me when you go to the rack. I'm gonna let you know I'm here. I'm here. I mean.
Yeah. We are very finesse, bro.
Like, look at Jokic. You see Jokic on the court, you're like, damn, we got to D him. This guy is doing damage by himself. We need a guy like that. Not saying the triple doubles or anything, but just when he steps on the court, you're like, damn, we got to worry about this dude. And especially if it's more than one dude, like you said, come one or two dudes coming off the bench, they're like, oh, they just checked them in. Now the game changed, the tempo changed, and we got him.
I
Right.
think we didn't really use our physicality to the best of our ability because
No, yeah,
we
not at
know
all.
we know Randall is a physical guy, right? But how
Right.
many times we got him going downhill, putting
Right.
pressure on the defense? Like he's a bus if he's going downhill,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we had him 28 feet away from the rim taking step back threes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then our guards going in there to rebound.
Yeah, that was crazy. Brunson
like
getting like
like
10
like
rebounds.
like 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 Freezy, I don't know how many small forwards or two guard size that won a title with a 6'4" guard getting 8 rebounds a game.
Yeah.
I
No,
don't
it's
know
not
how many winning.
1961, bro.
I don't know how many winning teams have a 6'4" guard getting 8 boards.
Yeah, it's not 1961, bro. The NBA ain't built like that no more. Anyway, guys, I gotta get out of here, man. Thank y'all for man. Yo, this has been like 6 hours.
Hey, when we talk
It's
about facts
summertime.
about our team, man, it's
It's off
good.
season.
It's all good, man. Because look, everything we spoke about was facts.
Yeah, man. 6 hours, bro.
Agreed.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Thank you,
I would say
everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody,
Thank
for
you for
coming through
having
to
me.
hang out with us in the video panel. I'm
Subscribe
gonna
and
try
like the
to,
video, guys.
yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna try to be back at it. I'm trying to get back up here for everybody at 9 a.m. for the Knicks morning drive. We'll see how that goes. If I get swamped by emails, I probably won't. You already know how it. So thing, you know the vibe, right? You know how you hit the computer and you got like you have like 44 emails and like 37 of them have the red exclamation point.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
You like Denzel when he got shot in the backside when you see it, you know.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out, man. Peace, y'all.
Go New York.